90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. For about 90 seconds, launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Grandma T, special guest. My grandma, I'm going to say right now, I don't know for 100% certain that she's going to be on here. I don't even know if we're going to be able to communicate with her or not. We're going to try our best. We're going to try our best because my mom's heading over to her place today, and she's going to work. So every time I ever try to talk to my grandma on the phone, she can't hear me very well. So my mom's going to work as an interpreter in case she can't hear, because sometimes it's just my phone, I think, and it's not necessarily her. So, we'll see what happens on Discord through my mom's phone. I don't know if that's going to be any better for her or not, but if hopefully she can hear us, and if not, my mom will just let her know what we're saying, and then she can answer questions. But I have a special guest today. I just wanted to share with you guys my grandma. She's getting up there in age. I'm not going to reveal how old she is, but she's gonna spend some time with us. And one of the things that I kind of wanted, and yes, in case you wanted to know, she is a shareholder of AMC. One of the things I wanted to know was kind of her perspective from the past and historically how she kind of has seen the market, or maybe even the economy, and what she's seeing going on right now. And and I think one of the things that if you really want to understand your future, if you want to understand, you need to know your past. If you want to know what your future holds ahead of you, then you need to know what your past is. And so this is the best way that you can potentially know your past without going to a book and reading from it, and is to talk to somebody who actually lived through it. And so we're gonna talk to her hopefully a little bit later today. I'm not sure exactly what time, unfortunately, because I don't I don't know what my mom's schedule is exactly, but Rex says she's our grandma now. That's right. Well, we're going to talk to her. We're going to talk to her and find out how she's doing, and see if she wants to talk a little bit about the past. And the other thing too is that for me, being here to document history as it's being made, to have her be a part of that documentation, and having her go down in the record books as being somebody who was here and a part of this, is kind of important for me too. So. We'll get to see her, hopefully, talk to her. I don't know about seeing her, but we'll talk to her a little bit later today. And, I'm looking forward to that. My glasses are clean. I'm ready to go. I don't know if anybody else has noticed this yet this morning, but have you looked at the volume lately? Not too shabby. I mean, compared to what we've been seeing, this is definitely increasing volume right here. So we might see a little bit more action today than we have in more recently. Speaking of which, yesterday night I tweeted this out. Many of you may have not known this. And we did cover it yesterday. We revealed, and as we were pulling up the data live yesterday, yesterday was in the entire history since 2013, December or something like that of 2013, AMC has never traded less of a high or a low in price ever. Yesterday was the highest amount. Let me read my actual post here. I said, where is my post? Why do I not see my post? 13 hours ago. This is not it, is it? Okay, here we go. AMC interesting fun fact of the day. In the entire history of AMC being a publicly traded stock, today was the lowest volatility in daily traded price movement, with only 6 cents spread between the high and the low during open market trading. The last time, the previous last low was done on 4/9 of 24 this year, so April 9th, and was that was at 7 cents spread. It was about a month later that AMC's price skyrocketed along with GME's price when DFE came back. I don't remember the exact day that DFE did the whole leaning forward thing, but yeah, it's the volatility is just absolutely gone. There is none, and So yeah, it's crazy. I don't with volume being a little bit higher today as it is right now. I'm not expecting that to be the case. I don't think we'll be breaking any of those records today. I think we'll see a little bit more volatility. So that's awesome. Let's move on to numbers, shall we? Let's do this. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are talking about, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on. Happy Friday! If you didn't realize it wasn't Friday already by the music, yeah, congratulations, you made it to the end of the week. One more, right? All right, starting at the top left-hand side, price prediction, tally points. We didn't have anybody hit it right on the head. I think Nana was the closest. She had 465 to 565, and we closed at 513. So she was off by 2 pennies. I was 1 penny above her, so we were real close, but we didn't hit it. And so 1 point to everybody, and it is Friday, and I'm ahead of the group. I'm ahead of the pack here with my my extra point I got from Monday for nailing the price prediction right on the spot. And these guys can still win it. It's mine to lose. They still have an opportunity. If they hit it right on the dot, they can steal it from me at the end of the week. There is still that possibility. Or I could completely airball and miss my price prediction. Either one of those would cause an instance where I would lose. Short exempt volume. 121,000 shares is what it was yesterday or from the day before when we had about 9.7 million shares in traded volume. Today, it is at 197. 197,000 shares after a day of volume where we had... why is this not showing the volume here? Give me 1 second here. I gotta... Oh, okay, here. Wait. We should be showing the 15th. Why isn't the 15th showing? Hold on a second. I don't know why that's not showing right there. Volume. We had 9.3 million shares traded yesterday. One of the screens that I normally look at didn't show it. So, about the same amount of volume as the previous day, just a little bit less, and yet more short exempt volume. 197. Yesterday we were up 0.2. And let's see what happened to utilization. It's 74.7 on utilization yesterday. Today it is at 66.43. Wow. Big drop there. A big portion of this is going to be due to the fact that there's more institutions buying in. So I know if you're watching utilization real heavily and you want to see it drive above 90% like I do, a lot of this has to do with the fact that there's institutions that are buying in. We'll take a look and see how much of, in a minute here, how much shares were returned. I do expect there to be some shares that were returned yesterday, but not nearly enough to drop utilization almost nearly 10%. Again, most of this is coming from the fact that there's institutions that are owning more shares, and so there's more shares available to borrow. That drives down utilization. All right, moving on from here. Let's take a look at Max Payne. I did not see anything that would have changed my opinion on where Max Payne would be for either AMC or GME. So 5 and 22 is what I would expect them to remain at. Max Payne for AMC for this morning is sitting at, for the end of this week, $5. GME's Max Payne coming in at $22. So no changes. Off exchange, normally by the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had 58.8% going through off exchange, EDGX at 8.15 for a grand total 66.95%, or about 2.95% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. And so what that would lead me to believe is that we would have probably seen greater price improvement had that not been the case. CHX volume for the day yesterday was at 530. I guess what I'm saying is prices was being suppressed yesterday through volume going through those exchanges. CHX was 530 shares, nothing. That's actually a really low number. GME CHX volume yesterday was 3,336, also a low number. Needs to be over 30,000 for me to get excited. We had overnight, as of right now, IBKR is reporting about 1.8 million shares available to borrow, with fees at 2.45 and rebate at 2.87. Yesterday, they had a low of about 900,000 shares available. So as you can see here, there's been about 900,000 shares at least, or maybe even maybe even about 1 million shares that were returned at some point overnight, and or even in the afternoon yesterday, going forward and overnight. So since 2000, excuse me, since 2000. Yesterday, we've seen an additional 200,000 shares borrowed. And yesterday, we only saw 200,000 shares borrowed. So we've already seen the same amount of borrowing today as we have had in all of yesterday from IBKR. Fees are at 2.45, rebates at 2.87. Let's take a look at GME and see what they've got going on. IBKR reporting about 3 million shares, and that's about where it was yesterday, so there's a little bit of fluctuations going on. Since 2000 yesterday, there's been about 100,000 shares borrowed so far. Fees are at 0.52 and rebate at 4.8. Moving on. Institutional ownership. Yesterday was being reported 121.488 million shares owned by institutions. This morning it is showing up as 120.881, so a little bit of a drop. And I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here, and we will take a look at, after I drag a few other screens around, the rest of the data. And what am I losing? I'm losing something here. Computer getting slow. There we go. We're back in business. All right, starting with options. Yesterday, the highest amount of open interest was at a $6 strike. That's where it is again today. There was 33.6 thousand contracts yesterday. Today, there's 33.2. So part of the reason why that's a little bit of a drop there. That means that there were call positions being closed out at 6. Probably being rolled forward, if I had to guess. And so what that tells me a little bit here is that more than likely that would have helped to kind of keep price movement from going upwards as call positions are closing out. The highest amount of put positions, or even if they're being rolled forward, highest amount of put positions was at a $5 strike. Yesterday there was 25.5 thousand contracts. Today there's 25.1. So those were also closing. That's going to help apply pressure to the top side or going up. So those might have canceled each other out a little bit, and could have been why we saw such a wash in price movement yesterday. In open interest, market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of today. Yesterday, the call and put contracts were suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.75 and $5.25. So the open interest is still suggesting a little bit of a higher close than the contracts that were being closed out yesterday. We'll have to see how that plays out in contracts this morning, as likely a lot of call contracts will be applying. If they're trying to close out today, we'll be applying a little bit of downwards momentum in price movement, as that's typically the case. Let's scroll through and take a look at the open interest for The next 2 weeks, just for historical documentation. As you'll note, there is very, very light volume over the next 2 weeks, and we'll see later when I go through Stonko Tracker that that actually extends out for the next 4 weeks. Light volume. Taking a look at GME this morning. Let's scroll up a little bit here and give this a refresh. Let's see here. Highest amount of open interest closest to where the price is trading. They closed at $22.53 yesterday. It happens to be at $23. And the highest amount of puts closest to that is at 22. So the market's suggesting a 22.50 close by the end of this by the end of the day today. Which is interesting because it's at 22.50. However, max pain is 22. So closing at 22.50 is going to be a little bit higher than max pain, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out on GME for the day-to-day. I have not looked to see if their pre-market volume is high or not. I'm going to go ahead and scroll through the option contracts that are here for historical documentation. In case anybody needs to go back and check out today's data, it will forever be here. Etched in video. All right, there we go. Let's look at Ortex. Excuse me. All right, let me open this up here and let's take a look. Utilization dropped from 74.7 to 66.43. And again, I want to reiterate that this has more to do with institutions more recently buying a lot more shares and having shares available to be borrowed. I don't think this has anything to do with the on-loan amount changing very much, but we'll look at it and see. On-loan amount did drop a little bit day over day. It is not reporting today's value yet. For on loan amount, so I can't give you a number, unfortunately. I'm not sure why they're not reporting it yet. Let's see if that's for everything. It is. The only thing that they're reporting right now is just the utilization. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's try refreshing one more time and see if that changes. It did not. All right, we'll have to come back to the Ortex data later and see if it updates. We had the same issue yesterday, I believe, with the data updating as it usually does. Sometimes I don't start data. I don't even start reading off data until 6:20 because Ortex doesn't update until about 6:25, 6:30ish in the morning, and so I might just need just a little bit more time. They might need just a little bit more time before they update. Let's see if GME's numbers are updated at all, and see if we can get a look at those. If they are, that'll be interesting to see. Utilization day over day dropping on GME from 28.33 to 27.99. The on loan amount is reporting. Okay, so GME's data is reporting, but AMC's is not. GME's on loan amount dropped from 29.14 to 28.68. Let's zoom in on this just a tad more. The estimated short share interest of the free float slightly dropping as a result from 9.76 to 9.73. And then the on-loan average age per day dropping slightly from 31.5 down to 31.12. Security lending volume, there's one that didn't report there. Security lending volume has not yet reported for the current day on GME for whatever reason. I don't know why they're delayed on their reporting today. Let's try this one more time on AMC. It's like Halloween already in here. Okay, actually it is reporting now on AMC. And there actually is a really big drop on shares on loan right now. So the utilization is not entirely based off of just new shares being bought by institutions. This drop is also because there is a big drop in on loan amount. It's not showing up on the chart here being reported just yet. But yesterday, the amount of shares on loan was 90.18 million shares. And then as of right now, I can see that the shares on loan is showing up at 78.83 million shares. So we've had about a 12 million share drop in shares on loan. It's not showing up on the chart here yet, but it is showing on the actual page here. The interesting thing about this is that the short interest, the estimated short share interest of the free float, doesn't look like it dropped nearly as much as you would think if they were returning 12 million shares. But here's the good thing is that and for some reason I don't understand why we always get these people who make these comments, but seeing shares being returned is actually very, very, very bullish. Somebody's expecting price to probably start moving here soon, and they want to try and get as much short interest off the books as possible. But when price does start rising, that's typically when they start borrowing because they're trying to short into the price movement. So we should see this starting to rise again once the price starts to rise. But that's a really big drop there in shares on loan day over day. I think yesterday when we were looking at it as the day traded on, there was about Ortex was reporting 2.57 million shares returned. So most of these returned shares would have had to have been in the aftermarket hours yesterday. Still trying to see if I can get this to populate on the screen here, and it's not. We'll take a look at this again just before market opens, and it should populate by then. SSR trigger price for the day today is $4.62. There's 116,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 25.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 49.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 4.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. On GME, SSR triggers today at $20.28. There's currently, this is not this week's ending numbers. They're not including this week's numbers right now on here, but you can see that the next 4 weeks are very, very light in option contracts. And actually, I just now noticed too that it looks like, I don't know if you guys, we'd have to go back in yesterday's stream to look at it, but I'm pretty sure that 920 was much more loaded than it is now because it's a quad witching week. The amount of contracts that were open here yesterday, like I said, we'll have to go back in the live stream tomorrow to verify, to check and see, was a much bigger number than what we're seeing now. I'm pretty sure. We'll have to go back and check and see. Let's see if the same thing for AMC. Nope, AMC still has a very large quantity at 920 though. Let's refresh it one more time just to verify. Yeah. Next 4 weeks though, pretty light contracts. Orders by Fidelity customers, due to the fact that AMC and GME had low quantities of volume, are probably not going to be on this list. And they are not. Boy, we've had overnight since yesterday's big jump up on the bond yields. These are dropping quite a bit here, but the spread is getting wider between the 2-year and the 10-year, 2 being in blue and 10-year being in this goldish orange color. Longhorns colors. We've got MMRI yesterday was 250.65. Today it's 247.03. 247.3. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields is currently at 0.172. Yesterday when we closed out the day, it was 0.178. We started out the day at 0.117. And when I first started live streaming again on Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? What day did I start live streaming? Wednesday when I first started live streaming, we were at 0.106. So it's actually driven up quite a bit, the spread between that 2-year and 10-year. 0.172. This monstrosity of charting has to do with the carry trade, and we are seeing the U.S. dollar doing some interesting things over here. Everything else that we're looking at on here, anywhere from SPX to the Nikkei to the VIX to the U.S. dollar to yen and Bitcoin, are not really reacting very violently nearly as much as you're seeing the U.S. dollar moving. But the U.S. dollar has been heading down after the spike up that it had yesterday, has been trending down, which usually means that the SPX is going to be rising, and you can see it very much so is rising. But there should have been some downwards momentum here when the U.S. dollar spiked like it did. There should have been some kind of reaction to that. And the only place that I see a reaction from the U.S. dollar rising was on Bitcoin dropping. That was it. That was the only thing that I think that really, I guess you could maybe say the VIX fell a little bit. The yen strengthened a little bit during that period of time. I'm sorry, the yen weakened during that period of time. That's to be expected, though. If the U.S. dollar is going to grow in strength, then the yen is going to weaken. Going up on the red line here is going to be weakening because it's the U.S. dollar to the yen. So upwards is weakening on the yen, and downwards is strengthening. But really, there wasn't there wasn't really big spikes in here. I guess the Nikkei did spike a little bit during that period of time, and I would expect that. That seems like that would be kind of expected. Big moves here. VIX futures are saying up 1.18%, which is going to be downwards momentum in the market. It's suggesting a 1553 value in the future, and yesterday it closed at 1523. So indeed, it is looking like the VIX is going to be starting to move up now. The Nikkei closed down it's trading at 0.38. Hang Seng is up 0.37, and the Nifty 50 is up 1.75. Depending on what it is you're looking at in the U.S. market, it could be down anywhere from 0.12 to up 0.22. So mixed markets right now. Mainly it's the mid caps that are doing well. Of the Mag 7 this morning, 3 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Let's see if there's anything. I do not see a thing. Gold is currently up 0.44 and trending up. Silver is down 0.92 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 0.42 and trending down. The U.S. dollar is currently down 0.22, trending down. Oil is up 3. Actually, oil has not yet traded. Take that back. SPY is down 0.13 at pre-market open. Right about here, it kind of gapped up for a little bit. Found a high at around 554.29, and then started trending downwards. Currently at 553.07. Tesla is down 0.09, trending down. Same kind of look as the SPY. Amazon is up 0.19, almost looking the same as SPY as well, trending down currently. Cinemark is up 1.09. It's only traded 46 shares so far. Not really enough shares to really suggest a trend yet, but it is at the end of the day yesterday it was trending upwards. Doge is up 0.57 and trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.76. Overall, this kind of looks like consolidation right now to me. Yeah, I'm going to call it consolidation. GME is down consolidation after an uptrend. GME is down 0.04 and consolidating. HYMC has not yet traded. NCMI is not yet traded. Hood is up 0.82, spiking up and gapping up in the pre-market and trending down ever since. And AMC is down 0.58, and initially when we opened up this morning, dropped quite a bit, actually gapped down to about 504. We have support at 503. Found the support right there at 504 and has been trending up since that point in time. We've had 10,530 contracts, 10,530 shares traded so far this morning, and we still have another 13 minutes here before our pokey stick of volume, which is very, very unusual for us for this time of the morning. I feel like we're seeing a little bit more volume than we have been here lately. So we might get a little bit more activity today. 4-hour time interval, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure. What appears to be a divergence about to cross over here. RSI is at 52.53, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a divergence on the vortex indicator occurring overnight in the aftermarket hours. And RSI is at 49.55, which is right down the middle. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 49.58, which is right down the middle. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 53.33, which is just slightly above average. Ichimoto. I feel like so many people wait to hear me just say the word. Man, there is so... okay, so Ichimoto is suggesting some small spikes in upwards momentum and price in the future, followed by periods of time where price is going to be trending downwards. Price is going to want to try to break through these clouds. We got the price wants to go down through green, up through red. So we're getting we may see a little bit of a spike in beginning portion of this morning, followed by probably some downwards momentum to try and break through this cloud here, which is going to be somewhere by the end of the day today. It's going to be around 507. So it looks to me like they're going to want to try and close us really close to max pain to get us underneath this cloud here. And then going into Monday, there's a little sliver of red cloud here, more green cloud. So whatever today looks like, I think Monday's going to look very similar. At least it's shaping up to. Lagging line is just over price line. Conversion is almost smack dab on top of base. Base is just a little bit higher. In order to turn this into a buy signal for today, on a 1 hour, we would have to see $5.15 or greater, and 520 is what it was yesterday. So it's a little bit lower. 515 or greater will be a buy signal for short-term investors. On a 4-hour time interval, and actually on this 1 hour, I would suggest that it needs to be like a strong push above 4 or 515. It won't be like hitting 515 and then you're gonna see a bunch of buying pressure. It'll be like, if it blows past 515, there'll be a lot of buying pressure that'll come in and start supporting that buying movement upwards. On a 4-hour time interval, the lagging line is above price line barely. Conversion is above base barely. Again, needing to hit about 520 and that's the same number from yesterday. Needing to hit 520 by close to really and exceeding past 520 to turn this into a big buy signal. I kind of mentioned to you guys earlier, I think this week, that we had a couple of days of trading where we needed to stay above this green cloud here. Otherwise, there's a possibility that we could see the price movement heading down through this and potentially breaking through, and we could see something as low as like 475 again or lower. But if we don't see that, if we can manage to keep price above the cloud here over the next 2 trading days, then we go into this big thick portion of green cloud, which means we might not break through this green cloud until the backside of the green cloud. So needing to stay above. Probably needing to stay above 490 it would be ideal. 488, 490, anything below that, I think it's gonna send a signal for a little bit more of a sell-off than that. It is Friday. A dip below $5 at some given point today. I would almost expect, just because I'm sure somebody probably would love to close out their $5 puts at the end of the week. Maybe grab shares, I don't know. But yeah, 510 is where we're at. I think that's all I got for you guys. I'm going to go over to Ortex real quick here before I head over to the back of the big tram just to check and see if some of that data is now reporting on the charts, because I'm a visual kind of person. I like to see the charts. Let's see here. Yes, it is. Okay. Let's pull this back up on the page here. All right. So there's our drop in utilization. Really big drop. I suggested that a lot of it had to do with the fact that institutions are buying shares right now. And that doesn't appear to be necessarily the case, as our amount of shares on loan dropped significantly from 90.18 down to 78.83. We're talking about 11 point... 27, I don't know. I'm gonna pull. I was gonna say 20, 25, 26, but let me actually pull out a calculator really quick here. 90.18. I was gonna say 11.26, but let's see here. $78.83. 11.35. Oh, off by 0.11. 11.35 million shares returned yesterday. Again, like I said earlier, I don't think anybody would be returning that many shares unless they thought price was going to be heading up here pretty soon. The estimated short share interest of the free float drops as a result, from 14.72 down to 14.13, and the on-loan average age per day should be, it is dropping, which means that there were older positions that were being closed out. It dropped pretty significantly from 41.08 down to 37.2. So definitely some closing of old positions here. Somebody's afraid price is going to start running. Security lending volume, very, very, very high yesterday. We went from 2.29, and then we saw this spike here to 18.81 million shares in security lending volume. When did we see spikes like this in the past? This one's not nearly as big as maybe some of the others that we've had in the past. So there's nothing. I wouldn't say that there's. I mean, you could look back here and say, oh, this is actually really kind of interesting. I mentioned to you guys that the last time that we had very, very low amounts of volatility was on last seen on April 9th. And April 9th is right here. The interesting thing is that just a few days before that was about 16.72 million in security lending volume, which is just a little bit underneath the amount that we just had. So we might see, there's a possibility that we're going to be seeing maybe price move down here significantly over the next couple of days, and then we might see a nice bullish run for a little bit. That's very, very possible. Yeah, the 8th and the 9th were, the 8th and the 9th and the 30th of April were all very, very big numbers. They were the top four prior to yesterday and the lowest amount of volatility. April 30th being this day right here. Yep. GME's numbers reported, so I don't have to show those. All right. We get our pokey stick of volume in about 3 minutes. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. And let's see what you guys are saying. Donna, good morning. I'm only going to read from the top of the page here. Let's see here. Badaki Kong, congratulations. Kim, Leedy, good morning. Marvin, good morning. JT AMC, good morning. Morning, Apex. Rich says, Casey, I hear your brain sizzling. You must be thinking hard. It's just the computer components. They're frying. Trevor says, what's a guess? Guess, Trevor. What do you think it is? Donkey Kong says, I have new earbuds. I can hear Casey blinking.
Wow. Morning.
Buzzin says, good morning. Rugged, how you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you?
Buzzin, not too shabby. Let me reset my let me just make sure this is me. Test. Yeah, my microphone's a little bit delayed, so I'm going to talk over if I don't reset it. Give me just a minute, okay? I'll be right back.
Yes. Disclose.
I think I'm going to have to start doing this in the morning, like every morning anyways. It's going to have to just become a part of my routine because I don't know why, but it starts to lag over time.
Really?
Yeah. It's really weird. It builds a delay, and the longer I go between unplugging it and plugging it back in, the more the delay gets, the longer it gets.
Yeah. That's weird. I wonder if there's a setting for that or something. I don't know.
And the weird part about it is that, well, I mean, not the weird part, but the uncomfortable part about that is it makes it sound like I'm talking over you guys because you hear me late and then you start talking and I continue my thought process because I don't feel like anybody's saying anything, and then it's like it's annoying. But Buzzman says so hungry, can imagine how good that tastes cooking with bacon grease. It's not bacon though. I don't think it is. Doesn't smell like it. Sausage patties, eggs, and bacon. I think it's sausage patty and eggs, but I don't know about the bacon part.
What was her name? Sausage Patty?
Sausage patties. All right. Yunhua says, really thought Alien Romulus was awesome. I liked the ending a lot. Good movie. I'm going to give it a 7.5, but I'll tell you why. Hold on a second here. First off, I got to talk about, I did not get a popcorn bucket, an Alien Romulus popcorn bucket. So I talked to you guys about upping my game a little bit to try and get these popcorn buckets. And Melissa asked me if I wanted to leave early to go grab one of the popcorn buckets. And I was like, no, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. We'll just see what happens. And so when we got there, they were out, of course. But I asked the guy that was at the register, I said, what time did you run out at? I mean, because it's literally like the movie just came out. This is the first showing. You only have one showing today. I'm at the showing. What time did you run out of these buckets at? And the guy goes, and I didn't say it like that. I was much more polite. I was just thinking it in my head. And the guy goes, well, when we first open, people line up to buy the bucket. And he goes, they'll actually, let me rephrase that. He said, some people will buy their tickets for Saturday's movie showing. They'll come in, they'll buy they'll stand in line when we first open and they'll buy the bucket. And then we usually sell out, as soon as we open. And I was like, really? Really? So I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna be you crazies.
You have a tent and like a sleeping bag?
No,
or something
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that. I've only waited for one thing in my entire life in a line like that before, and two times in my life, and I will never do that again, ever. I'm done. I'll probably end up doing it again. But I did get these. Let's see if I can. It's too dark in here.
I had to do that once for a Harry Potter book.
Oh, that's terrible. What? That's terrible. Did you get it signed?
No.
Ugh, yeah, that's terrible. Hold on a second. Let me go turn the light on in the room here, and I'll be right back.
Leave the light on. Wow.
The lights.
Wow.
Okay, I can see now. I hate lights. All right, here we go. I got I still can't see it. That was worthless. The package is blocking it, but I got a cool Alien Romulus. Oh, there it kind of shows a little bit there. Alien Romulus pin. All right, it's a nice little pin there, and then it also came with Alien Romulus Wyland Corporation patch. It's a patch. You can iron on patch kind of thing. Kind of cool. The little face hugger on the back there. I don't know if you can see that or not. And
you know, Casey, that I like to occasionally look at Google Trends, and the other night, Aliens Bucket was trending away.
All right. Yeah, I'm not going out. I'm not. I don't know, man. Maybe I'll buy this one online. I got the Deadpool online. Maybe I'll get this one online too. I don't know. But here's the deal. I'm not gonna stand and wait in line for AMC to open to go buy buckets like this because that's ridiculous. And I understand.
You're not gonna hire someone.
Huh?
You can hire someone.
No, I'm not doing that either. No. I'm letting you guys know you're on notice that if you want to get your buckets, I think you have to really super up your game to get one of these things because it's not easy anymore. So let's talk about the movie. Why didn't I like it? And I'll tell you. Hear me out here for a second. As I've told you guys many occasions, I think true horror fans view movies differently, horror movies, what they call horror movies, differently than how most people might see them. That's why for me it got a 7.5. I didn't feel like there was enough gore, honestly. And the funny thing is that if any of you go see this and you see the amount of gore that's in this, you're probably going to be like, dude, how is it that you would say there's not enough gore? And I'm saying it wasn't gory enough. It just wasn't. I didn't get chills. I never once got chills. And normally that's the kind of thing. Now there's another part to this that part of the reason why it's getting a 7.5 for me. And remember that if I'm giving it a 7.5 and it's a horror movie, then it's probably a 9 or a 10 for most everybody else. So just remember that it's the opposite. Now here's the thing though. And Melissa said, I thought it in the movie when it was happening subconsciously, but I didn't think about it to say it out loud. But as we got in the car, Melissa said, I didn't like the music. And I said, and you know the music makes or breaks movies. It really does. And I looked over and I said, you know what? I was thinking the exact same thing throughout the entire movie. The music was not right. It made you feel like you were in a Jurassic Park movie. That's what it felt like. That's not Aliens. Aliens should be more creepy and screechy and just like stuff that like makes your skin crawl because you don't know where the alien's going to come out from next kind of stuff. And it felt like you were at Jurassic Park. And I didn't like that. So that's part of the reason why it got a low rating for me. The other part of it is it wasn't gory enough, but it was still a good movie. I'm not saying it was a bad movie. Everything else was great about the movie. It was those two factors for me alone that got it lower ratings. So, but yeah, as I'm sitting here giving it a 7.5, I'm telling you that if you go watch this movie, you're probably going to enjoy it a lot more than I did. I would imagine a lot more. Great plot. Cool cinematography. Very, very cool. Oh, there was one other thing that was really weird. I've told you guys that they will re-release the movie. Not re-release. They'll give different versions of the movie to upload into the database for the movie theaters as weeks continue on. There was a cut in this movie, and this whatever we saw yesterday had a cut in there that was so bad that you could tell you missed something. And I'm waiting to find out what that is, because I'm pretty sure that there's going to be people who are out there that will get to see this later on. They'll see the scene that they're supposed to see. But for those of us who saw this last night, I think we missed out on something. There's a specific spot where she's going to reboot her buddy. I don't want to give too much away, but she's going to reboot her android buddy. And after an alien attacks him. Right? And as soon as she reboots him, the scene cuts to another spot, another scene, and all of a sudden she's limping. You never once saw her limping before that. She was running around just fine, never limping, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, she's limping, and like she can't barely walk. There was something cut out there, and I don't know what it was, but it jumped, and because it jumped scenes so crazily like that, and she was limping so heavily, it was very, very noticeable that there was a cut scene that was some kind of scene in there that was taken out. And I don't know if they'll put it back in later, but I do know that they do this to movies where they kind of change them up or maybe add a scene back in or take a scene out based off of, lots of different reasons. But I have a feeling that the people who saw the movie last night saw something different than what other people are going to see maybe a week from now. I would rate this a sci-fi thriller. I would not call this a horror flick. It's a sci-fi thriller. And if you called it a sci-fi thriller and asked me to re-rate this, I would probably give it an 8.5. Jape S says, good performance though by the lead actress Casey. She was good in Civil War. Yes, she did a great job, excellent job. She was perfect. I don't know how old she really is, but you get I feel like I get the sense that she's only like 19 or something like that. She seems like super young. And I say super young because I'm only super old now. But yes, she did a great job. Yunhua says, Casey, tell me you were glued to the screen throughout. Actually, I talked a couple different times over. I looked over at my wife, leaned over. I don't normally lean over to my wife and say stuff to her because I'm glued to the screen. But I actually looked over and said, like, something. We just missed out on a scene right there. With that scene thing that I'm telling you about, I'm like, we just missed out on a scene right there. So there was a couple times where I talked over her and she talked over at me. So I would not say that I was glued to it the whole time. Normally Melissa will lean over and say something to me and I can't, and I'm like, stop, you're talking I need to hear this. Shh. So that didn't happen. Oh yeah, we saw it in Dolby, last night. Cause I see you talking about it being in Dolby. I saw it in Dolby last night, and if you see it in Dolby, it's Dolby needs a sock. Dolby. I'll be free. The chairs were shaking in Dolby. I don't remember that happening before, but whatever bass they put in there in the movie, nice. It was shaking in the chair, and Melissa and I both walked out of the movie going like, that was kind of cool how the chairs were, because there was some deep engine scenes and stuff like that really kind of got the seats rattling a little bit, and it it gave for a cool effect of feeling like you were in a spaceship almost. That was cool. I really enjoyed that part of it. Was the theater packed? Petra says yes, absolutely packed. Very, very, very busy. For people like me that with ADD, it like makes me shut down. You know, I'm in my own little space, and it's like I don't too many people.
Nice.
Hmm. Let's see here. Yeah, The Fly, Alien, Event Horizon, Body Snatchers. See, Event Horizon's one of the ones that gave me chills. And I would not rank this particular Alien movie. I would not rank on the same level. Like that, Event Horizon is a horror movie. If you see the original, if you go and watch this now, I feel like when I watch Event Horizon now, it feels different than it did in the movie theaters way back in the day when I saw it originally, and it just hits different. And back in the day, though, it was way more scarier than it is now, and is on a completely different level. EO, because there's a lack of liquidity in the entire market. We're watching everything just implode on itself. Nobody can even manage the spreads right now, so that's why we're seeing such. That's it. That's what it's coming down to is that nobody can even afford. I thought somebody actually made a really good point yesterday in the comment section of my Twitter comments. Let me find it real quick here. They said, probably hands down, one of the best comments. And to maintain, I wonder what the market maker short exemptions were. Why would a market maker need short exemptions on a range of 6 pennies? And we had yesterday 191,000 shares in short exempt volume. You tell me why do we need 100? Why would it? Why would a market maker need 191,000 shares in short exempt volume with a 6 penny spread? And that's a beautiful statement, and it's a should be pretty eye opening. It's not there's no spread there at all. I mean, it's 6 pennies. Come on, you can't make a market on 6 pennies. You have to make fake shares on a spread of 6 pennies. What the hell's going on? Yeah, so that was an amazing point. Who was that? Who put that up there? That was Mike Robertson. Let me go turn this light off. I can't take this light being on. Hold on. Mike Robertson. Smart guy, this Mike. They need decibel close feedback so they don't turn the volume super high. Someone took photos of you at the theater and made a dumb post last night on X. I will actually go see it again. This movie will hold up well, but I appreciate the franchise. Was a huge fan of Prometheus. Yeah, it was a good movie. I'm trying to think here now. If I had to rank this, like, if I was going to compare this to Prometheus, it's very comparable. I don't want to give away anything. John says he had a terrible time, a terrible experience with sound being extremely high. Yunhua says, another thing to note from last night, the theater was quiet, no talking, tells me people were really into it. When I saw long legs, there were many talking and making noises. Yeah, I would agree that there was not a whole lot of talking going on in my movie theater. If I'm, no, Funky, I'm definitely buffering right now. I'm getting messages saying that I'm buffering. Any cool machines or rides? Not in this one. I wouldn't say. No. No. Nothing crazy. The cinematography, I mean, of course, it's all CGI stuff. I'm sure, but there were some very very beautiful scenes. I don't even. Yeah, I'll just stick with there was very beautiful cinematic scenes. Yep, no power loader. No crazy. Well, one of the as I said, since I saw it in Dolby, the chairs were shaking and whatnot. But one of the things that you experience is that they have a ship, kind of like a transporter ship. It's not anything too big or anything like that, but it takes off, and the rockets from the ship as it's leaving the atmosphere of the planet that they're on, the colony that they're in. Uh, you can feel it in your chest, and the chair was vibrating, and you could feel the thunder of the rockets in your chest from the sound on the speakers. It was quite impressive. It made me feel like I was at like a real space shuttle launch or something. I'm not sure if that's why John. I see John, talking about it being too loud. I'm not sure if he was Dolby or not, but I could see how if maybe you were sensitive to loud things and you were in that Dolby theater, I could see how that would be perhaps maybe a little traumatizing, maybe. You must be working out, getting buff. No, I've just always been that way. Thanks. Appreciate it, Rich. Dylan says, was my comment yeeted? I don't see a comment from you in here. Yesterday was a great day to be a movie fan. All right, Buzzin' saying something's going on here. Take a look. Let's take a look at it. And we're starting to see, I mean, the US dollar is dropping still. We're starting to see a little bit of a curl down here on the Nikkei. We're seeing the yen strengthening, as we've seen that happen in the past. That was periods of time where we were seeing the carry trade going, happening. So we could be seeing or experiencing a little bit of that currently. Let's take a look and see here what we got going on. Yep, a little bit of downwards momentum here. Tom, good morning. Good morning, Cassius. 8 more minutes and I'll take a break. Yeah, I was a little bummed that I didn't get my bucket too. Yunhua, did you get a bucket out of curiosity? Like, did any of you guys who went and saw last night, did you get a bucket? And did you have to go early to get it? Just out of curiosity. And now it says my stream is not getting any data. Whew. Yep. I'm getting buffered right now, guys. Just remember there's probably a lot of kids and families waking up right now and trying to head off to work and school, and so there's probably a lot of internet problems, and so it's probably going to be good for me to go to break here real soon. Janito, good morning. Thanks, Casey. Last question. Are we going to have a warning before AMC runs, or do you think it will just take off and never look back? There's going to be a period of time. I warned everybody May 4th that we were about to see events occur that we had not seen in a long, long time on AMC and GME as well. I think May 4th. If you go back in my history and look at my notes on Twitter, you'll find it there. That's, I believe, May 4th was even before DFE even posted his leaning forward thing. And I mean, it's like if you're not watching and you're not paying attention to what's going on, then I guess the warnings won't be there for you. But in my mind, because of the things that were happening during that period of time, there was I guess no question in my opinion about what was going to happen, what was about to happen. So in regards to like, will there be warnings? Yes. Will everybody recognize them? No. Will it never look back? I don't know. I can't assume anything. I'm trying to scroll back here on Twitter, just get back to May 4th so that I can show you the post that I put up. So you're not just like a trust me bro kind of thing. Here we go. Found it. And actually, I would have posted this on May 3rd, but I think it was the weekend or something like that. So this is posted on May 4th at 8:25 in the morning. I said I meant to pull this data yesterday, but forgot, so now I'm limited on what I can show you. But this is what I'm seeing from GME: 31,636 call contracts went in the money on Friday. Short exempt volume was 333,805 shares. Volume traded was 7.68 times higher than the 3-month average. And I kind of showed on a chart here where the open interest was that went in the money. And this is above max pain, right? So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different strike prices that went in the money on a Friday. And I said right here on May 4th, I said these kind of moves rip faces off. The futures depend on diamond hands and exercising contracts. This leads to failure to deliver and forced purchases, which continues the gamma ramp. Nice work, apes. Keep it up. So if you don't understand what it is that you're seeing, then you just don't get it. But if you do understand what's happening when you see these kind of events occurring, then you do get it, and you get warnings in advance. Now, if you go back to May 4th, I'm pretty certain that DFE didn't come out with his leaning forward post until I think it was the 7th or the 6th, It was the following Monday, I think it was. So it would have been like probably 2 days after fourth, five. Yeah, he probably put it out on May 6th. Was the leaning forward picture, right? And if you go back and you look at, but I should have told you guys on the 3rd when the data first was there, but I forgot to do it before I went to bed that night, and so that's why I had to do it the next morning. So May 3rd, if you go back to May 3rd, that's right about. Let's go to GME actually, because I was showing you GME's data. So GME May 3rd was here. This day right here. Price was up 29.08%. The open was 1242, the high was 1745, and the close was 1647. So the price moving up $3.71 was pretty significant and probably should have been a major clue to people as to what was about to come. If you can't see those things, I can't help you. I don't know what to tell you. It's big news. It's big news when 6 or 8 different strike prices get broken in a single day. I think personally you probably could have called it on the 2nd. Open on the 2nd was $11.11. The high was $12.88 with a close of $12.76. It was up $1.85 at that point, 16.96% for the day on 8.6 million in volume. But the big volume launch was 36.2 million the very next day. So 5-3 was really kind of the day for me, where it was like, yeah, that's a for sure thing. You just got to know what you're watching for. Tubby says Casey Moss is imminent, but the other side has an endless supply of money. This can drag on for more years to come? Question mark. That's the thing, and I'm still trying to figure out where the source of this is coming from. But our community has been being plagued by a lot of different people who are pushing this narrative that this, because there's some kind of endless supply of money or the ability to be able to create short exempt limitlessly, I should just say limitlessly, that there is, no possibility for an end in the future, and I would say false. I don't know how long it's going to take, but there's no way for me. 2 weeks, man, 2 weeks. It could be next week. It could start all unfolding next week, and I could sit here and tell you, oh, no, it may take another year, and then it happens next week, and you just don't know. But the idea that they can continuously just keep this on forever, I don't agree. But that narrative's trying to be created because they want people to try and be discouraged about this taking longer. When in actuality, as the title from yesterday stated, time is our champion. Time has to be on our side in order for us to win this. So if you see time as being a problem, you picked the wrong investment. Because time has to be on your side for this to work. Yes, Yunhua, I agree. Historically speaking, when the rates start getting cut during a recession is usually when you start seeing the market fail. That is very historically correct observation on your part. UPS delivery guy says the same question was asked the other day. Yeah, I know, and it's always by these new accounts that you haven't seen post questions in here before, and I'm not trying to suggest that they're nefarious. I'm just saying that it's pretty strange that they keep trying to create this, like, I mean, we keep seeing the narrative brought up over and over and over and over and over. And even though the question was asked yesterday, I actually encounter this question on a daily basis, every single day. And it's not, and sometimes it's from people that I know very well who've been in this play for a very long time. And they're even starting to repeat this same narrative that this can just go on forever. And it's just like, I'm not sure where it's coming from, but I'm sure whoever's pushing this idea of the idea that this can go on forever it's only to discourage us. I mean, anytime you have somebody who presents you with a different way of looking at something, you should ask yourself, the very first question you should ask yourself is why? Why are they presenting this to me? What is the end achievement that they want me to, what is the desired result of what it is that they're trying to portray to me? And my simple way of looking at things is if you're trying to discourage me about holding a position that I believe in, then F you. Right? And so and you go straight to my FU bucket. That's exactly where I file you right underneath my FU bucket. And it's like, I'm not going to listen to what you have to say anymore because I believe in what it is that I'm holding here. I believe in the company and I believe in what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So, and I don't see anything that tells me yet that I shouldn't believe in that. So when you sit there and try and sell me on some kind of cockamamie story about this, could go forever, I'm not buying it. And so I just put you under I'm not listening to you anymore folder. It's easy. And once you start being able to file people under certain folders of I don't care what it is that you have to tell me, it makes it really, really simple for you to be able to, take the noise and the distractions away from what it is that you're trying to accomplish. Daniel says, this is just my opinion, but for AMC to make a significant dent in they're going to have to do a share offering. I do expect to see another share offering when price significantly goes up. But I don't have any problem with that. And the reason I don't have any problem with that is that it makes the company a threat. The investment that I'm invested in is now suddenly a massive threat. And actually, the price doesn't have to go up that significantly. I know you may look at it as a significant number, but making up at $60, right? How many shares would it take to get rid of the rest of their debt at $60 a share? And if they were to do a share offering at $60 a share and remove all of their debt, what does that mean for the rest of us and our position that we're holding? It's massively amazing. It's financial freedom for the company that we own. That's amazing. So I say bring it on. Let's go. Daniel says, kind of like when GME raised $1 billion or whatever, it was during that offering. Yeah. Yep. And now look at them. They're sitting on, what is it? Like, is it $2 billion or $4 billion? I can't remember what the number is. I think it's $4 billion. $4 billion that they're sitting on now. They're sitting on $4 billion. And they can do what they want with it. It's crazy. Max says Moody's rating on AMC as stable, so debt isn't super important now, in my opinion. Johnson B. Streets, good morning. And I see it as break time. Let me put the message up on the screen. Oops. All right. I will be back at 8:15 for price predictions. Volume today is a little bit. We only had like 40,000 shares or so, or maybe it was even 36,000 shares. A little surprised because our pre-market volume prior to the pokey stick of volume that we had today was higher than usual. But the pokey stick was lower than usual, so and it only ended up being like it was under 40,000, I think, when it hit. Yes, we're seeing a little bit more elevated volume in the pre-market volume itself, but maybe not as much as I thought we were going to see in the pokey sticks. So we're going to see probably about 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day today. Still a low share traded day, but I'm waiting to see that volume spike though. Rocco says, as Moaz, you know what, Rocco? I think I told the story before about where the whole 2 weeks came from. But I'll tell you what though. The day before, even the day before, it'll still be 2 weeks. It never changes, even if it's right there in front of us. 2 weeks. And part of the reason for that is, Rocco, is I want people to remember that squeezes don't happen overnight on events like this. There's going to be people out there who point to other stocks out there and say, like, the squeezes happen all the time in a single day. This is not the same thing. You can't compare apples and oranges. This is something entirely different. This kind of stuff takes weeks to iron itself out, not days. So even if it started today, I could say 2 weeks and we would never see the top for 2 weeks. Just keep that in mind. All right, I will see you guys in a little bit here.
taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the weight of my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Betting fair, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys. As you can see here, earlier I had this kind of it's a bullish triangle pattern set up here, and you can see here that we did break out of this going down yesterday. Actually, not yesterday, the day before. And there was also kind of this breakout down here, and I kind of felt like that was only just a temporary move that was, just try and drop underneath $5 to close out those positions, and then it got back up inside the bullish triangle. And then this morning here, as soon as pre-market opened, we got the breakdown, and it actually gapped down and trying to trade back up here. All I think this is doing right now is changing the amount of time that this pattern is going to play out for. So I mean, the actual break did happen, I would say right here, but I think this is changing the levels of support a little bit here, just a little bit further down, and it's going to be a little something along the lines of this. And you can see here that the breakout, now when you align it to these two patterns here, where the price dropped in two different locations, that breakout that happened on that last line that I had lines up now as a level of the new level of support here. And so do I think that there's a possible chance here that we see this break down below this level of support? I actually do. I think there's a very, very strong chance of it. In fact, I imagine that there's going to be a lot of puts that want to close out $5 today. And it may just be a temporary drop below that $5 range before driving back up. We have a level of resistance, or level of support right now at 503, but it would become a level of resistance if we did break below that $5 range. And then there's the next level of support at 493. Max pain is $5. What do you think is going to happen? I'm kind of thinking this level of support right here is showing up as a 508 level of support for close. But I'm kind of thinking that we're going to close below that, and I think that there's a strong chance here that we're going to see a downtrend here in the market today, at least based off of what I'm seeing in the pre-market so far. The VIX is already showing up. I'm sorry, not the VIX, but gold is actually shooting up quite a bit here. In fact, I had heard on my break, I think I read somebody said it hit an all-time new high here. 52-week high is 2483. It's already at 2492, so it's broken 52-week highs as of right now. Where are you going, VIX? VIX is poised to open up at 1564. It closed at 1523, so the VIX is heading up. The futures are suggesting, and if you hear me chewing I ate a little leftover last night popcorn, so I got kernels in my mouth now. 1553. So VIX futures are suggesting a little bit down from where it's showing. I mean, it just seems kind of almost like obvious to me, like I should go for like a 501 close. I I'm not expecting huge amounts of volume for the day today. I gotta do a price prediction quick. $501. I want to go 508 so bad. I really want to go 508, but I'm gonna go 501. Yeah. $451 to $551 for me. I got Nana coming in at she's going 457 to 557. Which I would have been 1 penny. I was 1 penny ahead of her yesterday or higher. I would have, if I would have done that 458 to 558, I would have been 1 penny higher. But I didn't. Tech is doing 509. I would have been sandwiched in between two people. Texas is going 509. Man, that's we were all so very close here. From 459 to 559 for Tech. And let me read the comments. What the heck happened here? Oh, there it is. Tex or Apex is going 454 to 554. I got the bottom end of the stick. There's not much of a spread between us today. 8 pennies. 8 penny spread. That's actually more of a spread than we had in price movement yesterday. I don't know what we're going to see for the day today, but yeah. That's it. 8 pennies. All right. I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Happy Friday.
So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Sometimes popcorn. Rock strong. Food porn. Porn. Oh, man. Man, I gotta be careful here. My title, hold on a second. My title for the day today is Grandma T, special guest. My grandma and grandpa used to go by Mr. and Mrs. T. I know. It was long before Mr. T was ever a thing. My grandpa was the real original Mr. T. And they were school teachers, and my grandpa was kind of like the bouncer of the school, and he was known as Mr. T. He was the original Mr. T. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. T got his stuff from my grandpa. But yeah, so Grandma T may be coming on today, and my mom's going to facilitate that happening. I'm not sure what time that's going to be at, but one of the things that I've wanted to do for a long time is bring her on. Being a child from 1929 and the after effects of what happened during that period of time, and having seen the economy transform over many, many years. And of course, we're not going to talk about her age. But after having seen the economy transform over many, many years, I just want to see what her general perception is of what she's seeing around us, and just her perspective. I feel like if you want to know what your future holds for you, then you should learn your past. I've always said that. You have to know your history. If you don't know your history, then you don't know where you're coming from, and you don't know where you're going to be going. So know your history, and so we're going to go down a little bit of history. And the fact that she's an ex-teacher, maybe she can kind of talk to us a little bit in a way that we can all understand, and yeah, she's cool. She's really cool. I think you guys will like her. She's not gonna sugarcoat anything for you guys. I promise you that. Not my grandma. She says it like it is. I'm probably gonna be a little embarrassed at some point. So I'm ready for it though. All right. I still got popcorn in my mouth here. I'm trying to get rid of. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. So I'm not constantly just chewing my cud here. That's not going off. Why is that not making a sound? Testing. 1, 2. Is my microphone working? Testing, 1, 2. Oh, there it comes through. All right, now I'm in. Good morning, Pirate. Good morning, Quack. Good to see you guys this morning. How you doing? Actually, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to reset my sound real quick here because I noticed it's lagging again. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Should be better now.
Yeah, I started to panic there. I saw you turn the machine on, and I clicked the button, and nothing. I'm like, oh, here we go again, a replay of yesterday. So I'm thankful that it was on your end.
Yeah. You were having some issues yesterday. What did you do to resolve them? You just leave and come back in, or?
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Mrs. Pirate walks by me. She hears me over here mumbling to myself like a psychopath. This goddamn machine. And she's like, just turn it off. Go and turn it back on. And I did. It worked. So.
It was funny because we actually, at one point you came through, your mumbles came through just for a fraction of a second. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but I did. I caught it. I thought it was kind of funny. And I was like, he's trying to problem shoot it. It was just before you disappeared and then came back again. It made me smile a little.
Yeah, I couldn't understand it. These things are a mystery to me, but the little green lights would pop when you would talk or Rugged would talk. And all indications were it was go, but then adapt and overcome.
Yeah.
Pirate. She should work for IT, right? You can call in. First thing she's
Well,
gonna
then
say, reboot the
who would
computer.
who would make my sandwiches then?
Ooh. Yeah. So Hayden's saying grandparents have no filters. LMAO. I can't wait to be one. And Pro Jeweler says we are unoffendable.
Yeah, it's
Oh, you wait.
you get a whole new level of.
My family has this way of being able to. First off, I have to lay a disclaimer here. My grandma is probably the sweetest person you'll ever meet in your whole life, and but my family has this way of handing out backhanded compliments so well, and I didn't realize this until I think it was later on down the road. I thought I just got it from some of my direct parents, and it turns out at some point or another that I was actually getting it from a lineage. It came from a deeper part of my lineage than that, grandma. but yeah, it's kind of funny how that works out. Can you guys say something real quick? I noticed you guys went silent all of a sudden. It's kind of weird.
I come from a long line of assholes. I mean, I can trace my asshole lineage back many generations. So.
Well, she's not that though. But yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, she's not. No, I would. You wouldn't say. But interestingly enough, I'm going to have her tell a story. My grandma used to ride a. Shoot, I forgot what to call him. A chopper. Way
Right.
back in the day, before it was probably really, really popular for people of her age to ride choppers. So
But she actually drove it, or she was
yeah, she rode it. That was her work ride.
past. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. I'll have her tell you. It's crazy when she tells you the year that she was doing it in. You're gonna be like, "Holy shit!" Like, dude, crazy. Like, way ahead of her time. Like when I found that out.
Even more impressive to people who are kind of dig all things aviation, because the infancy of helicopters, they were a little sketchy. No, they were a lot sketchy for a long time. They weren't exactly known for their reliability. So
She made it sound like, and I don't know. I feel like the story changes every time we hear it, but she makes it sound like she used to ride around with the handlebars up higher, like up by her head, kind of thing, like they were way up high.
Okay, but so now are we talking about helicopters, or are we talking about motorcycles?
Oh, I said the same thing. I thought you meant helicopters.
I don't know where you were. Yeah, I thought you were making
motorcycles.
I thought you were kind of making some kind of joke here about like helicopters not being. I was trying to figure out where you're going with that. I was like, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep moving on.
No, we're two different kind of choppers.
Not that.
Yeah,
not a helicopter or motorcycle.
I'm just thinking, man, she was a real badass. What was she like? At first, I went like, okay, she was a nurse in Korea. She maybe rode on I don't know.
What the hell? my grandma, the chopper flyer. She was flying those helicopters. That was her main ride to work. I come from one of those families.
Well, it's not like chopper motorcycles are mainstream. It's not like that's any different. Like it's one thing if she's riding bitch, but if she was the one kickstarting that thing and riding it all over town, then
I didn't even figure out what the hell you were talking. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? Like helicopter. I was like, let's move on. Just keep going.
I thought I was wrong at first. I thought I was wrong at first. I was like, well, okay. Motorcycles. He started talking about chopper. I was like, maybe I understood wrong. You got me all confused.
Good morning, Captain Hayden. Good to see you too.
Hayden's only in here because he's like,
Dino.
Your grandma flew.
Yeah, Dino Mike was. Yeah, Dino Mike mentioned ape hangers, and for those of you unfamiliar, that's the it's not the official nomenclature, but in common motorcycle parlance, that's what they call them, ape hangers, because the bars went up really, really high, and when you held onto the handlebars, it was reminiscent of a monkey hanging from like the monkey bars on a playground. So Dynamite is not wrong.
We'll have to find out what she calls them.
So she's an she's an original ape.
Well, I don't know, because the story changes from time to time. Sometimes I feel like I've heard her say that the handlebars were up high, and then other times I've heard her talk about it, and it's like they're just normal. So I don't know. We'll see what story we get today. I don't know.
Hayden, I don't need a filter. Despite I'm not a grandparent yet, but I don't require a filter. My kind, warm, and loving nature. My kind, love, and warming nature precludes the need for me to have a filter. Everything that comes from my pie hole is always kind and warm-hearted.
Choppers. You said she rode a chopper, not flew a chopper.
You said one thing, we heard another. Yeah. I'm like, was Casey's grandma on Airwolf or something? I mean, what's the deal? When she comes on today, you need to play the Airwolf song. That could be her walk-on song.
No, I'm going to play the intro for MASH. You know the opening scene for MASH?
Oh,
she was
even better. That's even better.
That's my mom's favorite.
Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Wait, I better cue that up now. I don't know what time she's coming on this morning, but I would imagine it'll be later in the day because my mom has to, they're 2 hours behind, and my mom's got to go over there and all that kind of good stuff. So let me hold on a second here. I'm gonna have to open this up. MASH intro song. Hold on a second here. MASH intro theme song. Let's see if we got it here. My mom will be like, "That's for me."
There was a little bit of a dust up about that song some years later once the people realized that the lyrics to that song were, I guess, for lack of a better word, a pro-suicide, and so they tried to make a big stink out of it.
We're gonna play MASH when she comes in. It'll be choppers.
I like what Pro Jeweler's going with. He's like grandma hanging out of a Huey as a door gunner in Vietnam. Yep.
I'm going to see if I can get her to tell us what her favorite rock song is. Because I quite frankly not sure that she's going to be able to list one off, but we'll see if she can. Because if she can list off a rock song, and I'm going to ask her probably something from back in the day when she was a kid. See if she can list something. I'm sure it'll probably be maybe Elvis related or something along those lines, I would imagine. But and then maybe we'll play that for like the intro on Monday or something. I don't know. I'm going to see if I can't get her to talk about that.
Totally disagree with what her walk-on song should be.
What should it be?
I'm guessing since she's a chopper pilot, definitely a Flight of the Valkyries from Apocalypse Now.
Not a chopper pilot.
Yeah, I find normally I wouldn't agree with Navy Boy, but he's right on this particular instance. The Flight of the Valkyries from the legendary scene where they're dropping napalm on the tree line while the guy's surfing. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Yeah, that's perfect for Granny T.
Yeah, and maybe if she's starting to talk, Charlie don't surf.
Yeah, exactly. If I say it's safe to surf, it's safe to surf. Yeah. Shit blowing up all around, on fire, people dying.
What am I putting in here for the search on this? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. What's
Flight of the
Valkyries?
Flight of the Valkyries. Okay, it is with an S.
It comes from a German. It comes from a German opera, I think. So.
Put on War off, make it loud. Into the Romeo Foxtrot, shall we dance?
Yeah, that scene's got to be on YouTube somewhere of Robert Duvall.
Yep, I got it. It's playing right now.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay, that'll be what it is. That works. There's choppers.
That's so appropriate as a chopper pilot.
All right.
Yeah, damn Hayden. I hate it when Hayden hits a home run.
You're welcome.
I absolutely hate it.
All right. Yeah. We'll play that on as our intro.
Not all superheroes wear a cape, but I did wear a flight suit.
Hey, tell your wife thanks for that suggestion. I know she's sitting there. There's no way you came up with that on your own. She probably whispered that in your ear.
Oh man!
Tell them fly to the Valkyries from Apocalypse now.
Unfortunately, she can claim no fame on that. I'm sitting in Casey's favorite city.
Phoenix.
Second favorite city.
Austin.
Third favorite city.
San Diego.
17th favorite city.
All right. Actually, you're over there by my grandma. You could probably hang out with her if you wanted to.
Is she really here?
Yeah, she's in San Diego. Well, she's in Fallbrook, which is out. It's a little ways away, but
yeah, I'll do a roaming video here in a minute. I'm about to go for a long walk.
Actually, none of those three are my favorite cities, by the way. Out of all those three that I picked, none of those are my favorite at all. I was just kind of curious. Like, I figured it had to be someplace I used to live.
It's the only way I can phrase it.
If I had to pick a favorite city, Boulder, Colorado. Boulder,
I've
Colorado.
never been there, but I hear it's very nice.
Yeah.
I like the mountains.
Oh, it's so beautiful. I can't get. There's no way that I could move there and ever get bored of the scenery. I think it's just constant, amazing. Every day.
Big range of mountains there, and all the cities right next to that big, huge range of mountains. And everyone goes, "Look how beautiful it is."
Oh yeah.
I see it a different way.
What's that?
I see all those pioneers that put up houses in there as quitters. They just didn't keep going.
They took one look at those mountains.
I mean,
said,
come on.
This is as far as we go.
If you look at
the line, people,
you're putting along in your wagon and you're sitting there looking at those boulders and you're going like, yeah, I could understand why they would want to quit. I get it.
Yeah,
it makes
sense.
sense.
Kids are bitching. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
All these guys, like, all those pioneers, look at how brave they were. They stopped. They quit.
and if I'm not mistaken, isn't Pikes Peak like really close to Boulder, and which happens to be like this like super high altitude issue where they probably would have suffocated like trying to get up there. The horses would have died from trying to pull the wagons up there. Am I wrong? Isn't that near Boulder? I think it is.
It's a bit south.
How far south? Is it like an hour driving?
I'm right now holding up like when I'm at 30,000 feet and I hold my fingers up and somebody goes, "How far is that?" And I go about 3 inches. It's like that.
Is that what 3 fingers looks like for you?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now we're talking. We're rugged.
Alrighty then.
Numbers.
So you got some sausages over there. Gee whiz. What'd you do? Jam your fingers playing basketball?
Yeah, exactly. And if my fingers aren't long enough, I just change the scale on the map.
Okay. All right. That works.
It's weird. My voice sounds like I'm in Phoenix, but I'm in San Diego.
It's always those swamp coolers, man. If you're in a hotel, it's got one of those swamp coolers. That's what happens to you every single time. That's what happens to me anyways. I don't know if it happens to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, same.
Yeah. It's those damn
swamp
coolers.
Trying to stay on East Coast time. I set my clock for 6:30 so I could hear the opening and stay on East Coast time.
I feel like those rooms, any room that comes with one of those swamp cooling units, needs to come with a dehumidifier with it too. Like you need to have something that counters the swamp cooler.
Oh, geez. I just opened my hotel window and I'm staring into someone's office. That's embarrassing.
Well, good morning to you, by the way.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yep. Daniel says, I just moved to New Hampshire from North Dakota. Our apartment is up on a hill, so every time I walk out to my pickup, I say, "Holy shit!" Looking at the mountains, laugh out loud. Yeah, dude. Actually, there is some amazing views on the northeast coast area. and I can only imagine that from where you're speaking of that, it would probably be just as beautiful as well. I haven't really been to those areas, those specific areas before, but yeah, I get it. Beautiful mountains is always pretty, though. CN and CP Rail preparing to lock out rail workers. Sounds like a strike. Are we? What are we battling on here? Is this all about wages? That would be my guess. So far for the day-to-day since market open, our low is 509 and our high is 515. So we are on a 4-cent spread today. Remember, yesterday we broke an all-time high with only a 6-penny spread. So we're close. And I think something that I had posted, I guess I can bookmark that. Something I had posted yesterday that I kind of wanted to. Well, I already did read it. I just told you about it. But I thought this was like a really cool comment that was given out of all these comments. But when I made that mention yesterday about the 6-cent spread in trading, there was a really, really, really good comment in here from Mike Robertson. And I'll read you mine first, and then I'll read you his. I said, AMC, interesting fun fact of the day. In the entire history of AMC being publicly traded as a stock, today was the lowest volatility in daily traded price movement, with only a 6-penny spread between the high and the low during open market trading. 4.9 of 24 was the last record high, lowest spread at 0.7 or 7 cents. To which Mike Robertson said, and to maintain that, I wonder what the market maker's short exemptions were. Why would a market maker need a short exemption on a range of 6 pennies? And I think that is
good comment.
Yeah,
Really good.
That is an amazing comment right there. Like, what the
Shame
F?
on us for missing that.
Yeah.
We were missing our responsibilities for not even noting that yesterday. Good on him.
Yeah. I totally, like I said, wow. Now there's a wrinkled ape brain, and because I think the thinking about that, I mean, the spread, a 6-penny spread, and they needed. I'll tell you, it was 191,000 shares that they marked short exempt yesterday. 191. I'm not sure what percentage of the we traded 9 million. So
that's where you go. Explain this.
Yeah.
I need all you people that are at the SEC. I need somebody to bring some clarity to this for me. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah. You tell me why. Why do you need a spread on a 6-penny spread? Why do market makers need to be marking shares short exempt? Why are they creating shares out of nothing on a 6-penny spread? And it doesn't make sense. It's because we're buying and there's no shares left. They ain't got none. Nobody's selling. Everybody's buying, including institutions who are telling us sell, 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 and then they're over there going buy, buy. They're telling their guys at the desk. They're saying hit the buy button, but tell everybody sell. Don't tell anyone else. Don't let them know we're buying. So yeah, a great comment by Mike Robertson. I love it when
Morning,
people
Preacher.
think outside the box. It's awesome. Preacher, good morning. Funky, good morning. Welcome.
Quack, quack. Good
Morning,
to have you.
everybody.
And Preacher, I did share the post that you had sent to me yesterday. I'm not sure if you were around to see it or not, but I did share those. Thank you.
No, not really. And well, I hope it's not a problem if I do, like, if I see something interesting, I'm gonna try to share it.
Absolutely. I hope so.
Yeah.
See something, say something.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good stuff. I'm going to mention it. Anybody, because B. Riley was apparently one of the investors, that took knocking down our debt on, were they? I don't know if they were responsible for distributing some of the AMC shares from the past when AMC has done share distributions. in the marketplace. So, and then B. Riley, I don't know if you guys have seen what's been going on with their stock price. I'll talk about it just because it's a financial institution. But have you guys been seeing what's been going on over there? Yes, no, maybe so?
No, I'm all ears, man.
I don't know how to spell it. It's got to be E before I. Riley. B. Riley. Hold on a second. Let me look up what the stock ticker is because I'm not actually sure what it is. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. RILY. It's got to be this one. Taking a bit of a plunge. This is the daily chart here. They were trading as high as 39.46 back on April 26th of 2024. And that was the last high that they had, and are now at $6.37. Taking one of the biggest hits that they had within this last week here, where price closed out the day at $16.95, and the next day opened at $8.82. So they literally, actually, did I say the wrong number? Hold on a second here. Close. Okay, yeah, they closed at $16.95 and opened at $8.82. So like half the stock price dropped off between $8.9 and $8.12. And it's been on a steady decline since then, with volume increasing. Today it's actually up 27.6% at $6.43. but that's after they printed a TD9, so that was kind of an expected bounce there. Still on high volume. But yeah, that was definitely some big moves.
Thing is, they did pump up their cash cow again, so I do expect to see a big dump on that one.
I just want to throw this in because this move I think was highly unexpected because they were actually trading on a descending parallel channel here. Looks pretty solid on a descending parallel channel, and this drop down to where it went to 451 was completely unexpected. Usually a descending parallel channel breaks to the top side. I wouldn't say that it necessarily, I am looking at a weekly chart right now. I wouldn't say on this weekly chart that it broke down below this level of support here just yet, but dang near close, and that shouldn't happen on an indicator like this because the odds of breaking down are pretty low. But yeah, not doing too well over there, B. Riley. If you go to the profile, it says operates in a diversified financial service platform. Its capital markets segment provides investment banking and institutional brokerage services, fund and asset management services, and direct lending services. Its wealth management segment provides retail brokerage, investment management, and insurance and tax preparation services. Its financial consulting segment provides a variety of specialized advisory services spanning bankruptcy, restructuring, forensic accounting, crisis and litigation support, appraisal and valuation, real estate, and operations management. Its auction and liquidation provide retail liquidation services to help clients dispose of underperforming assets and generate cash from excess inventory. Its communications portfolio and companies consist of related businesses that it has acquired for attractive risk-adjusted investment return characteristics. Its consumer product segment is comprised of Targus, which is a multinational company. But yeah, taking some hits there. And I think B. Riley was one of the institutions that AMC has used in I think in several occasions as part of our distributor of AMC shares when they're trying to raise capital. Yunhua says banks and hedges still in trouble. The commercial real estate market is going to destroy many of them. That was interestingly enough that you had mentioned that was actually the thesis back in 2021. The main thesis I think behind all this is that there was a commercial real estate bubble, similar to that of 2008 a private housing bubble that occurred, and essentially that they were using the exact same products that they were using from 2008, but on commercial properties. And because COVID happened, and a lot of businesses saw a lot of workers start working from home, businesses decided that they weren't going to need some of the properties anymore for commercial real estate, and so they moved out a lot of their businesses out of the commercial real estate. And so you saw this like vacuum kind of happening during COVID on commercial properties, and now they're starting to go up. They're starting to go. When I say up, I meant they're starting to blow up, and so it's becoming a bit of an issue because they had the same exact swaps that were occurring back in 2008 occurring, because there weren't rules put in place for commercial property like there were for the housing market after the housing crisis, and it's because I guess they assumed that perhaps that the commercial property would never see an instance where there would be a lack of demand. And so here we are. Yeah, but that was definitely the main thesis in 2021. That was going to be what ultimately made everything pop, was this commercial real estate market blowing up. Yunhua says most come due in 2025. Yeah. Well, it is 9:08, past time to take a look at numbers. So I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Gentlemen, for those of you who are in the back of the big tramp, if you happen to see my mom's profile walk up into the back of the big tramp, stop me where I'm at and let me know, because that way we can say hi to Grandma T and my mom, and yeah, just let me know. Two-factor. Oh, I remember I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably a great idea to set that up as well, because you don't want to have a situation occur where you don't have access to your account. Last but not least, and certainly the most important thing that you could potentially do for yourself, is to make sure that you have a copy of your portfolio downloaded from your broker. It's usually only a couple clicks to get it sent to you via email or download as a PDF or whatever, and get that. Anytime your account changes a little bit, get one of those. It's free. It doesn't cost nothing. Just do it. It's good to have that for your own record keeping for the future, for safety reasons. All right, starting in the top left-hand side for the day-to-day. Price prediction tally points. I'm leading the group here with my extra single point I got from Monday's price prediction that was right on the dot. So it's mine to lose, but somebody can definitely get this price prediction right on the nose and beat me out for the week this week. So there's still a chance here that they can get it. Price predictions for the day-to-day is only a 8 penny spread between us on these price predictions. I really wanted to go. It would have been funny if I would have gone 458, because if I had, there would have been a very narrow range between the group here, but I ended up going lower than I wanted to. I went with 451 to 551. So I'm the low man on the totem pole. Apex got 454 to 554. And he's next up, and then Nana's got 457 to 557, and then Tech at 459 to 559. He's leading the top of the poll here. So, like I said, only an 8 penny spread between us. If I'd have gone with 508 for a close, we would have only had a 4 pennies difference between us. So yeah, it's pretty tight. Short exempt volume from yesterday. We only what did we trade? I think we had like 9.3 million shares traded yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check and see real quick here. It was I think it was 9.9 million shares traded the previous day, and then I think it was 9.3 last night or yesterday. As a result, we end up having 197,000 shares on a 6 pennies traded day, 197,000 short exempt volume. Crazy. Utilization dropped pretty big, a huge amount here, down to 66.43. It was almost I think 10% drop on utilization, because I think we were at 74%, down to 66. And I'll show you why that is. And I thought it was going to be due more to the fact that there was more institutional buying going on, but it was actually because of the fact that there was a crap ton of shares and loan shares returned yesterday. And so we'll take a look at those numbers here in just a minute, but big amount, and usually that's pretty bullish, because that means somebody's expecting price to start going back up, and then when price does start going back up, they start lending shares again. So I'm expecting to see lending going back up once the price starts rising. We closed out yesterday up 0.2. Max pain is $5, and that did not change day over day, and GME is still at $5 as well. Taking a look at exchange traded volume for the day-to-day on AMC, normally by this time of the day, I would expect about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Right now, we got 56.4% going through off exchange, and EDGX at 14.02. That off exchange is super, super high right now. The grand total between the two is 70.42%. And who's got the hot mic there? I can't tell. Oh, hey JJ, can you mute your mic there, please? The total between off exchange and EDGX is 70.42. I would expect to see about 54%, so it's about 16.42% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 100. Nothing unusual going on with that number. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is also 100, so nothing happening in that exchange. Lots more shares returned for the day-to-day on AMC. So far, earlier this morning, we'd seen about 200,000 shares borrowed. It's now 300,000, but a lot more shares. Almost 1 million more shares returned today. So in total, we've seen 300,000 shares. It was 200,000 shares borrowed yesterday. Fees are increasing to 3.11%, rebates at 2.21. Institutional ownership this morning dropped a little bit to 120.881 million shares, and is now currently being reported at the same value, no change. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC is coming in at a strike price of $5.50. That's 50 cents up more than where it was yesterday. We currently have 2.1 thousand contracts in volume there so far. Highest amount of put volume is coming in at a $5 strike, which is where it was yesterday. Currently, there's 926 contracts. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today, and max pain is 5. Taking a look at GME. Highest amount of call volume. Wow. There is a lot of call volume at $30 right now, and I'm not sure why. What's going on with GME? It's only up 0.26. I'm not sure what's going on there. Those are probably rolled over, positions maybe being rolled over to a future date. Yeah. It's kind of unexpected. Highest amount of volume closest to current trading price, though, at 22.58, where they're at right now, is currently calls at 22.5. Highest amount of put volume is at 22, so the market's kind of suggesting maybe like a 22 to 22.50 close by the end of the day. Taking you over to the other screen, let's take a look at a few more pieces of data. We're seeing another spike again here on the yields. Let's start with Ortex. So far for the day-to-day on Ortex, 1.53 million shares returned. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.04%. The cost per hour mins at 1.04, averages 1.2, and max is 1.47. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 78.83 million shares. That's a decrease day over day by 11.35 million shares. Let's take a look and see here what this looks like on the charts. Just because I'm a little bit more of a visual person. Numbers are cool, but I like visually to see this kind of stuff. What it looks like. Here's our utilization dropping day over day from 74.7% down to 66.43. Here's the on loan amount dipping as well from 90.18 million shares on loan down to 78.83 million shares. Like I said, 11.35 million shares returned. The estimated short interest of the free float that dropped fell from 49.4 million shares in short interest to 47.42. So we're looking at, come on, numbers. We're looking at a drop of 1.98 million shares in short interest returned out of that 11.35. That's obviously going to drop our estimated short share interest of the free float a little bit here from, boy, it is slow again, 14.72 down to 14.13. And on loan average age per day dipped, which means that a lot of older positions were closed out in this returning of shares. That definitely reeks of somebody saying, like, I want out of these old positions before this price starts rising. This is the last chance for me. So we're seeing the on loan average age per day dip from 41.08 down to 37.2, and a big, huge spike on the short or the security lending volume from 2.29 million shares to 18.81. Lots and lots of shares being returned yesterday. Holy moly. Yikes. We'll come back to that here when okay, there we go. On GME this morning, and we looked at the numbers earlier. So far for the day-to-day, we're showing 26,000 shares having been returned so far. Cost per hour mins at 1.04. Max and average are also the same, which means there's likely only been one borrowing for the day-to-day. Actually, I don't even know if I read off AMC's cost per borrow numbers. Let me look at that real quick here. 1.04 for the min, average is 1.2, and max 1.47. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is at $4.62. They are not reporting the option data currently, so I can't give you any numbers there. GME's SSR trigger price is $20.28. We've currently got 265.6 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 26.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 80.6 thousand contracts are out of the money in the puts versus 24.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. The next 4 weeks in option contracts are actually really, really super light. And it looks to me, and I haven't done this yet to go back in the yesterday's video to look at it yet, but it looks to me like some of the quad witching numbers look low again, or look lower than what they were from yesterday. I'm going to go back in yesterday's live stream right now and just verify this, because to me, that's a big deal. If somebody decided to close out a bunch of options for a quad witching week that were long and short, that means that they're unhedging, and that could be very, very significant. Give me just 1 second. I need to pull up my videos from yesterday and figure this out. Live. Let's scroll to... Okay. Uh, 920. Okay, I was wrong. Yesterday, the total amount of in the money calls was at 9,501. So the in the money calls increased a little bit here. The out of the money calls was 39.8 thousand contracts. So that number also increased. The in the money puts was at 9,100. That number decreased. And this number right here yesterday was 18.5, and that number increased. There we have it. So I was wrong. This is why documenting history is important, because you can go back and verify. All right. Moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. And due to the fact that we have low volume, I don't expect to see us there, and we're not. MMRI earlier this morning was 247.03. It's now 249.31. Those numbers are still lower than what they were yesterday at like 250 something. 49.29. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year, you can see the 2-year is going way back up here again. We're starting to see the 2-year shoot well above the 10-year again. 4.096 is the 2-year and 3.905 for the 10-year. 0.191. Earlier this morning it was 0.172. We started out on Wednesday morning at 0.106. So these numbers are starting to widen up quite a bit. This monstrosity brought to you by the Japan carry trade. You can see that the US dollar is suddenly starting to spike. Those kind of spikes should have the market trading down. The VIX is trending down, it looks like. Bitcoin looks like it's trending down. The yen was trending down and looks like it's starting to move up, which means that it's weakening now. The Nikkei was trending down and is now starting to trend back up, and the SPX looks like it's moving up here. So just kind of pointing out some of these indicators that we used from the past when we were seeing the carry trade go through. Something was going on earlier this morning, but it looks like whatever it is reverse direction. Once again. NASDAQ is up 0.15. Dow Jones is down 0.08. S&P 500 is up 0.03. We have 2,959 advancers to 2,216 decliners. The market's more advancing than declining. 29.59. Sectors that are the worst performing sectors for the day today appear to be materials, followed by industrials. The best performing sector, consumer discretionary, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. We've got Coinbase up 3.15. FRC is down 6.67. And that's it. Gold is up 1.07 and starting to take a tumble. It was on a trend and broke 2,500 earlier this morning, which is an all-time high. and is now starting to trend down and starting to look a little bit like a head and shoulders here. Like this may even go down further. Let me just, this is looking a lot like exploding kittens here. Y'all seen this so many times. The exploding kittens that lead into a head and shoulders, which typically leads to momentum downwards in here. And then here's your head and shoulders, followed by price movement down. And usually this price movement downwards tends to make it back down to the level just before the kitty, around 2475-ish. So this is definitely heading down, and we've seen this pattern before plenty of times. There's no guarantees that it'll make it down that far, but that's usually the level that I find that it tests at. And but gold is trending down currently. Silver is up, or down rather, 0.22, but looking like it's ultimately trending up still. I wouldn't. It started to break past this trend and started to move down here, but I'm going to call this consolidation for right now until it moves down a little bit further. Ethereum Classic is down 0.26. Was trending down earlier this morning. Found a rebound off of 18.3 per coin, and is currently trending back down. The U.S. dollar is down 0.2. Was trending down. It appears to be trending, breaking that downtrend into an uptrend. Oil is up 0.16. Initially was moving up in market open and then started trending back down, almost starting to look like consolidation. Mortgage-backed securities. We have Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities are up 0.01. They gapped up in the pre-market and have been trending down ever since. BlackRock's are down 0.05, also getting the gap up in pre-market opening and trending down afterwards, right back to where it was. SPY is breaking even for the day today. They found a bottom. SPY found the bottom at about 549.40 in pre-market and started trending up ever since afterwards. Currently on 7.16 million shares traded for the day today. Let's take a look at the volume traded more recently here and see where we're at. Yesterday was a green day with larger quantities of volume. The total volume yesterday was 60.8, and we were looking like a trend towards 40 million shares traded. So there was some additional volume that pumped in yesterday. That's actually looking more bullish now that you're starting to see volume rising and price rising. But we got to get, and that might lead me to believe that now that there's been 2 days on this uptrend here, that we're starting to see a little bit more bullish signs from the move that's happening, because most of the days here were day over day falling volume as price was moving upwards. We might be getting, the market might be getting convinced that this is a bullish trend in price movement. You can definitely see that the buying pressure is greater than the selling pressure, and RSI is at 58.94, which means it still has room to move up. VIX is currently down 0.72 at 1512. Initially gapped up and then started trending down after market open. Futures are suggesting 1523, so it's already lower than the futures. IWM is up 0.16. Currently, it is trending down after trending up at the beginning of market open. VB is down 0.03. Same thing on this. Trended up at market open, is trending down now. Tesla is up 1.93 and is consolidating after trend up. Amazon is up 0.23 and trending up. Cinemark is down 0.87, trending down after consolidation. Doge is down 1.29 and trending down. Bitcoin up 0.45, trending down. GME is up 0.28, trending up. HYMC is up 3.17 and is... currently it's trending down, but it was on an uptrend earlier. NCMI is up 2.03, consolidating after an uptrend. Hood is up 0.97, consolidating after an uptrend, and AMC is down 0.58 and is consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, we have approximately $500,000 more outflow than inflow, 1.64 million shares traded so far. After 60 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 10.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Of course, that volume pace is going to come down a little bit. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure, than RSI of 52.2, which is average. On a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 49.13, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. Than RSI at 48.47, which is average. On a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI at 46.67, which is slightly below average. Ichimoto. Lagging line on Ichimoto is on price line. Conversion base on top of each other. None of this looks like a buy signal right now. Where price needs to move to is $5.15 or higher to turn this into a buy signal as it stands the way it is right now. So we may see this is shaping up to look like it's going to be a very even sideways trading day again today, based off of what I'm seeing right now. Market doesn't really seem to want to go one direction or the other too much here. So a 4 hour time interval, lagging line is right on price line. Conversion is technically above base. Price needs to jump up to about 420 here before the end of the day is over to really kind of keep this a buy signal for now. What happened in the aftermarket hours last night would have probably gave some hesitation to anybody who may have been thinking about buying into AMC, short term, anyways. But it's not looking. It's not showing signs of strength, especially with low volume. We need to see a pump in volume in order for price to continue to move upwards. And with that, I think that's all I got for you guys. I yield to the back of the big tramp. Oh my gosh, we have a 6 penny spread again today, as of right now. Is that right? Yeah, 6 pennies. The spread in price movement today is equivalent to what we had yesterday. Let's see here. Highway Frog is talking about the potential railway spikes in Canada, saying the rail is not essential service. Wolfie. I have no idea why I said it like that. Wolfie, still here. Good to see you.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
Wolfie from yeah, it's from the Christmas Story, right? Is that where you heard it from, or what were you thinking of?
No, I thought we were talking about Wolfie. Some guy that also pops in every once in a while. It's his chat, Bigum's chat every once in a while, and
oh yeah. That's who it is. I thought you were referencing the Wolfie that I said.
No, Wolfie.
Yep, Wolfie. I have no idea why I said Wolfie. It's just the I can't say the R word anymore. It's the moron in me. That's what it is. Trevor, good morning. Rex, good morning. Petra, good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Brandon Burks, see ya. Sorry, but you obviously have ignored the rules of the channel. If you're just here to harass people, instant ban. Thank you. Thank you for participating. Do we have the price? Do we have the prices right in here?
Bye-bye.
Thank you for participating. Please pull forward. Yes, Turtle says low volume. Very, very low. Give me 1 second, guys. I had one of my characters fall off the back of my desk here. I gotta go grab him real quick. I'll be right back. Wait a second. I'm desk diving. Come here, buddy. Fell off my little Rocketeer guy fell off the backside. I have not found a good spot for him yet. I wanted to share with you guys. Some of you guys may have been wondering about how Romulus was last night, and it was good. I didn't give a very good rating, but you have to be really careful with me and ratings because I'm kind of protective of horror movies, and I really just didn't. If you're looking for a good sci-fi thriller movie, you're really going to enjoy Romulus. If you are looking for a horror movie that's going to scare the bejesus out of you, then I don't know. It's just for me, it didn't. Right? I wasn't real scared in it, but I don't know if it's. I was telling Melissa, I said, "Am I just desensitized? Is that what it is? Like maybe the stuff has gotten so bad lately that I'm just desensitized, and some of the stuff just doesn't scare me anymore. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I wasn't like super scared. There was a lot of jump scares. There were a lot of jump scares. But anyways, I got these. I did not get the popcorn bucket. I went when I went to go there. I instantly asked for the popcorn bucket. I'm sure they get tired of hearing about it because they apparently had sold out. This is what I got for going on the day that I went. We got a patch, Alien Romulus patch. It says Wayland Corporation. I know it doesn't really show up all that well. This camera sucks. Sorry. It's the best you get. I can't really make it focus for whatever reason. And then I also got an alien pin. It's real hard to see. I can't really. It's basically the main character in a spacesuit pin that you can pin onto whatever. My wife carries a lot of pins on her backpack. So that's just probably gonna put one on there. That was cool. But we did not get the popcorn bucket. I asked the guy when I got up there. I was like, "Do you have any popcorn buckets?" And he's like, "No." And I'm like, "What time did you sell out of those?" And because I'm going like, "Well, how much do I need to up?" I didn't up my game this time, but I was kind of wanting to know how much I needed to up my game. And he goes, "When we first opened this morning, people who had bought tickets for this weekend showing like Saturday or something were coming in when we first opened up the doors this morning and buying the buckets, and we were sold out as soon as we opened." I'm not doing that. I'm not going to show up and wait in a line to buy a popcorn bucket that early in the morning. So
then you won't have a bucket. Then.
I'm not going to have it. Yeah, I'm not going to have a
bucket for you.
That's right. You're absolutely right. I can order them online because I ordered my Wolverine bucket online. So I'm just going to order my face hugging alien bucket online too. So when that pops up, when AMC lets us know we can order those online, I'll let you know. I'll be the first to let you know. But yeah. Not everybody got the pins and patches, though. You had to have the movie ticket for that last night to get those. They were verifying when we checked in. And so all you bucket holders out there, neener. Bet you don't have a patch or a pin. I swear I'm gonna change Diesel's name to Tank. Every time he drinks, all I can think is Tank. He's filling it. But yeah, so if you want to get one of those buckets, good luck. They sell out quick. Very, very quick.
I don't know who the guys that orders the buckets, but he almost is like the guy that orders the candy in the Atlanta area, selling out that quick.
I think so. I'm torn on this because I know a lot of people are thinking that they should make more buckets. I'm torn. I don't want to see AMC having excess inventory left over. And if that means that they have to try to get people, if people really want a bucket, they got to go online to order it versus buying it at the store. I kind of see why you might do that.
Yeah, it's really important because if every bucket that they don't sell that they've already paid to have manufactured, they eat that. Eventually, it's going to end up in a dumpster. It's going to end up in a landfill, and then that balances, that removes the profit from every bucket that was sold.
Yeah.
So it's.
I would prefer a scarcity because then it makes it more desirable for people to want to show up to get them.
Exactly.
So I'm kind of leaning more towards the side of like, yeah, keep them rare, because that's how you get people in the door because they really want that bucket, And so people are gonna be fighting over movie tickets to get to those buckets. Let that happen. That's a good thing.
Oh, I'm totally with you. I understand what both you guys are saying.
Yeah.
Just sitting there going, those buckets. I'm gonna guess. I don't know. Korea, 17 cents.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and that's why I'm leaning a little bit that way on my thought process. Yeah. But at the same time though, I feel more strongly towards the idea of having them rare. I like it.
I'm with you. I think I'm just complaining to have a first world problem.
I am too. No, but I'm with you. I get it. I want them to make more buckets too, but that's just because of my own selfish reasons, and what I want more is for people to buy tickets to come into AMC and fight over getting into the movie theater so they can get those buckets. That's what I want more of. So I have mixed emotions. Yeah. They did sell for 100. AMC Hawkeye. I don't know what you're talking about. They sold. I went online and eBay was selling them for $100. They did sell for 100. Oh, by the way, shoot. Hold on a second. When we went to the AMC, and I did not know this. You know the Borderlands bucket? Did you guys see that one? Hold on a second. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
They actually
had a little base on it. So
yeah. I showed it to you guys the other day. They had one of those in a glass case at the bar, and dude, it was legit. It was like really like I liked it so much that I was like, dude, I need to get one of those. But I didn't even think to ask if they had any. And the crazy part is that I saw a tweet last night from somebody. It is a really cool one. I saw a tweet from somebody last night saying that there's AMC had a sticker on the thing that says, "Take me home, please. I come with popcorn." And I was like, dude, I don't know why I didn't even think to ask to get one of those. Instead, because they didn't have them sitting out, and so I just didn't think to ask about it. But let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. AMC. Let me see if I can find one here real quick. Give me 1 second while I pull up the website. In person, like when you look at this on the internet, you don't look at this and go like, oh, that's really cool, at all. But when you see it in person, it is way better looking in person than it is. Where is featured? Let me see if I can find it. I don't know why I didn't just go. I was trying to show it to you guys on their website, but they may not have it here. All right, let me just try and look it up online here. I had no idea how cool this thing was looking. How cool it looks. Come on.
Popcorn buckets getting crazier and crazier for movies. AMC just sent me their latest one. and I feel like this one's gonna sell out fast. It's just gotten so crazy how complicated popcorn buckets have gotten. Here we go. Let's see who actually recognizes why we're putting this much attention to something that holds popcorn, but I love it. One of the reasons they sent me this is because AMC will be at San Diego Comic-Con, and if you're there, you can buy the vandalized version of this claptrap, which is exclusive to San Diego Comic-Con, when the regular version will be sold the week Borderlands releases in theaters. And if you thought all these details and stuff wasn't enough, it lights up. It looks like to turn on, you just push that button. This is your claptrap. Lights up, baby.
It's actually
for sending me this. If you're at San Diego Comic-Con, look for the exclusive version. If not, buy yours at an AMC when Borderlands gets released.
It's legit. It's legit looking. And even though I haven't seen the movie and probably don't even plan on seeing the movie, I would consider owning that bucket just because it's so neat looking. Just saying. I hadn't seen it in person. It was the first time I had seen it in person. So I was impressed.
Good morning.
Oh, is this Yucca? Holy moly, what's going on? Why are you so early again? You're like...
My daughter, she wants to get to school earlier as usual. Than usual, I mean. So we're having to wake up earlier. She's like, my friends are there and I need to get there early.
She's old enough to drive now, right?
Yeah, I haven't.
Time to tell her to drive herself to school. I'm just teasing. Can she take the bus?
Yeah, she's not. No, she's in 11th grade. She's only in 11th grade. She's gonna be 16.
All right, Yucca. Let's tell me, why don't you want her driving?
Not yet.
Why not?
I am gonna teach her.
When
it's fucking crazy out here,
when did you learn how to drive? What age were you?
I was 16.
17. Okay. And how old is she right now?
16, yeah. She's 15.
Mm-hmm. 15 and a half?
Yeah, pretty much.
So she could go take the test and get her learner's permit?
Yeah, she could do that, right?
Mm-hmm. And then you could start teaching her?
Yeah. She's 16. Yeah, she's going to be 16 September.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You should do it.
I'm going to.
All right. Awesome. UPS delivery guy. Good morning.
This summer when she was complaining to us that we didn't teach her for the summer, we didn't take her, and I felt bad, but I'm like, man, I gotta be at work all the damn time.
Yeah.
And then her mother's like, I can't do it. I already attempted, and she gets all nervous and she can't handle it. Who did you teach all your kids?
Not all of them, no. But I was responsible for training the first couple, and then Melissa took over. So.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think she had an opportunity to see like how I was doing it, and then you know.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of them is not learning manual, and I'm not sure how that's going to work out. So she's a little on the short side. So it'd make it really, really hard for her to get to the clutch as easily as perhaps maybe somebody who's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, my daughter is short. She's not that tall.
Yeah. So I think Melissa's given in to letting her learn automatic instead. So
I had a business idea where you could find a failing shopping mall, and because it's indoors, you don't have weather. And then I was going to set up a course and use golf carts as an introduction to driving. You'd be surprised how many kids have never driven a golf cart or a four-wheeler or anything. And I'm convinced that kids who have the ability to experience that in their youth, they make much better drivers. They already get the concept, you know.
Yeah.
I thought that you could do that. You could do that, and then just before they graduate, you could have a fleet of cars where you take them out on the roads and all that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I think I agree. One of the places where I first learned how to drive was video games. There was a I'm trying to remember the name of the game. There was one that was kind of realistic where it had like force feedback on the wheel. You actually had to shift correctly or the car would stall out. And it was a manual, so you had to legit clutch it and everything. And it wasn't. That was actually a really fun game, but it was super expensive back in the day when we were kids. And I don't remember what it was called.
I think a lot of people make the mistake is they try to immediately teach a kid to drive a standard. And I think that's a mistake. I think it's more important for them to get the concept of the turns, radiuses, and how to stop the car, and intuitively stop in an emergency situation. I think once all of that is accomplished and they become comfortable, then you can, if you wanted to, take it to the next step, because stick shifts are a thing of the past.
You know what I like about having kids drive manual vehicles? It makes it harder for them to use their phones while they're driving. And in this day and age,
maybe for the first 2 or 3 days, but other than that, I would argue it just makes it more dangerous, because if they're prone to doing that, they're going to do it anyhow, and it just makes it even more complicated.
Billy's saying Casey and AMC make everyone pre-order the buckets so they know how many to make. I don't know. I mean, I think people want to kind of see what it's going to look like first, and I don't think they could, have a design concept. And I could see that ending horribly if they had a design concept and then it turned out nothing like what you saw. I think that could turn people off pretty quickly. But I mean, there might be something to that. I mean, we might be able to suggest to them that maybe they could do pre-orders for Investor Connect members, because I know they really want to try and get people to sign up for Investor Connect if at all possible. And maybe they could do that. Maybe they could say, like, okay, for anybody who signs up at Investor Connect, we will allow you to pre-purchase on buckets, and maybe you can pick it up on at the movie theater. Like, it'll have your name on it, kind of thing. Like, here you go. Here's your pre-reserved bucket, which would be awesome. I don't know. We can always make it as a recommendation.
So, so you're telling me that institution sold out, the market is going up on air, and the IWM is at where it has been without moving. So you're telling me that institution sold out and they're supposed to go into IWM, but they haven't, but the market is going up. And everything's fine and dandy. I don't understand. I don't get it.
So I'm a little confused. So,
usually,
what are you saying? What are you saying about IWM specifically? Why IWM?
Because usually that's where small caps, right? They usually go into small caps. IWM is a ETF for small caps.
Okay.
They were promoting it on CNBC, whatever. IWM. That's where institutions go in, and it's going up.
That's actually. I had to look it up because I couldn't remember, but it's actually mid caps. But okay.
Mid caps.
Yeah.
Okay, so do they go into mid caps and small caps, right?
Yeah. They're redistributing into small and
both.
mid. Yeah.
So, but what I'm saying is, SPY went back up, everything's going back up.
Mm-hmm.
But institutions sold out. We saw those huge dumps They got out, but they never went back into anything.
Well, I don't know that they
That I
all
was
sold out.
seeing.
I don't know if I would suggest that. I think if you're talking about that dump that occurred back in the beginning of the month, that was the carry trade, and I would suggest that was,
Yeah, no, that's
in
the
a
carry
sense, that
trade.
was
But
kind of like
before,
before that.
but before that, you remember it was going down, it was going down, it was going down. You can see those days that they just kept selling and selling, and then we had that carry trade that really just nailed, put the nail in the coffin, and then that was it.
I'm
But
assuming
now
you're
it's back up.
probably talking from like the beginning of July going forward, where we
Yeah,
saw kind of like a bit of a
yeah,
sell
yeah.
off during that
Remember?
period of time.
Yeah, and that was them getting out. Made sense, but
And we were seeing
they
the
never.
mid caps rise during that period of time.
Yeah, just a little bit. It was like it seems like it was faked. They faked us out. Like they faked.
You know what? I don't.
So
I do see a little bit of a pump on IWM, but it looks like during the carry trade, when the carry trade hit, it looks like there was a big huge sell off on mid caps, a massive sell off. So if somebody was getting margin called during the carry trade, and they wanted to sell something off, then selling off those mid caps may have been where they decided to start exiting out of their positions to sell off at. Because there was a big, huge sell-off there during that period of time. The volume wasn't all that big, but you can see it in the price. And the volume doesn't have to be. The volume doesn't have to be big here because this is actually volume of IWM. The pricing is where it comes from, and so you might actually see the volume spread on the mid cap stocks themselves. They were actually taking big hits in volume and not necessarily volume taking big hits on IWM.
Okay. You see, we're at like 220, 220s, and then all of a sudden we never recovered. Well, they never recovered, and I have a feeling they never went back in.
Maybe not.
They're waiting for
in
Jackson
fact,
Hole.
if anything, I think they've been pumping some more of the the Mag 7 again.
Yeah.
Because ever since the carry
They
trade
know that.
ended, the Mag 7 have been just absolutely ripping.
Yep.
So it's almost as if like the idea of them rediversifying out of the Mag 7 and into mid and small caps, that the plan changed suddenly to getting right back into another situation of putting all your money into just a few stocks in the large caps. And
Yeah, I feel like they have a plan. Like they're waiting for Jackson Hole. He's gonna give us a rate cut, and then, once then the market's gonna pump, and then they're gonna get out, whoever they are. He, she,
they, them.
they, he, them, yeah. And then because they know it's gonna dump, The economy sucks.
Yeah.
I really don't know. It seems really fishy.
Well, I feel like, I mean, from what I feel like I'm seeing is that I feel I think the market's being sold on the idea that we're moving into a bullish move again here. If you look at this move back here, back in March and April of 2024, where there's a big correction and the price continued to move upwards, I think that's what's trying to be projected here, is that there's going to be some kind of recovery. The question is where is the top on this thing? Because I mean, there's even going back to like September of 2020, or not September, October of 2023, we've just been on an absolute tear up. And so if you were to like chart this out, if I go to a weekly on this and chart this out here, I would probably put. Oh, I've already got stuff lined up here, but I would probably put a ray right here, which is where I've got my Fibonacci retracement set up for, so I kind of know where the levels of support and resistance are at. And I think I would probably use the top that we had more recently as kind of like the indication as to perhaps maybe where all of this is going to potentially unfold the most. And this is a very dramatic. Let me just make sure I'm not missing something further back here. Yeah, this is a pretty dramatic wedge that's being formed on the way up here. And so I think that one of the critical points that the market has to, where SPY specifically needs to be breaking past, is probably going to be that 520 level. And if it breaks significantly beyond 520 and continues to fall beyond 520, then that's where you start running the risks of seeing a lot of these other levels of support being broken as this comes back down. So really that's what we need to be watching for. Remember, I do have this on a weekly time interval here, and on the weekly, you're seeing that, because don't forget we're ending this week right now, you can see the drastic difference in volume dropping off here. This is a green candle right here with volume at 410 million shares for the week last week, whereas here you have a green candle with only 210,000 shares in volume. So you're looking at like half the volume right now from where it was last week, with just as much upwards momentum almost. So I think this is not. I don't know if this is sustainable, and I don't even.
What I understood from listening to somebody else that was analyzing the volume and this, they're saying that you can move a stock on little volume if there is not a lot of sell volume.
Yeah,
it's easier. So I was like, that's what I was like confused. I'm like, how it's being moved with nothing.
Yeah,
but I guess nobody's selling. There's no
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's why I always say whenever you have low volume, it's not real. Whatever happens to price on low volume isn't real. Up or down, doesn't matter. It's not real.
Yeah.
If price is moving down on low volume, then it's, and we're talking about larger amounts of price movement downwards than what you're used to seeing, then that's not a real move. It's fake, and because you're on low volume. But if you see low volume and price rising, that's also fake, because you need to have volume buying on it. So price is really easy. Actually, you know what? Damn. Price, when is price most easy? It's manipulated in both directions when you have low volume. You can manipulate price upwards on low volume, and you can manipulate price downwards real easily on low volume. Either way.
That's why you see such wild swings pre-market and after hours as well. Yeah. It doesn't take very much at all to make it look like something big's happening, when the truth of the matter is it's a tempest in a teapot.
Yep. You gotta do numbers?
Is it that time? Damn. I didn't realize that. You got me talking about.
Yeah, I gotta talk about this whole moas.com, and did you hear about that?
Oh yeah, that's what I put in a tweet yesterday. I thought you guys saw it.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I forgot to bring it up, and I'm like, but then I went to search the domain name. It's private.
Mm-hmm.
So what are they trying to pull?
Yeah, there's also another one. So for those of you who don't know, if you go to if you just go into how do I want to do this?
September 4th, right? That's the other one.
Yeah, the other one's September 4th. So if you go to moas.com, it'll redirect you to Roaring Kitty's or DFE's YouTube channel. If you go to September 4th, I think that's spelled out Fourth, September4th.com. I think it does the same thing. A lot of people are suggesting right now that is a quote unquote sign from DFE that it's he's pointing towards something, but it doesn't necessarily have to be him. Anybody could have bought those.
Anybody,
those particular domains and redirected the domain to his YouTube channel. So just be careful in knowing that that's, just because I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I'm not saying he did it either. So just be careful because I don't. Yeah. We'll find out eventually.
Yeah, I can't wait. The news, they haven't even. I'm sure they're gonna run with it.
Yeah.
One
way or the other. Don't bother me.
What are they trying to do? They're trying to set him up. If that's not him,
I don't know. I mean, some people are suggesting. I think somebody did some research on it already, and I think some people are suggesting that Pulte did it. But I really don't know. I don't. To be honest with you, those kind of things for me are just kind of like drama,
noise,
inducing things, and it's just like if it turns out to be DFE later on down the road and we find out, great. If we don't find out one way or the other, and it's no skin off my back, I don't, it's not going to change me or what I'm doing in any kind of way. So I don't really get tied up in it too much. Teeth, back, whatever it is.
Did you say skin off your back?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I think I did say that.
You want us to skin you?
I don't know. Maybe is it fun?
I don't know. Numbers time.
I don't either. Yeah. So, Papa Mac saying, I wonder why AMC is so flat lately with such low volume. It's because they don't want anybody buying. They want this to stay off as many radars as possible. And the only way you can achieve that is through low volatility and keeping price within a very tight range. There's very likely a market-wide event that's occurring right now that is causing somebody a lot of stress, and additional stress is probably unneeded at this time. Yeah, but numbers. I've been farting up a storm today, guys. Have you heard any of them? That's so random, right?
What did you have for dinner?
What did I? I had AMC pizza. That's what I had.
Wow.
Yeah,
I don't have that.
Oh, it's good,
That's
though.
what it is?
We brought it home, and Melissa had never ordered it before, and I didn't eat a whole lot of it because I wasn't really super hungry. We had kind of had something before we went, and so we brought it home, and she's like, "Can I have a piece of your pizza before we go to bed?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, go for it." I told her, I said, "But don't, it's way better when you get it fresh off AMC's whatever they cook it in." And she goes, okay. So she heats it up and she's like, oh my gosh, this is great. And I'm sitting there like, I told you. And I said, it's even better when you get it straight delivered right to your seat too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me guess. And then she says, I'll meet you in the bedroom.
No, she didn't say that.
Oh,
no, she actually, long story. I don't want to talk about it. She went upstairs to go take a shower, and then I went upstairs and took a shower because it was like, it was a hot night.
I bet it was.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot. Let me take you over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns, specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's see here. Hopefully Grandma's not listening already. My mom's like, she's not, but I am. Let's see here. Give me a second. I'm trying to move some screens around. Definitely getting a little bit of activity there. All right, let's see. Here we go. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we have 58.43% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.99%. For a grand total, 69.42%. Nice. It's about 9.42% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 3,275 shares. GME's CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 400. Nothing unusual about either of those two numbers. They're not very high yet. shares having been returned on AMC has been through the roof. So there's now 2.7 million shares available to be borrowed. Fees are at 3.11 and rebates at 2.21. I just want to make a note that institutions returned 11.35 million shares, which we'll cover here in just a minute when I go over the Ortex numbers. But institutions returned 11.35 million shares yesterday. That's what they reported. But the amount of shares that ended up coming back on the books, 2 million. Very, very small fraction of it. Interestingly enough, the amount of shares of short interest that were supposedly returned as estimated, according to Ortex, was 1.98 million, which was very, very close to the same amount. Loan shares being returned without seeing available shares going way up on IBKR is kind of odd. At least not more than 2 million anyways. Taking a look at what's next. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. We've seen 200,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day on AMC. Or is it 2? 3. 300,000 shares borrowed so far with fees at 3.11 and rebate at 2.21. On Ortex, an hour ago, 1.53 million shares were being reported as having been returned. It's now 741,000 shares, so we've got a little bit of a drop in that number, meaning more shares borrowed, which is going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 14.08%. Cost borrow mins at 1.04, averages 1.56, and max 1.68. GME's CHX volume, what am I saying? GME's borrowed change amount for the day is at 132,000 shares borrowed. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume, sitting at a $5.50 strike an hour ago. It was at 2.1 thousand contracts. It's now no longer the leader in volume. It's gone down to $5 with 7.1 thousand contracts in volume. So this is kind of what I was mentioning earlier this morning, guys. I mentioned to you that, if price remains above 5, there's probably going to be a lot of call options that want to close, being that today is the last day. And when that starts to happen, that's going to push the price downwards from the 412 that we ended at yesterday. And as we start to go down closer and closer, we'll get to that $5 mark. We might drop a little bit below that, and then before the end of the day is over, we'll probably come back up a little bit. But you're going to see calls wanting to close, and that's going to drop price a little bit. Highest amount of volume in puts is at $5. There's 1,650 puts in volume so far for the day today. So market's really kind of signaling for like a closing price between 475 and 525 by the end of the day today. Taking you over to the other page, orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither are on there. Likely due to low volume. MMRI an hour ago was 249.29. It's now 249.17. 249.17. I'm trying to decide where am I going to put my Wayland patch at. I haven't done an iron-on patch in I don't know how many years. I don't even know what to put it on. My hat. Ooh, that would be cool to put it on my hat. I didn't think about that until just now. That'd actually be really cool. All right. Spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields. 4.098 on the 2-year, 3.907 on the 10, 0.191, which is exactly what it was at an hour ago. This monstrosity here of indicators looking at different things that were moving quite a bit during the Japan carry trade. Are the only major thing that's having some significant movement is the U.S. dollar. Earlier this morning was let's see, where was it at? I guess earlier this morning it was trending down, and then we had a sudden spike just around the time market opened. And is now starting to trend down a little bit here, but we'll take a look at some of those numbers here in just a second. NASDAQ is down 0.1. Dow Jones is breaking even, and the S&P 500 is down 0.08. We have 2,786 advancers to 2,587 decliners. The market's more declining this hour than it was an hour ago, but overall still advancing. sectors, the worst performing sectors for the day today. There's a lot that are really, really close, but we'll go industrials and real estate as the worst two. The top two being utilities, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or more will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 2.76. FRC is down 6.67. And that's about it. Gold is up 1.35 and trending up currently. Overall, on a bigger picture, I'm going to call it consolidating. Silver is down 0.2, trending up. Yep, trending up. Somebody okay over there? Who's that? Oh, the JJ's showing us something. What's going on, JJ? What's he showing us? Looks like a San Diego foggy morning. Oh, there's the building that you fly over when you just about hit it coming into San Diego. The parking. He's going to... You know what? Hold on a second here, guys. You got to see this. He's probably going to show us a plane flying overhead here any second. Why can't I get this?
Yeah, they won't let me. They won't let me get on the garage, so I'm on the one next to it.
Yeah.
So when I see a plane on final, I'll turn on the sound so you can hear it.
Yeah, it's great. So for those of you who know San Diego well enough to know, because you live there most of your life or you just know San Diego, the airport lands right there. He's looking at the runway, and then directly behind that, where the planes are coming in from, they fly like, I don't know. I'm gonna guess here. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna guess that it's probably about 200 feet higher than that. Is that about right?
Yeah, it's funny. Sitting here looking at it, you're actually a lot higher than you think, because you see on the runway. Hold on a minute, I gotta go wide. See where the guys are taking off?
Yeah.
Where that Alaska's taking off?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a displaced threshold. So we can't land until you get to those white stripes at the beginning.
Yeah, way
See the
down there.
stripes?
Way down there.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, so the angle is actually it's 3.5 degrees. It's pretty tall for what we usually land at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was kind of funny looking out here. I've never stood here before, and I tried to get up to that parking garage, but because they have so many people doing it, they're like, no, we'll call the cops on you.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for an airplane to come in, but I might be between the flow of traffic. I'm trying to get on the flight aware radar to see when the next guy's coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of fun to. I mean, if you ever happen to go to San Diego, it is actually really close. If you go to the car rental, if you look a little bit more to your right, I think you're going to see the car rental. Is it left? No, it should be. It should have been to your right as you're looking at the airport.
They've upgraded everything.
Yeah, I know. It's off to the side more now.
Yeah,
the car rent. I think that tall white building, I think over there might be the car rental place that you're looking at there.
I think the car rental's on the other side of the corporate ramp, right there.
Yeah,
and I'm on another garage right next to the trains, obviously.
So, but it's this place that we're talking about. It's really, really close to that garage that he's looking at right there, the airport parking garage on Laurel. That is, but these planes come flying in, and it looks like that if you were standing on the top of that parking garage, that you could touch the plane going overhead.
Here comes one.
Okay.
I'll leave the sound on so you can hear it. It's kind of cool.
You're not looking at it though. You're off to the side a little.
Yeah, the angle of the guy's coming down the approach.
Okay. What do you got? A little crosswind? Oh, I see him now in the distance there. Yep, right there.
Here it comes.
Boy, I don't know why, but for some reason I always felt like it came from the other direction. I guess maybe you're on the other side of the parking lot from where I'm used to viewing it from.
Yeah. Here it comes.
Yeah, it almost seems like you could reach up and touch the plane from the top of that garage, but that actually didn't make it look very close. But when you're there looking at it, it seems different. It's pretty cool. Yep.
Hey, lands on the path.
Good old San Diego. All right. That was brought to you by that little intermission was brought to you by The JJ. Silver. Silver is currently trending up right now, but it's down 0.17. Ethereum Classic is down 0.33 and trending down. The US dollar is down 0.24. Actually, let me go back here for a second. Okay. The US dollar is down 0.24 and is trending down. Oil is down 0.87, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.06 and trending down. Actually, it looks like Vanguards might be consolidating. SPY is down 0.17, and it looks like it might have found a top this morning at around 553.62 and has been trending down since then. Taking a look at the VIX, it is currently down 1.31 and trending down. So we're getting another one of those situations where the VIX is trending the same direction as the market is. Very highly unusual. It's showing 1503 on VIX right now with futures set up to... What do we have futures set up for? Futures are saying 1543. So we should be seeing the VIX turning around and heading back up the other direction. 1543 is way up here. So VIX should start moving the other direction here. IWM is currently down 0.25 and trending down. VB is down 0.25, consolidating and a little bit after trending down. Tesla is up 0.1, trending down. Amazon is down 0.06 and slightly starting to trend down after some consolidation. Cinemark is down 1.09, consolidating after a downtrend. Doge is down 1.61, trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.32. The trend is... I mean, this thing's about ready to break. Look at this. You can see it. I could use that point, or I could use this one. I'm probably going to use that one. This is so close. Not really sure which way. Although with RSI being kind of right in the middle and selling pressure kind of crossing on a 1 minute time interval, there could be a downwards pressure coming on a 1 hour time interval. There's more buying pressure than selling pressure still here, so it's hard to say on this one. GME is currently trending up. No, I'm sorry, it just corrected the page. It's consolidating after a trend up. HYMC is up 0.45 and trending down. NCMI is up 1.88 and consolidating after a trend up. Hood is up 0.41 and trending slightly down. AMC is down 1.27 and trending down. And it looks like we're about ready to break past this level of support that we have here. That I'm kind of expecting to see happen before the end of the day and see that break beyond 503 to get those $5 puts in the money. And with that, oh no, yeah, I've got some more inflow versus outflow. $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.9 million shares traded so far. After 114 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for about 9.92 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. On a 4-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator looking like it's about to occur. RSI at 49.23, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 42.85, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 41.39, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 38.16, which is below average. And with that, now I can yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Where so far for the day today, we've had a spread of about 10 cents between our top and bottom values in trading, which is bigger than what we've had yesterday, where we had broke a record with only 6 pennies being the difference. Yeah, we talked about that one yesterday. Tubby says current news: 26 firms to pay more than $390 million combined to settle SEC charges for widespread record-keeping failures. Large Sleeper Madness says that airport is insane. Well, I don't. Who said that? Be careful streaming that live. There's literally live streams all over the place showing airports all the time, so I can't imagine why that would be a problem.
Yeah, I was going to comment, but I thought let it go. I was trying to make friends today, and
Well,
picking on somebody's no way.
if you ever want to, it's actually kind of, I actually kind of enjoy it a little bit. If you ever want to watch like airplanes taking off and landing, there's a couple different live streams out there that you can look up.
Oh yeah,
and they will literally, just sitting at random airports in the world that you can check out and just watch the live stream where they actually, some of them do commentary on the takeoff and landings, which is kind of fun
it's
too.
like a club. Yeah, it's like a cult or a club. Those guys really get into it.
So
the other garage actually had a sign that said no photography, no loitering, no nothing.
Yeah.
But the garage I went to, it doesn't say anything.
Yeah. But I know
even
that there's recreational people who are watching the airports all the time though, filming. So
yeah, like what could? Oh my God, you can't do that, really?
Well, it's funny because we back in the day in San Diego, that was, if you wanted to have a good time, you could go over down to the oh shoot, I just forgot the what's the name of the Mexican food restaurant that's on the other side? Oh shoot, what's it called?
El Indio.
El Indio. Yeah, you just go over to El Indio and watch planes land and take off all day long. I mean, you can't really watch.
Gonna go get a burrito.
Yeah. You can't watch them at the airport specifically, but I mean, you can see them coming in and you can see them taking off. It's kind of
there's no laws about taping that stuff because there's all sorts of airports that have viewing areas where you can sit there and watch them all day long and listen to the radio calls.
Yep. I actually think that's kind of cool.
I was going to go to El Indio, but they open at 9, and I've got to start getting ready at 9, so I had to take off.
Have a good flight.
Yes, sir.
RR says, hi, just a fun question. When AMC goes to 20, what would 10 strike call price will be? Is there a specific bucket level for 920 $10 calls? So there's like specific price points that you want to that are common, like I guess maybe stopping zones or levels where price kind of tends to collect at 20, 40, 60, 90, and 120, or maybe 125. It's real close. 120, 125, close enough. So in regards to your question, though, you said when AMC goes to 20, what would $10 strike call price? What will the price be on those? I think is what you're asking. For specifically 920, and I can throw a guesstimate out at you like right now, but I'm not even. This is not by any means financial advice. I'll just try to give you like the best possible estimate as I can, using stock.
There's option.
There's
options calculators they can use.
Right,
well.
which is what I'm about ready to use here. So I'm going to link them to it in the stream here. So that way the risk is taken off of me, and you get to have the risk from now on. But this time I'll do it for you. And then so I'm just going to put this in here. AMC. And so it depends. It depends really on when we're talking about it hitting 20, when that time frame would be. Let's see here, price per option. I'm going to assume that you're buying $10 strikes, because I feel like that's what you were basically insinuating. 20th September, $10 strikes, and we'll go with the bid right now, which is 9 cents. we'll put in just one contract. One contract will cost you $9. And this, I might change my color mode. This is kind of the breakdown. Let me see if it shows.
Turning loose.
Here we go. This is kind of the breakdown on what that would look like potentially, and depending specifically on when price would hit that, if it were to hit 20 at some specific point here. Now, this breakdown here doesn't include 20; it only includes 10 in there. And so let me change this just a little bit because I know you want to see like if we hit 20, what would it be around that time? Where do I change this? Let's put a range of, we're actually going to do 10 as a bottom and 20 as a top. Because you don't really care about anything less than 10, really. So there's no sense in pulling that up. So you're going to get a sheet of nothing but green here. Which is going to be, you got to be careful, right? Like you're making an assumption that that everything is going to be green. But depending on the date, you can look at this here on this option calculator. Once you fill it out correctly, you can look at the date and see roughly about how much that contract would be worth by you pick the date when we're going to hit 20, because I don't know when that's going to be. But a $10 call option contract on these dates, it looks like most of the dates, if we were to hit 20, would be somewhere between 11.2K and 11K, all the way up to the very end almost. So, but I mean, this is all based off of implied volatility at the current levels, gamma, beta, all that stuff on current levels, and you can't really do that. It has to really, I mean, that things will change, right? If price is starting to skyrocket up, all these numbers are going to change over time. So you'd have to, in order to get like a real accurate representation, this is only showing you what it would be worth based off of current conditions, and I don't think that's a fair representation of what it could potentially be worth. So, but I would, if you're going to use something, use one of those stock calculators to project, perhaps maybe what you could potentially make on something like that. And but I am not a huge fan of, as I've stated many times and many occasions before, call contracts is not ownership. It's just a bet. Not a fan. I only like to bet money when I know I'm going to win. Holy crap. Are my clicks as loud as his? I'm just curious, because if it is, that's freaking annoying as hell. He mutes his mic.
Nope, he's the loudest.
Are mine that bad? I know when I type on the keyboard, that's a different story. I know that's really loud. I know that is. But when I click, are they that loud? Can you?
No.
Can you hear that? I mean, let's see. How hard do I have to click in order for you to hear it like you hear it from him? Is that loud enough?
Like that, yeah.
Holy shit, yeah. Yaku, what the hell are you doing to your mouse?
He also types with 2 index fingers.
Oh my gosh, Yucca, you're killing you're not supposed to be that angry when you push on a mouse button.
I'm not. It's just a loud ass mouse.
You are killing the hell out of that mouse. I'm telling you right now. No. I had to smash. I'm afraid I broke my mouse just now trying to replicate what you do.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I have a headset in, and I'm like, does nobody else pick this up? I asked them yesterday. I said, are you like a tester for mouses? Like all I'm hearing is just clicking, like just constant clicking in my ears. and no one says anything. I'm like, what's going?
It's worse than Blinker Boy. It's like, holy crap! I think they ought to put your clicking sounds in cars to let you know that you're turning. There will be no mistaking it. It's like, yep, I'm making a turn.
It's not, it's just I'm just barely tapping it. It's just really
No.
loud.
What you're doing right now does not sound like what you were doing a minute ago. That is not that sounded like a barely clicking. What you were doing before was not barely clicking. There's a big difference.
You know what? It might be
what is
that
it?
I have the phone right next to it.
Oh.
I have it like sitting on my desk.
Okay.
And it's like maybe like 5 inches away from the mouse.
Okay, that's gotta be what it is then. Yeah.
And I always have it.
It was so loud. It was funny.
And I'm like, wait. Yeah, I gotta get either a newer one that's silent, incognito.
It's like a typewriter for mouses.
Or something like a ball and hammer.
The only thing you're missing is a shing. Shing. We're missing it. We just need that. We need a little shing in there somewhere. Gosh, those were the days. I love those typewriters. I used to, as a kid, I would hit like the home key positions all at the same time and get them all like jumbled up in there and like make a mess of them and see how many I could get stuck up all at once. And then I would go in there and like try to, I'd be like, I'm a fixer. And I'd go in there and I'd like untangle them. I fixed it. Steven says they call those people with 2 index fingers peckers. Be careful, AMC Hawkeye. That's all I'm going to say. It's your money. It's your choice. I'm just saying, be careful. Imagine for a second that they're... Well, see, here's the problem. Let me explain to you a scenario where that could be extremely upsetting to you. Imagine for a moment that one morning you wake up and price has gone from $5.07 to $10.80. I don't know what you're selling your covered calls for, but I'm assuming that's probably less than that. And then before the market even opens in the morning, this announcement comes out and says the SEC has decided to halt all contracts on this product because of some kind of manipulation that's been found, and contracts will just move to close position only. And they take away the buy button. Think about that for a minute. Just be careful, because there's a very, very good chance that more than likely our biggest price movements are going to have to happen in hours where we have no ability to, option holders may have no ability to be able to execute or change their positions whatsoever. And I know there's a lot of people out there who are probably doing what it is that you're doing, trying to make some money off of this in the short term. And the problem is that all those people are going to lose those positions. They're going to lose those shares at very, very low prices. And it's going to be one of the biggest regrets they will ever have in their entire life, of trying to get ahead by little tiny amounts in the long run when they could have made so much more on those shares. Just think about it. It's your money. It's your choice. You get to decide.
I think the old adage is tripping over a dollar to pick up a dime.
Yep.
Pirate said it best yesterday. There is no easy money. Just wait.
Yep. Oh, come on, Papa. Come on. Why are you doing that, man? Why are you bringing that here? Now you done it. Now you done it. You're making trouble.
What did he do?
He went political.
Oh, God.
Yep.
You know, when his channel's going, it's got to be locked on tight, double square knot. But when his channel's not on, oh, loosey goosey. Here we are.
Large Sleeper Madness says, I just sent you a DM, Casey. D's nuts. Okay, actually, thank you for mentioning something here. I had a name written down in my notes. Christopher Rodriguez. If anybody ever happens to see Christopher Rodriguez again, he had mentioned that he had sent me or was trying to send me a message to try and get me to send him a DM. I went looking for his name on Twitter and could not find it anywhere. I don't know if I was just getting trolled. But Christopher, if you're listening right now, send me another. You're gonna have to type on one of my comments in Twitter and say like, "Hey, follow me, please, you jerk," and then I'll follow you, and then we can DM back and forth because I think he wanted to be able to get into the back of the Big Tramp and talk, and if I'm not following him, he can't DM me. So. If Christopher Rodriguez, again, if you're listening, just let me know. Large Sleeper Madness. Hold on a second. Let me look. So he's showing me positions that were created, call option positions that were created in GME back in 2021, and how much they were worth there, which are he's actually showing me like it looks like positions that he actually had open and managed. What do I say to this? I don't want to share. I really do appreciate you sharing this, D's nuts. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's also really cool that you're listening. Anytime I ever see OG GME shareholders who are not part of that whole group of what's the word I want to look for? Elitists. I throw mad props to you guys that you're not being elitist about the whole thing, and I think that's really cool. So thank you for not being elitist about the whole thing and understanding that people are investors, right? They can choose to invest where they want to invest at, and I think that's cool. But I also really appreciate the fact that you sent this information. You didn't need to. I would love to share this. I would absolutely love to share this, but one's AMC. The other one was GME. No, they both say AMC on them. Why am I getting... For some reason, you said in here it was GME, but I'm seeing AMC listed on this. These say 27, not 21. I misread this. 26, 25. These are 25 and 26s. These are not GME. Okay, never mind. You're not a GME elitist. I misread these at first. I thought you were saying, I just read what you wrote in here, and it looked like to me you said First picture was from the run-up of GME, and I just took your word for it. But as I look at it here, I see AMC listed here. I see the 20th of June 25, which is obviously next year, and the 17th of January 25. All I see is AMC. Yeah. When I go to break later today, I'll send you a message back. If there is any GME sleepers out there. Hats off to you. Mad props. Still throwing that out there. Soon the day will come very soon, but we don't have to see that thing anymore. You know what, Manjit? I could care less. I don't stoop to talking about people who are just trying to get, it's just an attempt to try and get promotion, and that's it. And I'm not gonna jump into that. They want us to talk about them so that they can make themselves appear important, and they're not. So I'm not talking about it. Yeah, I'll send you a message, Large Sleeper Madness, when I go on break. I'll send you a message in regards to the what you sent me there. He's saying that what he sent me, the picture of the contracts that he had there. He said those took off when we were halted for news only, but they went back down after trading continued. Yeah, and that's kind of the scenario that I'm kind of trying to portray, or kind of get that imagery across to people who are holding option contracts. Is when this all finally does blow up, what you think is going to happen and what actually happens are going to be two different things. I know you think that holding an options contract is going to make you the richest person in the whole wide world, but the chances are is that that you're going to see things happen that you've never seen happen before, and the ability to be able to collect on those quote unquote riches might be an entirely different story than what you may think you would have gotten. So don't expect the market to just. Did you guys see that video recently where the dude's like the dude just won like over $1 million or something like that on one of their jackpots in the hotel, and they won't give him his money, and he's like all pissed off and everything.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right here. Right? Like, you think you're going to turn into some multi-millionaire rich person off of some option contract that you create, and the chances are that you'll probably walk out with something marginal in contrast.
I've heard of the stories where there's another lady. She won a lot of money at the casino, and they didn't pay her out because she was banned from the casino a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I heard that. But I plan to be rich with my options contract. I don't know what you're talking about.
ABC Pediatric says, "Are you saying you won't get your order filled at a high price?" Go out there.
That's exactly what I wanted to say, because I'm pretty sure with options, someone needs to buy it, right? Someone needs to buy that contract.
Go out there and show me where somebody who had a VIX call option for 50. Go out and find me a VIX call option at 50 that was able to sell their position. Find them. Find me one person.
Correction. The algo will buy it automatically.
Go find me.
It doesn't work.
Go find me.
Algo
No, I
he
know.
created the algo.
The options contract.
Yeah, they call it
algo. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. No. I'm just saying you can't try to sell it higher than what the bid is. You have to. Once their spreads so far apart, then that's when you're in trouble.
Yep.
Because you're gonna have to sell it at stupid prices. Like you're not gonna make the most.
You mean the options roulette table, right?
Yeah.
Where people lose money every day. Yeah. That's
that right.
Yeah. I forgot.
The one that's on the flat Earth plane.
I swear.
I keep on forgetting we have the only guy who can get it right on options here. Right? I just forget because everybody else loses. So you forget that the one person who just knows how to do it is here between us.
Again, everybody's telling what everybody needs to do with their money. Stop telling people what they need to do with their money.
Yeah.
It's not your money.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah, so I sell my AMC
right.
and then what do I buy?
Yeah, you're on point, 100%.
So what do I buy after I sell my AMC?
I know what everybody's going to make a mistake in buying.
You can go with me.
I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you. I know what people are going to mistakenly buy.
What? A Lambo?
Well, that might be one of the mistakes as well. So.
A hooker?
Like ETF funds or something? S&P 500?
No.
The broad
Preacher isn't going to want me to say it. I can tell you.
Bitcoin. Yeah,
I can tell he's like, yeah.
I know you're going to refer to crypto, right? But
yeah. I know that's going to be what's going to happen.
What's Pirate going to buy?
The thing is, if Bitcoin goes up,
everybody say it all at once on the
it's
count of three. What's Pirate going to buy?
Hookers. Dead hookers.
Hookers.
You guys know.
A donkey.
Well, after that.
A baby crocodile. A baby alligator.
But you know what though?
Real estate people.
Here's the deal. There's going to be some portion of people who buy into crypto after they take their winnings off of AMC or GME or whatever it is that they're invested in, and go invest it into crypto. And there are going to be people who make money. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there can't be money to be made there, but I am also saying that I think there's going to be a large portion of people who end up losing. I don't know who that's going to be. I can't tell you. And whether or not you're playing it, or if you're managing your money poorly, will probably make a big difference as to how you get impacted by the positions you make. But I'm pretty certain that a lot of people that just rush into that, because think about it. Think about money flow, right? Like if this huge quantity of money starts flowing into crypto after people exit out of their positions, and then they get into crypto as it's starting to take off, and then all of a sudden you see this like bubble kind of effect where it comes crashing back down. There's going to be people that are buying at highs.
If you manage to hit it big on a speculative asset, a speculative play, and that's what we're doing here, chasing the squeeze. We're after a speculative play. If you're fortunate enough to cash out of that, and then you turn right around and try to do it again with another highly dangerous speculative asset, then you deserve what you got coming to you. Anybody who's ever made any real money in this world and managed to hang on to it will tell you, you leave while you're ahead. You quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, you don't stay at the
life better.
Yeah, you don't stay at the gambling casino. You take that money and run.
Right. There's a reason why when you hit the fucking white spot on the roulette wheel that pays 32-1, and they hand you, whatever they hand you at a casino, they won't let you leave. They'll give you the fucking presidential suite. They'll comp you shows. You get to go see the Cirque du Soleil. You get free steak dinners. Why?
They said it right in the movie.
Get you to stay there. If you can stay there long enough, they're going to get that money back.
Yeah, they said it right in that movie, didn't they? I can't think of what it's called. Casino. It's called Casino. That's the name of the movie. Right?
Exactly.
He literally sits there and talks about how he turns it around. Like he knew the guy was ripping him off, and he's like, but all I had to do was cancel his flight and get him to stay there a little bit longer, and I robbed him of the rest of all of his money and then some. Yeah, and it's just like it's going. I guarantee you, we're going to see so many people like they're going to walk away with like just shit tons of money they've never seen in their whole life. They're going to dump it all into something that's going to cause them to lose a majority of it right off the bat. And it's just it's going to happen. And this is why I keep trying to tell people, like, when this is all over, you need to go book yourself a nice little vacation for about a week or 2 weeks. Make it 2 weeks. and you just need to sit on a beach somewhere. You need to sit on a beach somewhere, and you need to sit back and make a plan. You sit back. You spend just enough money for the trip, and just enough money for a nice thing to make you feel satisfied about what you've done, and that's it. And I'm not talking about a Lambo. I'm talking about, like, for me, maybe it's a guitar, right? I buy a really nice guitar and I go sit on a beach for about 2 weeks, and I just write music, sip margaritas on the rocks, and think about what my future has ahead of me. That's what you need to do. I won't even look at the market. I won't look one day at it. Not a single day until I've decided what my plan going forward is going to be. Because it is going to be one volatile motherfucker afterwards.
In an effort to be fair and transparent, there's one exception to my plan, and that is if we see a market-wide collapse, and I'm not talking about a 20% pullback. I mean a market-wide collapse that includes blue chip, what we used to call blue chips, your dividend royalty, the stock, the companies that are 200 and 300 years old that have strong books. If I see all of that implode as a course of whatever happens, then maybe I'll revisit the whole market thing. And for me, I'm talking about a 50% or more pullback. I'd just pull a number out of my ass. It would take at least halvesies before I'd even think about it again. But that's just me. I'm just a drunken pirate.
And there will be companies that emerge as well that nobody's ever heard of. And, whether it's infrastructure, that's probably going to need to be redone, because if shit like that goes down, there's going to be looting and rioting and stuff like that. So, yeah, there's going to be money to be made too as well.
Yep.
I may not be able to tell you exactly what I'm going to do, but I can tell you what I won't be doing. I won't be plowing thousands and thousands of dollars at these tickers that are at all-time highs. You won't see me jumping into NVIDIA, after it's gone up 300% in the last 2 years. I mean, absolutely not. No, thank you. Come again. Yeah. But everybody's going to do, like I said, we're all grown adults here. And if you want to put it all on red and spin the wheel, have at it.
Yep, it's your money, it's your choice.
That's what I was referring to today with the tech stock that the hedges are using, to get money, to get liquidity with how Nvidia has been pumping, especially in the last few days, going from 103, 104 to over 120 again. That's just, it's going to dump again hard. It's just, it's the exit liquidity for the hedges.
I'm not telling you I'll never buy, NVIDIA. I'm just telling you it's going to be at fire sale. I'm going to buy it the same way I bought real estate for the last 20 years. I'm going to steal that shit because that's what pirates do. I don't even like paying 10 cents on the dollar. I'd really much rather get them to pay me to take it off their hands, but I haven't figured out a way to make that happen yet. But unless I can leave with a grin on my face like, man, I just robbed these people blind. I don't have nothing to do with it. It's too hard.
Some other things,
your whole life, and you stop and think about through the course of your life, your 80 years on this planet, how many times in your life will you ever get control of a large sum of money at one time? They're few and far between. For the average person, it only happens 1 or 2 times, either through an inheritance, or if you're fortunate enough, well, inheritance is probably one of the biggest ways. But if you're the recipient of a lawsuit, fund, something along those lines. But for the average working stiff, in your 80 years, you may only have, it's like a one-pitch softball game. Most of the time, you're only going to get one shot at this. So.
Numbers. And I'm going to, when I go on break this time, I'm going to text my mom and find out what time she's kind of roughly thinking about. I think she was thinking about going over to her mom's house or my grandma's house at around 10 her time, which would be like noonish our time, which would be about an hour from now. So my guess is that I'll do numbers. I'll probably come back from break. I'll do numbers again, and then my grandma will probably be here around that time. So if you happen to see, if you're in the back of the big tramp while I'm on break, and you see my mom's profile show up into the back of the big tramp, know that my grandma could potentially be there as well. And if you thought you needed to be nice around my mom, you better be on your bestest behavior around my grandma.
I've always wanted to kick it with a mother-daughter team.
So I'm being not even kidding. Serious, dead serious. All right, I'm gonna take you guys.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
That's right. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here, so I'm not gonna be able to see what it is that you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Boy, man, I don't even know if I can say big tramp around my grandma. She's gonna definitely think that's not a good thing.
Fucking right in the pussy.
Get it out now. Get it all out right now. Don't you do that shit when she's here. I'm pissed off, man. That's right. Yeah, you do that now. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. Starting with me moving a couple of screens around. Give me 1 second here. Get it out of your system.
The sad part is Yucca is his favorite. That's the part I can't wrap my head around. Yucca's the chosen one. Out of all the little kids in here, Yucca's his favorite child.
All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 62.63% going just through off exchange alone, EDGX at 9.72. The combined total is 72.35%, or about 10.35% higher than I would expect, meaning we should be seeing price higher than what it is for the day-to-day, except for we're seeing price suppression through volume going through these exchanges. CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 3,275 shares. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 400. Nothing unusually large about those numbers. 3.5 million shares available to borrow now. They have returned an additional 800,000 shares on top of what they returned earlier this morning. We're looking at dang near close to 2.5 million shares in total since yesterday being returned. Actually, it is wait. It's it's 2.6 million shares. Yeah, 2.6 million shares returned since noon yesterday. To me, this looks like somebody's afraid the price is going to start running here soon because they're returning like crazy. Fees are at 3.11 and rebates at 2.21. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was approximately 741,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 2.1 million shares returned for the day. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 14.01%. The cost per borrow ends at 1.04, average 1.56, and max 1.68. Taking a look at GME. In total, 129,000 shares borrowed so far. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 7.1 thousand contracts. It's now 8.2. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $5 strike. There was 1.6 thousand contracts, now 1.8. The market is looking for, it looks like option contracts are kind of pointing towards a close somewhere between 475 and 525 by the end of the day today, with max pain being $5. Go figure. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for, and due to the fact that we're having such low volume right now, I do not expect us to be on this list, and we are not. MMRI, 249.3 an hour ago is now 249.1. Let's drop down just a tad. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields was 1.91 for the last 2 hours and is now currently at 0.178. That's actually dropping. You can see the 2 years dropping while the 10 years still kind of maintaining or maybe slightly increasing, bringing that spread down a little bit. and the monstrosity here of the Japan carry trade. Nothing really standing out immediately right now to me. No sudden shifts. NASDAQ is up 0.03, Dow Jones is up 0.1, and the S&P 500 is up 0.2. We have 2,957 advancers to 2,503 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining than an hour ago. The worst performing sectors, two sectors for the day today, is real estate followed by industrials. The top two performing sectors are financials followed by communications. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Since yesterday's closing price, Coinbase is up 2.53, FRC is down 6.67. That might be the end of it. Let's see. Yep, that is all. Gold is up 1.53, trending up. Silver is up 0.25, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.84, trending down. The US dollar is down 0.25, trending down. Oil is down 0.44 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.14, and I'm going with slightly trending upwards. SPY is up 0.04, had a momentary downtrend and then started trending back up again, so I'm going to call it consolidation after finding a little bit of resistance right around the 553.28 range, actually 553.55 range. It's at 553.27 right now. Taking a look at and volume. What's volume doing? Let me just check volume real quick here. We're currently 157 minutes into the day. Volume's kind of looking a little low today on SPY, but yesterday we were kind of on the exact same pace that it's on right now, except for the fact that at the very end of the day there was a big jump in volume. That gave a volume spike to, I think it was like 70 million shares traded or something like that. So it was ended out the day a lot higher than I would have anticipated. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more. I'm looking at SPY. Sorry. Hold on a second. VIX. VIX is trending down. It's currently at 1477. Earlier, futures were suggesting it was going to start moving back up. It's futures still suggesting 1523, which is higher than where it's at. But the VIX is still trending down. IWM is up 0.11 and slowly trending upwards. VB is down 0.03, trending up. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. I'm on a time interval that I don't want to be on. Tesla is up 0.54 and is consolidating after trend down. Amazon is up 0.08, consolidating after trend up. Cinemark is breaking even but trending up. Doge is down 1.89 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. Bitcoin is up 0.51. Got a breakout of the to the bottom side of this wedge that I drew out here earlier, just a little bit before my box. It broke out at 11:27. My box started at 11:37, so I was a little 10 minutes early or late. But after it got that breakout, it found a bottom around 57.6K a coin and it started trending back up now. GME is currently up 0.09 and trending up. HYMC is up 0.89, trending, consolidating after trend down. NCMI is up 2.81 and was consolidating. Looks like it's starting to move into an uptrend. Hood is up 1.07 and consolidating. AMC is down 1.66 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, about $1 million more inflow than outflow. And we have 3.45 million shares traded so far after 160 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 8.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25, and it's looking like we might even just hit 5 million shares. We are getting what appears to be a little bit of a breakout below this level of support Our next level support's right at 503, and if we see that break below 503, there's a very strong chance that we see that break below $5. More than likely to close out put positions for the day, and so I'm kind of expecting maybe the next level of support around 493. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence of the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 47.44, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 3 hours. RSI is at 39.24, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.44, which is below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. Let's see here. Tommy says, I think MOAS happens before the election so that most who make that MOAS money end up dumping it back into the market, which will then be wiped out. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's what I'm kind of expecting to see happen as well. Like, I think I know a couple people who tend to think that we're going to see another bullish run that's going to give us another all-time high on the SPY, who started changing their mind about that more recently. But what I want to say is I didn't think that we would see another all-time high. I didn't think we'd hit 600 before seeing a potential failure in the marketplace. But when you start considering the idea that there are potential that the market could rebalance in a way that would allow for more momentum of reporting things like the ETFs, like SPY or the Dow Jones Industrials, those kind of things, could report positive numbers as you started to see a squeeze start to occur. Even though they're selling off of positions, the money is still just moving in the market in a way that could potentially still be reported on some of those. Not necessarily, but could. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's a chance that because that margin call could occur, it could create a new high. And as that's happening, as the money is exiting out of the marketplace, that vacuum of that market cap just kind of evaporating out of the marketplace to back up stock positions in value could disappear, and it could potentially create this vacuum that causes the marketplace to have that final plunge that really gets the market moving downwards. So I think I kind of tend to agree with you a little bit on that. I don't know. I can't say for certainty that it's going to create some kind of all-time high, for example, like on the SPY or the Dow Jones. But maybe. I know a lot of people would FOMO into particular stocks if they suddenly started spiking. And since this is a stock that I talk about on the regular, I'll go ahead and mention it. Let me just pull up I just want to verify what their short interest is real quick here first before I talk about it. But hold on a second. Come on, dang it. I have to wait for it. It's taking forever. I want answers faster. There's one of the Mag 7, and I think everybody knows which one it is. There's one of the Mag 7. Anybody want to guess which one it is that could potentially move very quickly upwards if there was margin calls? Anybody?
Tesla.
Yep, Tesla's correct. And the reason for it?
Short. They short Tesla.
Yeah, I don't think the short.
I've never really checked into it.
The short positions, I don't think are really showing currently like they used to. But as we suspect with AMC and GME and a lot of other stocks, that there may be a lot of additional positions that are tied up in swaps. And if that all comes unwinding, then that's where I perceive they could potentially see an upwards momentum move. And so if a bunch of, and you know how Tesla owners are about their stock, especially if they started seeing that thing ripping, you can imagine the FOMO money that would probably drive into those to try and capitalize on that. I can only imagine. Which kind of leads back to that whole thing that I was talking about in regards to, like, investments that people are going to make after they move out of an AMC or GME position. What would they potentially move into? And if they are one of the last ones to get in on something that was moving like that, boy, what a mistake that would be. Especially if price started coming down and they thought, oh, this is going to be a bottom, and that new top that was just reached is going to be how much I can make the difference on. I'm going to get into this because it seems like it's the top now, and it's like it's down significantly from the top. You get into it, and then it just really does a rug pull after that. And I'm still having a hard time pulling up the data, so. Is it my internet connection? No. All right, here we go. Actually, so, and this is what I'm talking about. They have 23.86 million or 23.96 million shares on loan. The short interest is at 86.72 million shares, which is significantly higher. The total amount of short interest of the free float is only at 3.12%. But if we go over to Tesla and we look at it real quick here, this is the indicator that I like to look at, right? Like, what are they trading in volume in contrast to what they have in outstanding free float? Is it higher than 3% or more? If it is, then it's, there's a lot of junk out there floating around. So let's do the quick and dirty math on this. Average 3-month volume 95.64 divided by, that's million. They have a free float of 2.77 billion. So I got to divide that by 274.4 times 100. That can't be right. I think I may have actually put the decimal in the wrong spot there, but it should be 3.48. 3.48%. Let me just make sure if that's correct. Let's see. 0.0348 times 956. 4 million. Yeah, that's no, I was wrong. I did have the decimal in the right spot. Whoa. Okay, this is a perfect example. 95. Wow. I didn't realize it was this bad. That can't be right. I feel like I just mathed this wrong somehow. Hold on a second here. No, it's right. That's right. I don't know what I'm doing wrong on my math here. But I think I had the decimal in the right spot, which means 34.8. That can't be right. 348. I can't believe these numbers are accurate, because if they are accurate, that's just absolutely astonishing. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. 0.3. 348, 95, 64. That can't be. There's just no way. I don't believe these numbers. That's so insane. Okay, all right. So I mean, the formula here that I use all the time to show you guys that there's a lot of additional shares that are being traded out there than there should be, is to take your average 3-month volume, which is 95 million. So I'm just doing. Actually, let's just do whole numbers here. 95,640,000. So we got the whole number, and then we're going to divide that by the total amount of shares of the free float, which is 2.77 billion. So 277 billion there, multiplied by 100 to give us a percentage. Yeah, I did have the decimal number. Okay, 3.45. It's over 3%. Over 3% of their daily volume is traded on the marketplace. On average. On average, 3.45% of their volume is traded. That's a heavily shorted stock. But if you go to their estimated short share interest of the free float, it only shows 3.12% of the free float. So they're suggesting that roughly about the same amount of shares in average 3-month volume is what's being traded in short interest. And I can show you those numbers. They're really close. Can I? Short interest in shares right here. 86.72 million shares. Their average 3-month volume, 95.64 million shares per day. They're literally trading basically these almost the same amount in short interest in total on a daily basis. If somebody were to have to unwind their short positions that they had on this, that's going to be a big, huge price improvement on the stock. But it only says 3.12% short share interest of the free float. Only 1.97% utilization. Nobody wants to short this. But everything that they have tied up in swaps, look out. Where did it all change? They knew it was coming. You can see it. They dumped their loan amounts prior to the run-up. The exchange reported short interest. Actually, it won't go back that far. What can we look at? Maybe estimated? Let's do it as a share amount. Somebody knew that was coming. They knew this. They knew that the price movement was going to get out of hand, and they had to get out of the way. Ironically, if we pull this up, ironically, that's GME's. Somebody knows what's coming. Same chart.
When is quad
They're doing
witch?
the same
When
thing.
is quad witching? In September.
920.
The reckoning.
Yeah, they know it's coming. They know it's coming, and they're getting the hell out. They don't want to be in this anymore. The problem is that there's all these swaps that are out there. That's how you know. I mean, they can close out their current reported short interest, but they still have stuff that are sitting on the books that's out there. And that's why when you take your average 3-month volume and you divide it by the total free float and you see what it's trading on a daily basis, that's why it's such a great indicator to let you know how much in excess it's trading in the marketplace on a daily basis, just to try and hide it. Now what's and if I pull up the same information for AMC right now, we're starting to see the same kind of thing happening on AMC. They're trying to dump off stuff that they can, but it's, I think I think they're actually having a harder time getting out of AMC than they can, things like GME and stuff like that. And there's reasons for that. I don't really want to go into it because it'll just start like this big old huge long battle. But if you look at AMC, the same kind of thing is kind of happening right now, where and it's only currently, if you take a look at just the on loan amount and the estimated short interest that's on the books, you're starting to see it trending down now, and that's because somebody wants to get out of the way. They want to get out of the way of what potential price rising in the future. But I will always resort to looking at that average 3-month volume divided by free float to find out how much in existence is out there that's actually being traded that shouldn't be. Because it's a great way to look at it. All right. I'm going to go to break, I think.
Yeah. Where are you going?
Thanks, Andrew Morgan. You give me too much credit, but I'm just if I was a smart man, you know what, Andrew? If I was a real smart man, I would have seen the potential long before and been a part of the original GME. To be honest with you, when the whole first thing started happening with GME, I actually heard about it probably about 6 months before. Probably in like June, or because I was an avid Reddit user. I'm not as much as I used to be, but I'm still an avid Reddit user, and I knew probably, I don't know if I'd say as early as June, maybe September. By September, I knew what was going on with GME pretty well, and I was watching, but I wasn't believing. And so I would say that more, Andrew, now I believe more now because I can see the numbers because we've been looking at them for so long. So I wouldn't say smart. I would say more just observant. That's all it is. I'm a very observant person, but I would never title myself as smart. So, but thank you though. I appreciate it for the compliment.
Casey, you made this statement probably no less than 3 times. Everybody knows I'm talking about something's coming, so I couldn't help myself. I went ahead and sent you a DM.
Okay,
Leonard Cohen's song, Everybody Knows. You may not have time to play the whole song, but maybe you can play the first half a verse or something. Class.
Everybody knows. It's in a DM, you said?
Yeah. Yeah, Discord.
I didn't get it yet.
The hell, man.
Sometimes because I use Discord on my phone and my computer, sometimes they just come through late. It's probably a me issue, not a you issue.
I think it's in the general, Casey.
Oh, it's in the general? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay,
yeah, there it is. To screw it up.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, cool.
Hey, Papa.
I'll check it out. Let me head to break here so that way I can get back and maybe we'll get Grandma T on here a little bit later.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah, me too. I haven't talked to her in forever.
Right.
So
No, let me get out of the way. Let me get out of the way.
Fuck her right in the pussy.
That's right. Get it out now. All right. See you guys in a bit.
Hey, Papa. How you doing?
Hey, Yuka. What's going on?
You know, the usual.
I just got done finished changing all my passwords. I heard I got hacked. Someone said I was on here on chat earlier talking politics, and you know that ain't me, so somebody must have hacked my account.
Really?
That's what I heard, so I went ahead and changed all the passwords as a precaution.
Yeah, right.
I was told the hacker put NPA, not political advice, so I thought that made it safe to say stuff, but apparently that doesn't work.
You guys know how much I love real estate. I couldn't help but notice that there was a press release or a talking point that was being passed around the major mainstream media with Kamala Harris declaring that one of her priorities is going to be she's going to demand that 3 million houses are built to help alleviate the
crazy man
housing. I'm like, so now our government's in the construction business. How's that going to work? She be interesting to see how that plays out. Yeah, Jimmy Cap. I've been trying to goad him into playing that song from time to time, but it's a little bit long. But it just triggered a memory when he said, "Somebody knows, everybody knows," and immediately that song popped into my head. And, I thought I'd throw it out there and get him to play a little bit of it, and he still may.
Irie, did you happen to see her introducing her boss yesterday at the rally that apparently the hacker Papa Mac was talking about?
No, I missed all that.
You as a gummy expert, you might be able to help me out. It definitely looked like she was either drunk or high to me, or sounded like to me, but it's interesting. Then again, when I think about it, whenever she speaks, she kind of has that nervousness to her voice or whatever. So it could be just that, I suppose.
Mac and Bees throws out the obvious question: if she can insist that they build 3 million houses when she's president, why can't she make that happen now as vice president? That's a good question, Bees. Yeah. I'm saying it tongue in cheek, obviously. You know, the president of the United States, the vice president, or the fucking head of the dog catchers union, none of them have the authority to just on a federal level build 3 million houses. It's a joke, and it shows you how gullible people can be. You know, some people will believe any bullshit you hand them, and I guess it's just the way it is. Johnson B Street says he saw 2x4s peak out at a price tag of $12 each. Yeah, it's been some time since I bought dimensional lumber, B Streets, but from what I've seen lately, the prices of lumber are actually in free fall, and that's one of your indicators for construction. If you see lumber from Georgia Pacific and all the other big producers, if you see the prices of lumber collapsing, that's usually simple supply and demand. It means nobody's buying the lumber. So to sell what they have in their pipeline, they have to reduce the price repeatedly. And it would seem that's where we're at right now in this part of the cycle.
My brother's in the process of building his house out in Colorado, and he's getting close to the framing stage. So he's hoping those prices stay there. When he started this a while back, designing the house, prices were out of this world for lumber. So he's glad to see them where they're at right now. But with interest rates coming down, possibly in a month or so, I have a feeling lumber prices might start going back up.
We have a new name, at least it looks new to me, JP. So, brother, I'm Cuban, so my family suffered the confiscation of their businesses. I already sold some of the land we have as vacant lots, since I believe future confiscation is coming to illegals. I don't see how that's possible in the United States. I'm sorry. First, let me say I'm sorry for what happened to your family and their businesses in Cuba. That's unfortunate. You're not alone in that, and that more people should hear your story. It's a clear example of what happens when you have a government that's run amok. But fortunately, things are a little bit different in the United States. It's what sets us aside from the rest of the world. We have certain things that are chiseled in stone here, and that anything short of a violent revolution, they can't be mucked about with. Having said that, if we find ourselves in a violent shooting revolution where the entire system is burned down and start over, then perhaps. But anything short of that, you will not see anybody seizing vacant land in the United States. Our system doesn't work that way.
Yuka, has your pre-printed sheets come in yet?
You know what?
Oh, we couldn't hear you.
Forgot to order them. Forgot to order them.
What? Oh. You're worse than the Secret Service. How many points of failure are involved here?
Hold on. I just forgot because I don't know what the hell happened when we were going through. Hold on a second. Where is this?
Well, you're going to try this weekend doing it without peeling off the material, right?
No, I'm not doing that.
You're not doing that?
I'm not going to try that. No.
Why not?
Because I want to see with the pre-printed. Hold on a second. I saved the file. Hold on. Where did it go? Was it? No, I know it wasn't Amazon. Ooh, I found a company here. Hold on a second. I bookmarked it. Where is it? I did. Okay, here it is. What is Amazon?
I'm about one more mistake away from calling my nephew back and reordering from him.
What was the problem here? Hold on.
Donkey Kong says it could have been a little both. Are you talking about the gummies and alcohol? But Donkey Kong, are you not live in the stream? We talked about that a while ago. Or am I missing something else?
Yeah, somebody else is a little bit behind in the stream as well. I noticed they were making comments. I think it's Nelson. If Nelson's still here, he was talking about Tesla and being shorted, and I think it was like 20 minutes after that conversation was over with. So if you're out there, Nelson, you might check to see if you're still live or not.
Yeah, hover over your screen, and if that live doesn't have a little red dot next to it, it means you're not caught up to current. Or you can look at the timestamp on the stream, and it should be 11:39 and 51 seconds right now.
Well, I can tell you, if I was say 35 years old, my kids were really young, and I was just starting out, and I found myself with a little discretionary money. When I say a little discretionary money, I mean like a couple $100,000. So let's just say take $200,000 for right now. I would immediately contact a real. You got a hot mic, Yucca. I would immediately contact a real estate agent in my city or town, and I would find out how many 2 families were for sale, just a duplex, 1 building, 2 houses inside it. And if my instincts are correct, and they usually are, I would bet there's none for sale. And the reason there's none for sale is because they're cash cows. They just shit money every 30 days. So that would lead me to the next conclusion that if none were available to buy, which that would be the best, if you could find somebody who was retiring and he wanted to get out of the business and finally cash out. If you could talk him out of a duplex, that would be ideal. But I think that would be rare. So moving forward, the next move I would make was I would find a contractor, general contractor, who specializes in single family residential builds. Most of those guys have well-established track records. You can go look at some of the other houses they've built, and you can talk to some of the people they've had as customers. And then I would contract them to build one at a time. I would start out with 1 duplex, and I'd build it brand new. I would do it as cheaply as possible, the absolute bare minimum of everything, hollow core door, you name it. Just, I'm not doing a custom build here for a dream home. I'm building a rental unit, and I would build a brand new one, duplex, maybe a 4-plex, one of those ones that has 4 units in it. But walk before you run. And I'd like to see myself 35 years old with my first duplex, manage the place myself. I wouldn't pay a management firm the 10%. I'd collect the rents. I would interview the prospective tenants, and I guess I'll share one more little point. I think I would continue with my longstanding tradition with my wife is we don't do yearly contracts. We do month to month. It leaves all of the power with the landlord. If anyone insisted on having a year-long lease, I'd tell them that doesn't work for me, and they'd have to move on. We could part friends, shake hands, and go our separate ways. Yeah. If I had mo-ass money and I was 35 years old, that would be the path I would start down.
I thought you were saying duplex because you're going to recommend to live in the other half, but that wasn't where you're going with that. What? So why a duplex?
No. I'm assuming that at 35 years old with a wife and 2.5 kids, you're already living somewhere. Now, if you don't have a real good mortgage, let's say 4% for 30 years in a house that you like, then that's something you may address. If you're flush with cash, then there might be a time to revisit that, especially if you don't own anything. But I'm coming at this from a point of view that it's somebody who already has, they've already have their first home or even their second home, and they're well into paying that mortgage down. Now that's a different conversation as far as if I was a recipient of MOAS money or anything like that. We can have that conversation anytime you like, Papa Mac. I was just trying to keep with the theme that we were talking about, what people would do, what they would spend their money on immediately.
Yeah, but you're saying like a duplex.
Share my thoughts.
Is it more?
A duplex is a way to get your feet wet with renting. The reason I like duplexes, and it's sad because I don't own any of them right now. But no matter what, it's very rarely would you have both sides go empty at once. So no matter who moves out or whatever, generally speaking, you're still going to have some cash flow. If you do your job right and you put good people in there, you shouldn't have vacancies. But I would caution people to maybe stay away from apartment buildings until you get a better handle of how that rental world works. Now, if a guy could find himself a 4 or 12 unit apartment building, by all means, I would be all about that, because once again, they shit money. They just crank money out. The problem with apartment buildings, and I've been down this path, the same thing with duplexes. Very rarely will you find any of them for sale. It should tell you something that people don't sell. They'll sell them, but it's at a ridiculously high price. The money is so high that the math never works on it. But the reason being is because it's too easy just to sit on them. because they make money. Eventually they pay for themselves. And then after that, it's like a tree out in the yard. It just keeps dropping golden apples. So to answer your question of why I would prefer duplexes, I would just say that if you're going to build a custom build, that if you do individual houses, I think you'll slip into being a builder. I think if you just build a house and you tell even if it's a very modest entry level house and you tell yourself that's going to be my first rental, you're going to be plagued with offers to purchase it. And when those are, and then you're going to succumb to that. You'll sell the house, you'll make some good money, but now you're right back to or zero. Now, if it's your dream to be a developer, then by all means, if you want to follow that path in real estate. But it's always been my intention to do as little work as possible and free myself from the day-to-day, chasing the rat race. And the closest I could come to, mailbox money is through rentals that require very little of my time. So that's why I'd encourage somebody to look at maybe a duplex or a 4-family or 2 duplexes side by side, something like that. If you can find single family residential houses and buy them on the cheap, they make the absolute best rentals. There's no substitute for it. It's better than an apartment building. It's better than a duplex because each person has their own house and yard, and they don't have to listen to the neighbor's, headboard bang in the wall while he's servicing the missus. But it's hard to find single family residential for cheap enough to make a good rental out of it, unless you, like I said, unless you learn the whole foreclosure system. I just thought I'd share that. Those are just my thoughts about how you can spend some money and not necessarily take a great deal of risk and have, for the most part, have a fairly predictable pipeline of money. I hesitate to say guaranteed. There's nothing guaranteed in life, but it's fairly predictable flow of money.
I send my son-in-law out to the pirate boot camp, but I want him for this camp, not the other one you were doing.
The real estate camp? That's fine.
But he was a banker.
My son-in-law, I said, not my son. You think I'd send my son to Pirate's Place? Come on.
Jay says you have pests with apartments. Jay, no one's immune from pests. I've been in multi-million-dollar homes that have sugar ants, German cockroaches, whatever, for various reasons. Maybe somebody bought a piece of antique furniture and the eggs were in them. No one in this world is immune from bugs or pests, but that's easy, man. That's easily taken care of. 99% of the time, if you have any brain cells, you can order the chemicals right off the internet and treat your properties, and it's a non-issue. If you're really lazy and you truly just don't give a shit, you pay somebody to come in and do a quarterly spraying for you, and you'll never have a single complaint.
You ever had a bed?
I'm not talking about slumlord stuff here. I'm not talking about building some shithole somewhere and just they're out there. But it's never been my desire. My whole thing with real estate was I'm still letting them live in my house, and I expect it to be taken care of to a certain level. And if you doubt that they will do that, then you take it upon yourself. Just bake it into the cake that you're going to treat the house quarterly, and the last thing you have to worry about is cockroaches.
You ever had bed bugs you had to deal with, Pirate?
No. We saw them one time. We were looking at a really high-end house in Cincinnati. Through the foreclosure process, Hamilton County Courthouse. I was going to bid on it, and we went to a really nice neighborhood. I'm going to say a house, $250,000 house, which 20 years ago was pretty high end. And I'm quite certain that what we saw in that house was bed bugs. They were dead. We could see so somebody had a treat. Somebody was smart enough to say we got to treat these, but we saw dead ones. We didn't buy the house. It not because of that. It went for too much money, and I'm too greedy. But no, in over 20 years, I've never had any problems with bed bugs.
My wife worked for a hotel chain for several years, and so she got to see the bed bug reports. They're everywhere, the nicest places, like you said, but they are a little trickier to deal with than your regular pests.
Yeah. Well, it's like most things. If you nip some of that stuff in the bud, it's a pound of prevention is worth, a ton of cure. So, yeah, the problem is all that stuff makes news. It's real dramatic. It's, you hear the stories, and it's similar to when people talk about being in the rental business. Everybody has an urban legend tale. They'll talk about how tenants are a nightmare, or people calling you at 3:00 in the morning because the toilet's plugged up. And if you drill down on it, you'll find that they've never owned a rental. They don't even know anybody that's owned a rental. It's just one story that gets passed from one person to another to another. And when people want to engage in a conversation and make it sound like they have some experience, they go to those stories. And unfortunately, very little of it's based in truth. There's pitfalls with anything you do in life. Whether you decide to invest in stacking silver and gold, then you have a care and custody issue. Is it safe enough? How much can you keep at your house before you're at risk? So no matter what, if you find yourself with an abundance of money and you start to try to figure out what path you're going to go down, there's not a path out there that doesn't have issues with it. You can't let that be your guiding principle. You just accept that if you're going to be in the trucking business, you're willing to deal with flat tires. Jay says, in the pest control business, I've seen a lot of shitty tenants and a lot of shitty renters. It goes both ways. Yes, it does, Jay. It goes both ways. There's landlords out there who couldn't give two shits about their property, and that's their right. See, that's my thing. I'm all about personal freedoms. This is America. If some guy wants to go buy some shithole somewhere, and it's just literally everything about it is the literal definition of a garbage dump. That's his right. Rage on, dude. Do your thing, man. And moreover, if somebody wants to move into a place like that and live there, it's on them. That's the freedom of America. And if you want to build a multi-million-dollar mansion on the beach and rent it out for $50 a month, you can do that as well. That's the beauty of America. Everybody has the freedom, for the most part, to act as they wish. And it's a self-leveling system.
$50 a month. Where is that at?
Daniel Monson says, being a service plumber, you see a lot of stuff. Most rentals that aren't taken care of are direct it means a direct reflection of this a direct image of the standards of the person who owns it. More than likely, Daniel, if you have an owner who's very fastidious in his personal life, or animal that they like things to be kept in good repair, they take pride in ownership, then certainly that'll be reflected in his properties as well. Yeah.
And as he clarifies, it's also the person living there. It's going to be a reflection of them as well, how it's taken care of.
Well, if you're going to go down this path that my wife and I chose some years ago, you need to do so with open eyes, and it's real simple. Renters, tenants, if you will, are never. I can't make this any more plain. They are never going to take care of that place like it's their own. If you're fortunate enough to find that rare unicorn who rents from you, and they put out the level of sweat equity on keeping the place spruced up and cleaned and everything's just, then you're the exception to the rule. And it's natural. It's a normal thing. If somebody's going to live there, they're like, look, I'm just renting this place. Ultimately, it's not mine. So I don't have any problems with it. You just go in it with open eyes, understanding that that's part and parcel of the business, that no one is going to treat a rental property with the same care and love that they would if they owned it. It's just the way it is. And to ignore that, you do so at your own peril. You mentioned about moving into one side, Pop a Mac and of a duplex. That's obviously doable too, especially if you're just like maybe a young single guy with no family. That's a real good plan. I was just talking in general terms, about people who are.
Yeah.
I guess since you brought the subject up though, that would be my first thing I would tell a friend. If they were fortunate enough to sell a whole bunch of stock and make a whole bunch of money that they didn't see coming. I would advise. Yeah, I'll say the word advise. I would advise that the first thing they need to do is take care of their personal business, meaning take a real hard look at your housing that you're providing for your family and what are the terms of that. And that would be a real good time to address that and do it in a real thoughtful manner that's beneficial for the family going forward.
Hey, Pirate.
Yeah, Rugged. Good to see you, buddy.
Quick, can I ask you an unrelated question real fast?
We're just killing time. You never have to ask me for permission. Just fire away, man.
Lockheed P3C-3R Orion.
Sounds like a Navy.
It is
Navy surveillance plane. If I'm guessing right, they have like a dome bolted on the top of the fuselage.
It just threw a 7700. Mayday call. I don't. I get the alerts on flight radar. When there's a Mayday call. It's over. Let's see here. It's actually kind of close to me. It's kind of in the Chesapeake Bay area, Virginia. So it's whatever's doing it. It's trying to go in for a landing pretty soon.
Yeah, that's never good. It could be any number of things.
Call sign Warlock 2, WARLOK 2.
I think I saw that guy in Die Hard movie. That's not good. Warlock.
What about Matlock?
Tech We Love says people of different energy levels taking care of homes they personally own. So of course there's going to be a variation of tenants. Very few are king of all trades. You don't have to be a king of all trades, Tech. If you're going to go down the rental road, the first thing you need to understand is that you don't get to keep all the money that comes in every month. This is for our sake of our conversation here. Let's just say the rent's $1,000 a month. That's a common misconception. Everybody thinks the landlord gets to keep that $1,000. That's not how it works. And if you spend some time and kind of dig into it and be real methodical about how it's going to work, the first thing you'll find is a little bit every month goes to, for instance, taxes. That never goes away. And in 400 years, there's going to be a county tax on that house. So out of that $1,000 a month, a portion of it goes to your county taxes. So you have to have a line item deduction for that, a liability, if you will. And then if you're smart, you say, okay, I'm going to set aside out of that $1,000, I'm going to set aside, say, 10% a month for care and repairs to the house. So now you put $100 in a coffee can, and maybe you go 9 months without using any of that, but then at one time you might need an $800 hot water heater. So you see where I'm going with this. You don't necessarily have to be a tradesman or handy. You bake it into the cake that it's part of the business model. You'll be incredibly profitable. And then if you want to be a greedy prick like I am, you don't pay $800 for a hot water installation. You take your lazy ass over there and struggle through it yourself, and that's extra. That's gravy money. But you wouldn't. It would be poor planning to build a rental fleet of properties around the idea that part of the math was going to be that you did all the work for yourself. I would argue that's a bad idea.
At those times you get to take that money out of the coffee can and give it to yourself.
It's extra. Exactly. It's all extra. Or if you do enough of it, the money in that coffee can will achieve a level that's you can say, okay, I got so much money in my repair account. I don't need to you don't have to keep maintaining those $100 contributions. Let's say you put 10% in the can and the tenant stays there like Carl J said he has some lady for 10 years. Well, at some point in time, if she doesn't just destroy the place, you can say, listen, I have already set aside enough money for this place to cover what would be, let's just say, for the biggest repair. And I would argue that's a roof. So if you say I can do re-roofs, my community, they'll put a roof on for let's just say $10,000. Well, I would argue that once you have $10,000 of her money set aside, you know that at any time in the future, she has already paid for a new roof. So then you can maybe argue about, okay, we don't need to contribute to that. So now that extra $100 becomes, you can consider that profit, if you will. But yeah, you need to start out initially with setting aside portions that when it's all said and done, you can sit at home and watch the news and talk to your friends on the internet and still remain profitable. Anything you do above and beyond that should be extra.
Wait,
that includes anything.
Who can do that, Pirate? Do you know anybody who can do that?
No, there's a few of them out there.
How about the one in the mirror?
Tech says he meant that the ability for tenants to foresee all future potential problems with whatever they do in the building. They might think they're doing the right thing, but aren't and maintaining. Yeah, I'm not. I'm a little confused by all that.
Agreement.
But
you got lease agreement that you can't do this to the apartment.
Yeah, well, for the most part, tenants aren't doing repair work.
Yeah, they're not.
It's actually a bad idea to have them even involved in any of that. If the house, I'm just talking about major repairs, like something goes wrong. See, that's another misconception. Sadly, people, again, the urban legend stories, they think that when you get a rental property, that like every week there's something that needs to be done, and it's just simply not true. You can own a property and not touch it for years now. So again, there's this misconception that, okay, I'm going to get myself a little duplex and I'm going to rent it out to 2 families, and then I got to be prepared to go over there every week. It's just not the way it works. More often than not, it's not even an issue of the time it takes for the repairs. Sometimes it's just a factor of money. There's really, I guess we got the time to touch on this subject lightly. There's really only 3 things that can hurt you in your wallet. The one that's going to come bite you in the ass first is air conditioning. Air conditioners they're problematic. They're complicated, so they're prone to breaking down. So you need to be prepared to address air conditioning issues. Now, the good side of that is if you just say fuck it and put a whole new system in for say $7,000, you're done. You can mark that off for the next 10 to 12 years. So it hurts to put a new AC unit in, but what you don't have to worry about is complaints about that or repair bills. The second one will be roofing. Roofs, specifically shingle roofs, they say they last 30 years, but that's bullshit. I don't know anybody can get 30 years out of a 3-tab shingle roof. For the most part, I would argue if you can get 15 years out of a roof, you've done well. So those are the 2 big ones. After that, it's ding dong shit. A stove that the oven doesn't work, or a ceiling fan, whatever. That stuff is all so nitpicky, it doesn't even hurt your bottom line. If anything, it's just a minor inconvenience when you hear people whining about it. So if you can wrap your head around air conditioning and the roof, now in between there's some stuff like if the house is vacant and you don't get it occupied right away, are you going to pay somebody to go cut the grass in between, or are you going to go do it yourself? But we're getting way off into the weeds now, because if you're doing things right, it shouldn't set long enough to have that happen.
What about little silly things like a flapper on a toilet, it's leaking or whatever? Is the landlord responsible for that, or do the tenants?
Yeah, they're responsible for it. You're responsible for that. But again, if you put a flapper on a toilet, it's going to last, even if you have hard water with lime in it, you're going to get 3 to 5 years out of it. Yeah. So it's not like you got to go every 30 days and put a flapper in. And there's, and what you're going to find is, I have found this over 20 years of the business, is 9 out of 10 people are just going to fix it themselves. Sometimes they won't even tell you. If you got good tenants, they won't even tell you about it. It's a $5 rubber flapper. What we've always done is said, hey man, the guy's like, hey, I put a flapper in. I'm like, dude, I appreciate that. How much was the parts? And they're like, oh no, it was $10. We're like, how about I knock $100 off the rent? because I could, whatever. You just show some goodwill. You establish a relationship. You establish a relationship between them. You got to be careful with that now, because since we touched on that subject, you don't want to get people who find that as a weakness. And then because if they're struggling, they try to find something that's wrong with the property every month in order for them to generate a little job for themselves. They're like, oh my God, that's good money. I put down $100 for a flapper. Maybe if I can find something like, so you want to be careful with that. But as a general rule, again, if you have decent people living there, they're not going to nitpick you. I can tell you this: if somebody moves into one of my properties and they start nitpicking me, they're not going to be there very long. That's just the truth of the matter. I'm gonna when the time comes to re-up, I'm either going to raise their rent because they're a pain in my ass, or I'm going to encourage them to find someplace else, and I'll find somebody who's a better match. We tell our clients, listen, if your air conditioning goes down, I'm your guy. The hot water heater goes down, I'm your guy. But you don't call me because the light bulbs burn out. And we have long conversations with them, and we make it real clear on what we expect of them before they ever move in. And that's what I do. I try to set the rules very clearly, so that if what I want doesn't work for Real Rugged, we can just shake hands. It doesn't make me the devil, and it doesn't make you evil. I'm just like, look, we have some people sometimes who would come in and they want to pick the property apart even before they move in. And I think sometimes they think they can drive the rent down they can negotiate the rent down as if they come in and pick the place apart like it's a custom build that just got finished, and they're looking for checklist items, punch list items. And I just tell them in a polite way, listen, I don't think this is going to work for us. I'm not providing a custom build. I'm not going to have you move in here and then hand me a list of demands of things you want repaired. I need you to look real close at this property, because what you see is what you get. I'm renting you an old used house, and I've done my best to make it a decent home. You get two choices. You can rent from me, or you can press on down the road. Well, what you can't do is move in and then start making demands of me. Yeah, go ahead, Petro.
What do you do as far as your background checks and how you do some investigating before you have a tenant?
Man, you're going to laugh. But in 20 years, we've never done it. And I know that there's people out there that just their jaw's going to hit the ground. But I'll tell you why. When you're dealing with people who are renting, a lot of times, if they had the most pristine credit, if they had the best payment, all those things, they would probably already own a house. So you got to understand, you're dealing with people who are of a certain in a certain place economically. And I'll give you another example. Just because somebody filed bankruptcy doesn't mean they're a bad risk. One of the best tenants we ever had in our entire lives was a guy who lost his farm. It was him, his wife, his mother-in-law, and their young daughter. They lost their farm. He lost his job. They lost their farm. They come to us. And on day one, I told Mrs. Pirate, absolutely not. And she's like, I got a good feeling about these people. I think they're okay. And they ended up becoming really good family friends of ours. They lived on one of our properties for years. Even after I told them they couldn't bring their horse, they had to literally get rid of their horse. I'm like, and I was kind of wrong. Now I look back on it, I probably should have let them keep their horse. But my point is, if we had gone and pulled a credit report, we'd have never even talked to them. And so that's an example. Now, I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just saying, for us, we have found that we trust our gut instincts. But that's why we interview our clients. I don't pay a property manager. Mrs. Pirate and I personally meet with people who want to move into a house that I own, and you can learn a lot about somebody spending 15 minutes with them. I can learn a whole lot more by spending. You bet your ass. You better bet your ass.
Yeah. Yeah. Just some simple questions too, I bet. Tell me a little bit about, why are you?
And you have every right. You have every right to ask them. I'm like, I said, hopefully I don't offend you, but I have a few questions for you. Where do you work? What do you do for a living? How do you pay your bills? You don't want somebody who's a problem, because a lot of these people have just been tossed out of another place because they become a problem. So you want to find out. But to answer your question, no, we've never done background checks. We've never done credit checks. We take a simple application form, and Mrs. Pirate tells them it's simply because, and I've always told them the same speech. If Hayden crashes a 737 jet into my house and kills everybody in it, I just need to know who to call. I need a point of contact. How do I get a hold of your family or your people? and that's it. We tell them all the time. We don't even ask them to put their banking account information in, none of that stuff. Generally, she just wants to know some names and some phone numbers of who we can call if something goes real bad over here. So I'm just sharing you that. I'm not telling you you should do that. I'm just telling you that's what's worked for us.
So if you and Mrs. Pirate were interviewing me and I told you I'm a YouTube streamer and I have over 50 people on my stream, would you rent to me?
Well, it's not just that. It's not just that simple. Again, it's not like, they're not like one red flag that can check off. This is going to sound really shitty, but I'm going to tell you, I'll give you guys the lowdown dirty dirt. When I meet you at my property, I'm going to beat you there. I'm going to be waiting for you when you pull up. So this is just as cold as hard as I can be. I'm going to see what you pull up in. It tells me something about you. Again, I may not pay $200 for a credit check and a background check and all that stuff, but it counts to me. You know, if you pull up in front of my house and your vehicle's got all the windows busted out of it and you got a garbage bag, you know, keeping for the rear window, I'm not gonna be real impressed. I'm not saying you need to roll up in a Lamborghini. That's not what I'm saying here. So a little bit of that, and then, you know, again, your personal appearance, you know, but then I'm going to get into the conversation with you, and that's going to be the deal breaker. And then my wife and I have had what we call the power of veto. We're almost always together. Very rarely ever. If there's probably only 1 or 2 times in 20 years that we have interviewed clients where we weren't together. But we have a little secret code. You know, if my wife winks at me 3 times in a row while we're in the kitchen, that means she's done. You know, she don't want anything to do with these people. We need to leave as quickly as we can and just be as polite as we can. And we do that. We're just as super nice. I appreciate your time. We're going to let you know what we decide. Hope you enjoy a great day. You know, see you guys. And then when they leave, she's like, no fucking way. And I'm like, and then I have the same right. So what we do that's how we keep in our family harmony, that neither one of us will be able down the road to say, well, I didn't like those people. I told you shouldn't have moved them in. But we're kind of straying off the topic there a little bit. But to answer your question, it's not as simple as what do you do for a living? And then that answer either is a yes or a no. It's a little more complicated than that.
Obviously, I was being a little bit tongue-in-cheek with 50 followers. I probably wouldn't give that much weight.
I tell you something else. In 22 years or whatever of real estate, my wife and I have never taken so much as a single dollar as an application fee. I think the people who are doing that are running a con. I think it's a scam. I think it's a shame. I know it's become acceptable, especially in the big cities. You know, when you want to move into an apartment complex, they charge you like $80 just to apply. Now, I guess if I owned 300 units in an apartment building, maybe I would do that, because I think the argument is it's a screening process. If somebody can't afford to pay $50 to apply, then their money is so tight that they're going to be a problem for you. So I get that. But with the darker side of what that has done to the industry is there are people out there who game that system, and they have houses that they don't ever intend to rent. They just keep showing it over and over and over again. And if you get 10 people a month to come give you $50 as a application fee, you know, so we always felt like that there was just no way we could do that and sleep at night. So we've never, if you want to apply, come out to our house, we'll meet with you. You know, and you may not like us. I say it's not all one-sided. Some people may not like the house. It may not meet their standards. There's nothing wrong with that. But to answer your question, yeah, it's more than just what the guy does. But obviously, that's going to be one of the first questions. The second question, it's listen, to all of this is common sense. It's just like if you're selling cars and you want to finance somebody a new Corvette, one of the first things they ask you on a credit application is, where do you work and how long have you been there? And it's not like somebody is trying to shit on somebody who just got a new job, that there's real statistics and math behind this. It's about the probabilities. And they figured out that if somebody's been on their job for more than 3 years, there's a high likelihood they'll pay. If somebody's a job hopper, they just keep going from one job to the next, you know, that speaks to a instability, you know, and it's a personal life choice. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with somebody who chooses to live like that, but for people who work in statistics, they understand that those people have a higher rate of default than somebody who's been on their job for a while.
Howdy.
Always back, man.
I'm back. I forgot to send a text to my mom. Hold on a second. Let me do that real quick.
We went down the rabbit hole of rentals and some of the pitfalls from being in that business, and we kind of ended up with the interview process and how people, different people in the industry, decide who they will rent to and who they won't. That's kind of what you caught the tail end of there.
It was easier getting into the back of the big tramp than to rent a place from Pirate. I can tell you that.
No, that's not true. That's not true. If anything, over the years, we probably could have saved ourselves a little heartache by being a little more discerning. But I'll save those stories for another time. Casey's back, and we got to get back to business.
All right. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. We'll check out some of these numbers, see what we got going on. I was watching a video with this guy that does this, is some kind of chef, and he comments on like other people's TikTok videos of their chefing. and then he says like, disparaging comments about the meal that they're producing, which is more often than not does look like trash. So every once in a while, some of them actually kind of look intriguing, but I lost track of time. I was like, oh crap, I'm already 4 minutes late. Because it's just funny. It's really funny to watch. I don't know if you guys have seen one or not. But anyways, moving on. Numbers. Normally by this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect to see right around somewhere right around 63% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 60.8% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.49%. The combined total 70.29%, or about 7.29% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 3,359 shares. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 503 shares. Nothing unusual about those numbers. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow. It does look like after the 3.5 million shares were available to borrow, after a bunch of shares got returned, there's been a 300,000 share borrowing this afternoon, and so we're now looking at 500,000 shares reported borrowed for the day-to-day from IBKR. Fees 3.11 and rebate of 2.21. Taking a look at Ortex as of an hour ago, Ortex was reporting about 2.1 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now reporting 4.32 million shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 13.9%. The cost per mins at 1.04, average is 1.56, and max is 1.68. Shares on loan for the day today is at 78.83 million shares. That's 11.35 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Big number. And Ortex estimated about 1.98 million of that being in closed short interest. GME was reporting 129,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. An hour ago, it's now 118,000. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike. There was 8.2 thousand contracts as of an hour ago. It's now 10.1 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 1.8 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 2.1. The market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $475 and $525 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. I am not expecting AMC or GME to make the top 30 list for most heavily traded stocks based off of those orders, and due to the fact that we have low volume today, and we're not on there. MMRI was 249.1 as of an hour ago and has dropped substantially to 247.88 with the drop in the rates there that you're seeing on the screen. That's a risk-off move. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.178 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.181. We started out the day at 0.172, and on Wednesday it was 0.1. Oh, I cannot read my own writing. 106? Yeah, 106. This monstrosity over here is the Japan carry trade, and some of the indicators I was looking for that might show us a sign of a completion of the carry trade. The tightening that we saw after the correction or the unwinding of the carry trade kind of found like a narrowing point of a lot of these indicators kind of in this range here, right around like 13th of this month, 3 days ago. And now things are kind of starting to spread out a little bit here. We may see maybe some more volatility. If I go back in time here, you can see that things kind of tightened up a little bit before they started spreading apart and having all things kind of break apart here. So maybe we might see some action going into next week or over the weekend. Over the weekend seems most probable, as that's where it happened last time. Let's see here. Moving on. Why do wars always seem to happen over the weekends? NASDAQ is up 0.38. Dow Jones is up 0.3. S&P 500 is up 0.28. We have 3,207 advancers to 2,352 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. There's only two sectors that are down right now. The worst one is real estate, followed by industrials. The top performing sectors are financials, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 2.51. NYCB is up 3.52. Stank of California is up 2.53. Western Alliance up 2.71. And that's about it. Gold is up 1.7%, and it started to make a trend down and is rebounding off that and continuing upwards here for this trend up. Silver is up 1.34, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.84 and trending down. US dollar is down 0.36, trending down. Oil is down 0.87, consolidating after a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.21 to 0.28 and trending upwards. And the SPY is up 0.27 and trending up at 554.61. VIX is down 3.22 at 1474. The futures on the VIX are suggesting 1518. The VIX is dragging the futures down, it seems like, or leading the futures. IWM is up 0.33, trending up. VB is up 0.2, trending up. Tesla is up 1.52, trending up. Amazon is up 0.3, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.62, trending up. Doge is down 1.85 and trending down. Bitcoin is up 1.1 and trending up. GME is down 0.22. By the way, Bitcoin's at 58.5K a coin. GME is down 0.22, trending down. HYMC is up 0.67 and consolidating. NCMI is up 4.06, trending up. Hood is up 1.46 and appears to be trying to break a trend currently, an uptrend. It's very, very close. And AMC is down 1.66 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, about $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 4.62 million shares traded so far after 234 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 7.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million. We're definitely getting to the bottom side of this 5 million area. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring with RSI at 47.44, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. Than RSI is 39.24, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. Than RSI of 36.85, which is that's below average. On a 5-minute time interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure. Than RSI of 40.23, which is below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp while I go check my text message that I just got from my mom. I hope they're not standing me up today. It's gonna suck. I'm gonna have to change the title.
Man,
Can't
you
leave
can't
that
be
the
putting
same.
that kind of pressure on Granny T. Granny she's busy, man. I mean, she got a lot of activities and all that, and maybe you're putting way too much pressure on her.
They're hoping for about 11:40 their time, so that's gonna be 1:40 my time. So
Nice.
maybe after maybe for the closing portion of the day, maybe maybe I'll do. Makes me feel like
Granny's power hour, man.
Yeah.
Granny T's power hour.
Yep. Yeah, 12:20. It makes me feel like I should take the break now and then come back for 1 o'clock numbers and then wait for them.
You just got back.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like I feel like kind of
He
making
wants to
sure that I'm
bank up-
here.
He wants to bank up some time for
You're
Granny T.
punishing us. You're punishing us
How am I
for
punishing
your
you?
personal problem.
Why is
I feel like I'm
Maybe
being
if
punished.
Granny T makes it in here, you just don't get a break. Are you
Yeah.
tell say you're not even willing to give
Tell
up
you
your
what,
break? For
tell you
Granny
what,
T?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
break until Grandma T gets here today, and then I won't come back until then. How's that?
Yeah, how about I got a better idea.
Oh man, he's
How
playing
about you don't come back
hardball
at
now.
all?
He's playing hardball.
How about I make up my own time schedule because it is my time we're working off of.
Yeah,
How does
I
that
like
sound?
Yeah. When you have your stream, Yucca, you can have no breaks, none whatsoever. You can run 12
I don't
hours
have
a day.
a break. I never take a break. I'm working with my headphones on. You guys are my life.
Well, but that's because we already determined that you are on constant break. Like you're not really working. You're just always breaking.
You think this is work?
That's why I'm saying,
It's not work.
Huh?
You're on break.
Oh, you think I'm
You
on break all
consider
day?
that-
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, you're on break all the damn time, man.
Okay. I got you. But you've never done a live stream. I understand why you would think so because you've never done this.
I've done live streams.
Yeah.
I'm on the live right now, ain't I? I'm multitasking.
Yeah. I got it. I get it. It's all about Yucca.
It's not about us. It's not about me. It's about everybody.
No, it's about
You're
Yucca.
abandoning
It's
me.
definitely about Yucca.
You don't want to sacrifice your time.
No, I
For
am.
grandma.
I see. That's the part I don't understand. Like you don't understand the concept. This is a sacrifice of my time. All of this, literally.
How about for grandma? How about for grandma?
Yeah, that's my point. Is that if I'm sacrificing my time here, then I should be able to sacrifice it when I choose to, right?
You know, I don't know, man. Grandma sacrificed her uterus for your mother. Your mother sacrificed her uterus for you. Now you got to sacrifice your uterus for us. You know?
All right.
I don't tell you.
Dark Lotus says, "You're always breaking like ray gun." Oh, man. Mike says, "You sound like a bunch of kids." Mike, where were you this morning? You didn't put no price prediction in this morning. Where were you? Can't. Don't you come in here now at noon and start throwing price predictions at noon. Because you missed your opportunity. It was this morning. You didn't get afternoon price predictions. It's so much easier to come in the afternoon and come and bring in a price prediction than trying to get it before the market even opens.
What do you got against kindergartners anyhow?
Yeah,
what's wrong with kindergartners?
What is wrong with kindergarten? What's wrong with? I know some smart kindergartners.
Yeah, what's your point, man?
Yeah, what's wrong with being a kindergarten? I'm a kindergarten. What's wrong with that?
Kindergartner's great, man. They take naps, man. They get little snacks. You know, there's usually story time. I'm all about the kindergartners, man.
Man, I had you written down, Mike. I thought, Mike's gonna show up. He's gonna show up. He nailed it right on the head coming in halfway through the day, and then he came in the next morning and he's gonna throw in a price prediction, and you threw one in and you're off by a lot, and I was like, but he's gonna pull through. He's gonna collect himself and come in this morning with a great price prediction, and you didn't show. I was like, man, I was missing it. I was hoping. Or maybe did you put one in? Maybe you did put one in. I missed it. Hold on a second here. Can I scroll back that far? No, I can't. Dang it. I could be wrong. Maybe he put one in this morning and I missed it. I might have missed it. Pantheon, good afternoon. $5.05. He takes the price where we're at right now. $5.05. All right. $5.05 it is. UPS delivery guy, did I say hi to you? Papa Mac, I don't know if I said good morning to you or not yet either. Good morning.
You didn't say good morning to me.
Yes, I did. I even gave you claps. I gave you the clap.
Hey.
I did. I did. I gave you 2 of them. I gave you 2 claps. I clapped you.
Damn it.
I did. No, I honestly did. Here, I'll clap you again.
I know you did. I know you
there
did.
You
You
go.
did.
There you go. I clapped you again.
You did.
Yeah.
You did, Casey.
Mike, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear late night at the beach.
Mike was so sweet.
What beach was it?
That's me.
I do want to find out that. What's that, Yucca?
Is that his last name?
It says Claypool.
Wasowski?
Claypool.
Oh, it's not Mike Wasowski?
Mike Wasowski. Jo, good evening from... Is that the Netherlands? What is NL? I don't know what NL is. What is that?
North Louisiana?
I don't know. I don't know what NL is. Oh, New Zealand? No, that would be NZ. I don't know what that is. Oh, I got it right the first time. Netherlands. Sweet.
Netherlands, yeah. That's what I was going to say next.
Welcome. Pantheon says he was taking pills before you gave him the clap. Mike says North Padre Island, Corpus Christi. Wow, Mike, that's my neck of the woods. We were just down there on vacation, gosh, a couple months ago. Bruno almost died. We almost lost our dog down there.
You hydrated. Poor guy.
Why? How do you say your name? I don't know how to say his name. I want to learn how to say your name correctly. JDO.
I'm gonna go with Yao.
Yeah,
Yao de Oliveira.
Right. Yeah.
Yao de Oliveira.
Yo. No,
Just call me
Y-O-W.
Can I call you Yahweh?
Yo. I felt like yo, Adrian.
He said yo, ow.
But how is that? No. But he put okay. I need phonetics here. So phonetically speaking,
is it
Sleepy Joe? Okay, Joey. Sleepy Joey. That's it. It's Joey.
Is that Joey Beltran?
He's saying Joey. Joey? That's actually a really interesting way to spell Joey.
Yo.
Google Portuguese. All right, hold on a second here.
Portuguese.
Hold on a second. I want to get it right because hold on a second here.
Joao. Joao.
Joao.
So the J isn't silent.
Joao.
I got it. Man.
Joao.
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 Kind of cool. Yeah. Wow.
Wow. Joao.
Joao.
Joao. Okay, got it. Joao. Cool.
Tech, we love. You're mistaken about the parking meter. When you said you wouldn't want to rent month to month because you'd feel like you're living in a parking meter, it's no different. If you have a yearly lease, you still pay every month. You don't pay your whole year at one time. So I don't know how having a yearly, how you would feel any differently having a month to month or a yearly lease. The difference is you have a legal contract that says they can't raise the rates for 1 year. But that's the only difference between renting month to month and having a yearly lease. But the fact that you're paying like a parking meter, that's true of anybody who rents. And it's what you're doing. You're literally paying a parking meter.
Laundromat, that's where the money's at.
Oh, we almost bought one of those. Mrs. Pirate and I almost bought one. They had one going to foreclosure. And it didn't go. The guy, somebody made him a loan and bailed him out the last minute. But we looked into that, and they're a job. It's not what do they call it? Passive income. It's a business, but it doesn't require the level of work that say running a family restaurant would. Mm. But yeah, they're very profitable.
Working night shifts. Well, there was a period of time when I first moved to Texas where I lived by myself in an apartment complex while we were waiting for a house to get built. But for about 3 months, I lived in an apartment complex, and they had a laundromat there on the site. And being a night shift worker, I was able to just go over there and use it in the middle of the night because I was up until the wee hours of the morning, anyways. Which was the best time because I didn't want to have to deal with waiting for the dryer or anything. I could just get all my stuff done in a couple loads, like 2 loads, and be done with it. And two dryers, 2 washers, throw everything in both of them and tie it up, and I'm done and out of there in no time. So that's the only chance that I've ever had as an opportunity to do laundry outside of a home that I've owned before. But I can only imagine what a pain in the butt it must be to have to take your laundry someplace to go do laundry somewhere. That's got to be a real pain in the butt.
Yep, it is.
Because it was annoying enough as it was just for me to have to haul my crap, all my dirty clothes over, to the other side of the apartment complex to do it. And Dark Lotus says, if you scan it with a QR reader, it just says buy more. Wait, what? At first I thought, At first I thought he was talking about the laundromat, but because actually there are laundromats now where they do have QR codes and you can scan instead of paying with quarters. You just use an app to pay for it.
Credit card.
Yeah.
Swiper.
Yep. And but yeah, you're right though. The price movement right now sure does look like it's a complete barcode. This is what happens when somebody doesn't have liquidity to be able to make a market. This is refusing to make the market looks like. And the reason that they refuse to make the market is it can't handle the volatility. Which is the great comment by the ever so wise. Dang it, I can't find it. Before I speak, I gotta find this stuff first. The ever so wise and great Mike Robertson made this comment, and he said, and to maintain the 6-penny spread that we had yesterday on price movement, he wondered what the market maker short exemptions were, and why would the market maker need to make short exemptions on a range of 6 pennies?
Yep. That's probably the best comment of the year. in the past 12 months, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a comment that's any more poignant than that one.
Yeah. I need to make fake shares because the price moved too much on 6 pennies.
Yep, think about that. Just ponder on that, chew on that bone for a while.
I can't find any share. I need shares that bad. 6 pennies was so much. I needed to create 191. Was it 191? 197,000 shares worth of fake shares over a 6 penny move. 6 penny move. It's insanity. Insanity. Absolute insanity. William says, I think they're keeping it just above 5 right now because there's too much buying below 5. Yeah, they probably run into issues where $5 starts bringing in more buys. Probably more contracts that want to buy, more call contracts that want to go in at $5, which is, pressure. They don't want it. They don't want it going too low. They don't want it going too high. Either way causes buying pressure. And yeah, absolutely. Just they got to park price. This is a refusal to make a market because they can't handle price movement on either direction because it's going to absolutely wreck them. That's what this looks like. 6 pennies.
Which is better? Philadelphia cream cheese smeared on a saltine cracker or peanut butter smeared on celery?
I'm going to go with
which is superior.
All right, we're voting on this one because this is actually a pretty decent comment.
Mrs. Pryor just brought me. She's walking by me, and I'm like a little pet. She tosses me little snacks from time to time. And as she went by me, she handed me a saltine cracker with Philadelphia cream cheese on it. And I'm here to tell you, it was magnificent. She's saying club cracker. If you really want to get down to it, she should have done. I guess
that makes a big difference.
Saltines.
No, I had gave you a club cracker.
Club cracker.
Oh, she's saying she said it was a club cracker. Well, hell, I didn't even know what I ate. So there you go.
Versus.
I haven't even had a gummy yet.
What was
go
it?
Easy on
it was
me.
club cracker with cream cheese versus what?
Versus
celery and peanut butter
on celery sticks. Yeah, a poor boy appetizer. Poor boy appetizer.
Okay.
Ritz is pretty good with cream cheese as well.
We're gonna go. No, we're gonna go Ritz with canned cheese. That's another one. Ritz,
yeah. What's that called?
Cheese.
What's that whipped cheese called?
Whippets? No, he said whippets.
The spray on crackers. The cheese.
Cheese whiz. Yeah.
Cheese whiz. Cheese whiz.
Literally. Fourth one. We need a fourth one.
Fourth one. Let me think for a second. What other kind of hors d'oeuvres you got, Sandy?
And it can't be any of the things that we listed so far. It needs to be completely separate, like nothing tied together.
Right. No variations of a theme. It has to be
Celery, cream cheese, and pickle.
We already did celery.
Already did celery with cream cheese, so we got to have something.
Salami, cream cheese, and pickle.
No meats.
No meats. We're going to.
No meats.
We're going to have an exclusion for all of your cured meats.
Hummus.
Oh, hummus and what? What do people dip in hummus? That is a popular one for some people. Carrots,
either naan,
garlic chips.
Naan,
yeah,
N-A?
garlic.
Is it N-A? Is it N-A-A-N? Is that how it's spelled?
Yes.
I think it's
Naan.
pita chips.
Oh, pita chips. All right, pita chips. Pita chips.
Or vegetables.
And naan. N-A-A. No, I mean, and what was it called?
You're going down the path of a dip. You're going down the path of a dip now, and I don't think.
What's the
that's
dip called? What's the dip?
We're looking for hors d'oeuvres. We're looking for something that's an hors d'oeuvre. It has to be. I'm gonna demand that it has to be able to serve from a tray. So if my little pet monkey is coming around my yacht and he's holding a tray of hors d'oeuvres, it has to be little.
You're not sophisticated enough to stick a spoon in it and scoop it out and put it on your little plate so you can have a.
Well, like caviar. Next thing you're gonna have him putting caviar on Melba toast.
Well, I mean, we are talking about pita and whatever that other crap is called. Whatever that is, What is that stuff? No, not the naan. The stuff you dip it into. I can't think what it's called.
I mean, you got shrimp cocktail. They serve shrimp cocktail. You got toothpicks with little, little toothpicks on there with vegetables. But I'm looking for specifically for like a
hummus.
Poor boy finger foods.
Chimichurri.
Pigs in a blanket.
That's meat.
Casey,
Tom Williams just said pig in a blanket. Miss Sandy just said pig in a blanket.
No meat.
So no meats.
No
yeah,
meats.
we have a. This is about to do a.
Chimichurri. Chimichurri, Casey.
Chimichurri.
Yes.
Isn't that meaty?
No, it's veggies.
I don't know.
Chimichurri.
I don't know what that is.
You like it, maybe.
Hors d'oeuvres.
You don't know what chimichurri is? Man, where have you been? You're missing out.
I think pita chips and hummus is a great one. I think it's because it covers the group out there that doesn't want all that other crap.
Yeah, I guess if you had kitchen staff, if you had somebody back in the kitchen staff, if they could take a little spoon and put a little bit of hummus on each one, I guess you could serve that on a tray. You could have a waiter walking around.
I like it. I'm going with it. I'm going with it. We're gonna see how much of a ritzy crowd we got going on here, and it's okay. It's okay if you're part of the ritzy crowd. Nobody's gonna know that you picked it because it's a nobody knows who's voting on what on this poll. So if you want to be a part of the,
I had a friend,
the ritzy club, be a part of it.
Saying that there are houseboat people, and there's motor yacht people.
Yeah,
and there's nothing wrong with either one of them. Nope. One has a garbage can and a keg of beer on the back. The other one has champagne and or caviar. But you have to choose your team.
Yeah, and there's no wrong. There is no wrong answer.
I'm keeping my vote to myself. I don't want to unduly influence everyone, so I'm going to be secretive with my selection here.
Chimichurri.
I think I know which one I would go with. But
nobody in the chat has tried the McDonald's $5 promotional inflation fighting meal they had. I was thinking about trying it out today, but just wanting to get some feedback.
This is actually a really close poll. I'm actually really surprised.
This is what we do, Tater Tot. He said excellent poll. This is what we do here. We're big thinkers.
Yeah.
It's like we go over quantum physics.
I am working here, damn it,
the
Yucca.
mysteries of time, the mysteries of time and space, and Tommy said Christine and bruschetta. Now you're Tommy Williams.
Yeah, but bruschetta's that's meat. That's meat.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot. Yeah, we'll have to do a separate one if we're going to talk about.
I mean, now we're getting fancy now because I mean, you can have.
I mean, technically, caviar is not a meat. It's a protein, but it's not meat. So if you're going to do caviar on Melba toast,
how do you define meat?
It has to come from a muscle. It's real simple. It has to come from a muscle, like the thigh of a chicken, the back.
So are you telling me dermis is not meat?
What's dermis?
Skin.
Epidermis?
Yeah. Skin would be meat. So what are you suggesting?
That's not muscle. Well, I'm just saying. How do you define what meat is?
I'm just saying it'd have to be derived from something, a protein source that's connected to muscle. Like fish is not meat. Fish is fish.
No.
What about a cracker? A cracker with some tomato, mozzarella, basil.
Dermis is meat. Exactly. If you want to eat dead skin, you're eating meat. Yeah.
That sounds really. That sounds very, very complex and time consuming to make that. But nice entry.
Easy and delicious.
I mean, you got crackers with
chimichurri. Have you been at the $5 meal?
Which one?
No, I don't trust
McDonald's.
Yeah, I have. Get the app, and with the app you can get use like a 25% discount also on top of that.
Is the meal itself filling, or is it a pretty small amount of food?
It's just
you get the choice. Right, yeah. It's like a double cheeseburger or like a chicken sandwich with like a small fry, 4 nuggets, and a small drink.
By the way, I think Subway had an emergency meeting a couple days ago because I guess their sales are plummeting.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to come out with $6.99 footlongs here. I think it starts today, as a matter of fact.
Ooh, chimichurri.
So,
Jeff B said deviled eggs, and I would argue that he's correct.
That takes forever to make.
Yeah, and that's why I could see a waiter walking around a room with a tray full of deviled eggs, and you reach up and just take one deviled egg.
Everybody gassy. Don't be serving that shit. Everybody at the party gassy, farting, looking at KC. Is it you? Is it you? Yeah, it's him.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time choosing between
They're called
two
the
of
devil's
these.
egg.
What about devil's meat? Comes in
I'm
a
going to throw this
can.
out there. I'm going to throw this out there. This may be regional, but one of Mrs. Pirate's all-time greats is a thing called a hanky panky. And just shut up, Bianca. Don't even start. But it's a little hors d'oeuvre called hanky panky. Are any of you up to speed with the hanky pankies?
No. Just go ahead and tell us.
Real short and simple. It is sausage and cheese, hamburger, ground beef.
It keeps
sausage.
changing.
No. It's a combination. It's both.
Wait, you go confer. You go confer with her first, and then come back and tell us what it is.
She's sitting here next to me. She's helping me with the rest of the ingredients. It has sausage. She said it has hamburger. It has cheese, Velveeta cheese. You brown it all up, and then you put it on a little piece of Melba toast, and then you put it in the oven and bake it. And it's called a hanky panky.
Sounds like something you guys do in the bedroom.
That's a Super Bowl. We have that. That's a Super Bowl staple. If you're fortunate enough to be invited to a Super Bowl party at my house, you will see hanky pankies.
Yeah,
there'll be copious amounts of hanky pankies.
You naughty kids.
Yeah.
Only they don't use an oven. It's Dutch.
No, they're really good, man. It's like it has like a little greasy texture to it. I don't want to say it's like exactly like putting a piece of sausage on a cracker, but it's the cheese and the two kinds of meats in there, and then of course the cracker, and then you toast it. It kind of stiffens it up. Hanky panky, man. Oh, I see what you did there. I said stiffens it up. I got you. Yep. Yuck is having his blood pressure going up.
Makes it hard.
Yukon wants to know if they can serve hanky pankies while they play cornhole. Maybe it might be a sponsorship. Maybe there's Oh, Mike Claypool. How did we miss stuffed mushrooms? I'm with you on that, man.
Gross.
The mushroom cap with a little what they put in there. They stuff it with like either crab meat or stovetop stuffing.
Ugh.
Yeah, man, I'm with you. Mike Claypool, you're invited on my boat as well.
Gross.
I make stuff called crack dip. You take a tube of hot breakfast sausage.
I'm going to throw this one out there.
Wait, can you not hear him talking?
You good?
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
Awesome. This is Amazing Blue.
Yeah.
You do a tube of hot breakfast sausage. You cook it in a pan, crumble it up, dump it in a crock pot, put 2 blocks of cream cheese and a can of Rotel jalapeno tomatoes. Mix that together as it warms up, and you put that on top of or you dip it with tortilla chips.
What was the first thing that you said you put in?
Breakfast sausage, like a 16-ounce tube of like hot breakfast sausage.
Do you put beans in there at all?
No, it's breakfast sausage, cream cheese, and jalapeno tomatoes.
That sounds like a hanky panky.
Yeah, I literally watched somebody make something very similar to that, except for there was beans in it, and instead of breakfast sausage, they used chorizo.
You could do chorizo too.
Yeah, very, very similar.
I take that to pretty much any Super Bowl party or party, and it's gone instantly.
Yeah, they also added sour cream and a bunch of crap loads of cheese too. Sounds similar.
He's trying to jam me up. I said fish is not meat, fish is fish, and he said then I called crab meat. I said, well, crab's not fish. Touche. On guard.
Crab's not.
What about
fish. Yes.
What about I got one. You get some Rice Krispies, or not Rice Krispies, but Fruity Pebbles. You get some marshmallows.
wait, hold on. Let's go. Wait, we got to go back here a second. How did you mix Rice Krispies up with Fruity Pebbles? How did you make that?
Well, well. Hold on a minute.
You guys,
So
no.
you
But
got-
do you guys make Fruity Pebble Rice Krispie treats? Is what you make? Is what you're selling me, right? Is that what you do sometimes?
Right.
Okay.
But
all right.
you but you go to your buddy and you get the special kind of butter, and then
buddy butter.
I don't
What
know.
do you serve
I
that
don't know
on a
anything
tray?
about getting butter from my buddy.
I'm a hard no.
I do not get.
Buddy.
I never get any butter from my buddy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm a hard
What
no
are you-
on the buddy butter.
Talking about a little THC butter.
I have no idea what this buddy butter is.
No, thank you on the buddy butter.
I will pass.
Then
Big
you add
time
the
on this.
Famunda cheese.
Buddy butter. I've never heard of this. Hey, buddy, I need some of your butter.
I know I'm going to get Grey Poupon for this, but
All right.
how about thin sliced smoked salmon? It's very expensive.
No, I'm going. I'm not. Who was that? Who was that was talking to me? I'm not letting him off the hook here.
Sliced smoked salmon.
That's Funky. I think that's Funky that was talking. Funky. All right. When you say buddy butter, what you really mean to say is THC butter, right? That's what you're saying?
If that's what you want. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, I was speaking in slang.
Okay.
I forgot I'm talking to a bunch of Boy Scouts.
Kindergartners.
I've never heard this terminology before. This is not something I'm aware of. Okay.
Yeah, you can't go to
where
something else.
What state do you live in, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't, you want to say you don't have to.
You don't have to. I live in Illinois.
Is that illegal? Is that a recreational legal state?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can just go to the store to pick it up. You don't have to go to your buddy. I'm just letting you know.
I mean, if you don't want to pay taxes are high as fuck on it.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever tried making it on your own?
Nah, I haven't done that. No.
Okay.
But I have a friend who likes to do.
If you get a little bit of cheesecloth, I actually saw a guy do this one time. You get a little bit of cheesecloth, and you just take your marijuana, put it inside the cheesecloth, and then you can just melt the butter and pour it over the top of the cheesecloth so that it pours over through the marijuana buds. And what'll happen is the molecules of the butter. This guy was an engineer who showed me this. He told me about this. The molecules from the butter are seeking an extra molecule that the THC has, and so it automatically binds naturally the THC to the butter. And so when it drops down into the jar, you've got your now THC butter, and you just throw that in the freezer or fridge or whatever you want to until it hardens, and you got yourself your butter all ready to go. It's really simple to make, not that hard at all.
Holy shit!
The only thing you missed in that is there's a real important step. It's the most critical step. You have to spread that marijuana leaf out on a tray, and you have to bake it in an oven, because unless you bring it up to a high temperature, there is no THC. You have to release the THC through the high temps.
He did not show me that at all. He did not.
Going 74 miles an hour.
A crock pot works. It's just the fat lipids.
Well, I know you all just send me a batch of your best and try it out.
I never made any.
If you go to a cornhole tournaments, you can go in the bathroom and you can get served buddy. They got buddy butter. You got to go into one of those stalls, and you go in one of those stalls at a cornhole tournament and stick your foot underneath the stall to the guy next to you. That's what Danny tells me.
Oh, that's a signal or something?
Yeah, signal for I'm in need of buddy butter. So.
Oh. Okay.
Where's Danny at?
I can't believe this. Pita chips and hummus suddenly jumped ahead here. How is this?
Turtle nose.
What the hell is going on here? That's crazy. It's awesome.
Turtle 4614. I went to his channel and subbed to show him a little respect and love. And Turtle 4614 can speak with authority on all things marijuana. Tell him, Turtle,
really?
you have to heat the marijuana up first before you try to do anything with it, as far as mixing it with butter and all that.
Let's give you a quick news drop real quick.
Yep.
And then we'll come back to the butter.
Yep.
All right, what is it?
The Deadpool Wolverine movie became the highest
R-rated movie ever.
Yeah, of all time.
Nice.
Unusual Whales. Yeah. Okay. That's all.
Thank you for the update, and then I'd like to before I go into numbers here, I'd like to give afford Funky the opportunity to finish his recipe after we got to the buddy butter portion of it. I stopped him because I didn't need to know what buddy butter was, so
couldn't get past the
buddy butter. Now that we're past that part because we're kindergartners, the Fruity Pebbles, buddy butter, and then what else were you going to go with there on the recipe?
Oh, you do some marshmallows, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it's as simple as that, you know.
Okay, so just Fruity Pebbles weed squares. Got
brownies.
Brownies.
Weed brownies.
Oh,
And if you really want to get funky, you add the Cocoa Pebbles with the Fruity Pebbles.
Holy
and make
moly!
Chocolate Fruity Pebbles.
You are killing me right now. This whole nation, when we have federal release on marijuana and this goes live in this whole nation, there's two things that are going to happen, and this is what my prediction is. One, everybody's going to have tits. Two, and two is we will have there will no longer be anything such thing as a national debt because the taxation on that shit's going to. There's so many people that are going to be using it. We're going to have like, no debt anywhere left over. You know, I mean, people are just gonna be spending their money like crazy on it. I'm sure.
I believe it. Every time I go to the dispensary, I mean, there'll be a line, and I mean, you see all walks of life in there. You see people dressed up in business suits. I mean, you see people in their pajamas.
Mm-hmm.
You see me with my long hair and my beard.
Mm-hmm.
What now, Casey? You're saying everyone's got gynecomastia?
That's right. That's what's gonna
That's
happen.
what you're implying, right?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Are you
absolutely,
sure
absolutely. It's gonna be with the cases. Yep.
And all our lovely weed smokers in here show us their pecs so we can confirm that.
Are you telling me that's not a thing? Is that what you're trying to suggest? All right.
No, I'm just trying to get anybody who is a regular user to refute that.
Okay. All right.
That counts that.
Yeah. All right.
Did you say pecs?
Yeah.
Well,
Pecs.
pecs, unless you've got boobs like KC's implying there.
He's like, are you talking about pecs? I don't know what those are
It's
anymore.
Like you market the bra from the Seinfeld there, aren't you, Kate?
I have no. I would never. I've never. Oh no. Nope.
I have to look back at the poll, and I'm surprised that it's such a close run between the four choices.
I
there.
know.
It's almost evenly split, and I can't believe that hummus and pita chips is out front.
I know.
I would have thought that would have been.
It's crazy.
Kind of a rarity. I mean,
it's actually.
If you would have put the Rice Krispies with the buddy butter on there, I would have won.
This is literally probably one of the most wildest polls I have ever seen in the history of doing polling here. This is one hell of a poll.
I'm a little biased because when I hear hummus, I think of haggis. Isn't haggis where they stuff a goat's belly with rice or something along those lines? I guess mentally, I can't separate those two, and I think haggis versus hummus.
Hummus is chickpeas, right?
Mashed up.
Yeah, and it's like a paste. But haggis is something altogether different.
No, I ain't gonna do that. No way.
Yeah, turtle. I think it's a goat stomach, and then I think they stuff it full of rice or some other sort of grains. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Tommy's saying haggis is the sheep's face.
Oh.
All right, numbers.
All right, that's it. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got 61.28% going through off exchange, and EDGX is coming in at 8.63% for a combined total 69.91%. Nice. That's about 5.91% higher than what I would expect to see normally by this time of the day. CHX volume for GM or AMC is at 5,376 shares. That's not very much. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 503 shares. Also not very much. Taking a look at borrow fees so far for the day, it looks like they did borrow an additional. Oh no, I'm sorry. There was only just the 300,000 shares borrowed an hour ago or 2 hours ago that was new. So we're looking at about 500,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day, according to IBKR, with fees at 3.11 and rebate at 2.21. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago on Ortex, we had 4.32 million shares having been returned so far today. That is currently showing up as... Yeah, I'm pretty convinced somebody's getting out of the way before this weekend hits here. Somebody definitely does not want to be a part of whatever is going to happen. I mean, they returned 11.35 million shares yesterday, 4-point-something million shares so far today. 15 million shares in a 2-day return on days where we had hardly any volume whatsoever. Yeah, somebody's getting out of the way. I can't get Ortex to update just yet, so we'll skip on to options. Highest amount of call volume, $5 was the highest amount of volume as of an hour ago for calls, and there was 10.1 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 12.3 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is at a $5 strike with 2.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 2.3. Market is suggesting a price based on the spread that we'll see something maybe around like 475 to 525 for a close. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. And because of AMC and GME's low levels of volume, I do not expect to see us on this list. And we are not. Well, I've got you guys looking at this pretty chart right here. Ortex data finally popped up, so let me read it off here. An hour ago, it was 4.32 million shares having been returned. It has not changed, same number. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest and the free float all at the same numbers. Our cost to borrow numbers also the same. Shares on loan at 78.83 million shares. That's 11.35 million shares less than yesterday. 1.98 million of that was in return short interest. And on GME right now, it's showing a borrowing of about 116,000 shares. MMRI 248.26. It was 247.87 as of an hour ago. 248 even. 248. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates yields was 0.181. Now 0.172, and that's exactly where we started out the day, was 0.172. Actually, just going to erase that. The monstrosity of the Japanese carry trade has not kind of pointed out to anything crazy going on as of right now. Still see the U.S. dollar still dropping quite a bit from where it jumped up from yesterday, and is retracing back down to about where it was previously before the jump up yesterday at market open. NASDAQ is up 0.18, Dow Jones is up 0.25, the S&P 500 is up 0.17. We have 3,172 advancers to 2,414 decliners. The market is less advancing this hour than it was an hour before. Of the 11 sectors that are out there, only 3 are looking bad right now, but the worst 2 are real estate, followed by industrials. The top performing sectors are financials, followed by utilities. Of the MAG 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out from yesterday's closing price. Coinbase is up 2.65%. NYCB is up 3.71%. We'll call it out anyway. Stank of California up 2.38, even though it's a little low, I'll still call it. And we'll call Western Alliance 2.37. And that's about it. Gold is up 1.78, trending up. Silver's up 1.33, trending up. Gold's about ready to break 2,500 again. Ethereum Classic is up 0.37 and trending up. US dollar is down 0.42, trending down. Oil is down 1.09 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.2 to 0.28 and consolidating. Actually, BlackRocks are consolidating, but Vanguards are actually still kind of, I would say, trending up. SPY is up 0.16 and starting to trend down. Hold on a second, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. VIX is up down 2.36 and starting to trend up. It's currently at 1487 with futures suggesting 1553. Futures are driving upwards and perhaps dragging along VIX currently from a bottom of 1465. IWM is up 0.15 and starting to peel over to that top of the edge there after some consolidation to a downtrend. VB is up 0.07, same thing, starting to move into a downtrend. Tesla is up 1.04, also moving into a downtrend. Amazon is starting to move into, or has been moving into a downtrend, down 0.24. Cinemark is up 0.23, also moving into a downtrend. Doge is up 0.38, trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.21, trending up. GME is down 0.31 and trending down. HYMC is up 1.79, trending up. NCMI is up 3.83, trending up. Hood is up 1.07 and starting to trend down, and AMC is down 1.46 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC, about $250,000 more inflow than outflow, 5.07 million shares traded so far. After 281 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 7.03 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million, and we're currently over 5 now. So on a 4-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure on the Vortex indicator. RSI is at 48.45, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.94, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.85, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.5, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. And I'm going to rush to break here because if my mom and grandma decide to come on at the time that they said, I need to leave now. So yes. Joe, oh, dang it, I forgot how to say his name already. Joe. I can't remember. I'm gonna have to look it up again.
Dolphin.
Reopen, close tab.
Yo.
Close tab.
Yo.
Joao.
How am I going to remember that? Joao. I just got to remember
How do you
wow.
spell it?
Joao.
Joao?
Yeah, Joao.
Do Joe Day and your best
Joao.
Run Forest Run voice. Joe Day.
I'm going to write this on my board. I'm going to put J. I'm going to put Wow. Joao. I'm going to get it down. I'm going to remember this, damn it. If it's the last thing I
think
do.
it's Zuwao.
No.
I'm looking it up.
He said we got it right earlier. We were close enough or something. He said nice. He said nice.
He said if you wanted to be completely accurate, his middle name is Cotortez Lopez de Oliveira. So he's got quite the little quite the name there.
Holy crap, you didn't, I guarantee you didn't put that in on an SAT test. I don't know if my parents did this on purpose or not, but my name is one letter too long for my full name is one letter too long for a SAT test or like a lot of those tests. So they'd always be like, put your name in, and there's supposed to be a space in between each name, and and it has to fit in there. And so I was always that one kid who'd be like, but what if your name doesn't fit? And they'd be like, it has to fit. I was like,
Wait a minute. That's a good point. You go by KC.
Uh-huh.
Now I know without revealing anything, I don't know anything here, but does that mean is that your first initial and middle initial?
It is.
Okay. Oh, so when you fill out the test question, or the name portion, do you normally put your middle name too?
Well, I don't. So I actually put it out the way that it legally is, right? But it's
Okay.
just easier to sign stuff with a K and a C because so many people want to write it incorrectly all the time that like there's so many different ways to spell Casey that it just became really super annoying, and I just kept telling everybody, just put a K and a C. It's real simple. Just put a K and a C. It's fine.
So KC
I'll know it's mine if you just put a K and a C. So it became really easy, and I would sign my emails that way and everything. So it just became second nature to do. But it's really spelled Casey, but my middle initial is with K. So my middle name with my first name is KC. Yeah. Yeah. All right, break time. Joao. Got it. I'm going to get this down. All right. What's up?
It's definitely a Portuguese name.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, I'm going to break. We'll see you guys back here at. Well, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and plan on coming back at my normal time of 2:10. But if my mom comes in earlier, or lets me know that she's coming in, I'll probably be in earlier than that. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Be nice to her when she comes in. Yucca.
Okay.
Oh, stop.
Don't call her Mrs. Shaw.
Yeah, you have to be extra nice with my grandma. You can be whatever.
Oh, grandma.
Yeah, you gotta be extra nice with her.
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Extra nice. All right, cool. See you guys in a bit.
From time to time, Hodor, no one has anything to say. It's like any other group of friends sitting around. We go from one extreme to the other. We'll have 5 guys all trying to talk at once to 80 people who won't say a peep. Kind of funny if you think about it. I can imagine you can hear me real rugged. That thing you sent me, call the top on it. I know that's pretty incredible, but you tell me, when's smart money going to bail out of that? I'm curious as to see what your take is on it. Mrs. Pirate just stumbled across the Twitter comment from that sack of shit Tony De Niro, posting a picture of Casey and Melissa in the video, and a real snarky comment about YouTubers not wanting to talk to him or make eye contact. Casey's too good a man. He's got too much of a Boy Scout in him. He's the kind of guy who would just ignore such a slanderous, not slanderous, but such a shitty, just a nasty jab. But I'm not constrained with the kind etiquette that Casey is bound by, and I'll be happy to go to war with this piece of shit. I've said for over a year now that Tony De Niro is the biggest piece of fucking garbage that ever hit the internet, and this is a perfect example of that. Who in the fuck takes pictures of people in public, and then goes and posts it on the internet and then tries to make some issue about the fact that they didn't get some attention? This guy's a lunatic, man. He belongs in a fucking lunatic asylum. I had kind of gotten over him, and I kind of made it a point to just stay out of it. But I'm going to make this guy my special fucking project now. He filled me with disgust when I sat live and watched this guy brag about publicly telling people to sell an equity while simultaneously, buy an equity while simultaneously him and some of his friends were dumping it, and then snickered about it and implied that if you had paid the $5 to be in his little secret handshake club and in his Discord, that you would have been in on the fucking scam. This guy is everything you don't want your sons to be when they grow up. And I'm going to put him on blast. I'm done with this guy. Like I said, it's been some time since I've even let his name cross my lips, because it's kind of like, let sleeping dogs lie. He doesn't bother us. He doesn't come around us. But it's a little too much for me to take. So there it is, people. I'm declaring war on this piece of shit right here and right now.
Do you mean hat bitch?
Yeah. His comment is real simple. I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but it simply says, why does no AMC YouTuber want to talk to me or make eye contact 2 feet away, and you want to stare at your shoes? Well, first of all, he takes a picture of Casey and Melissa, and Casey's not staring at his shoes. So that shows you that he engages in lying right then and there. But the implication is it's an insult. The implication is that somehow or another Casey's afraid to talk to this motherfucker. I'm telling you right now, he needs to count his lucky stars that I don't leave my house, because I've mopped the floor with this guy. Again, Casey's enjoying the evening with his wife, supporting his investment at the movie theater. He's under no obligation to even acknowledge that this tub of shit exists, much less have to go over and genuflect or in somehow or another engage in him in any way. The level of hubris, the foolish pride that this guy exhibits is breathtaking to me. The only thing I can attribute it to is there are some people who say bad attention is better than none at all. So he couldn't get KC to acknowledge his presence or engage in him. And so now I guess he's like, well, one way or another, I'm going to make this guy pay attention to me. So maybe in that, now that I put it that way and hear myself say it, maybe Casey's right. Maybe I am giving him exactly what he wants, attention. But I hope it's worth it to him, because I'm gonna make every effort to show people what an awful, awful person this guy really is. Mrs. Pirate said, "I'm giving him exactly what he wants by drawing attention to it or whatever." Yeah, I'll have to. I'm a passionate man. Most of you who've been here for a couple of years know that. It's easy to spool up my turbos, so I'll let my RPMs fall a little bit, and then I'm going to think a little bit more about this. But, I don't know. What a piece of fucking shit.
That's just showing narcissism and paranoia overlap each other in the spectrum of psychological disorders. Now, Tony doesn't have a disorder. Let me just put that out right away. But you can get close to being completely mentally ill by acting like that. And it's definitely, I need attention. That's the narcissism. I need any attention. And then the paranoia that someone who is wonderful and nice and kind to everyone needs to address
passive
me.
aggressive.
Passive
aggressive.
Well, or even
you're
they
right.
need to address me because I'm so important in this world. And that's paranoia. That's the delusion of grandeur that messes with people's minds.
My instinct is to launch into a tirade, just type out the most vicious attack and post it for everybody to see, revealing this guy, pointing out what has been obvious to me for some time, all of his character flaws and all of the examples that I could show that clearly demonstrates that this guy is a repugnant moral character. He's not anybody you'd ever want to interact with in any fashion, be it business-wise, social, or otherwise. But I'm afraid that Mrs. Pirate might be right. If I go on X and start tagging him in and laying into him, then I'm feeding into exactly what he wants, and that's his fragile ego that he needs somebody to pay attention to him. I'll just say this. He better be real careful who he bumps into in public. Everybody might not be as forgiving, and everybody might not take the high road like KC. There are certain people who take that phone away from him and shove it up his ass sideways.
Pirate. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
He'll deny everything.
Sure he will.
But the reason why he could do that is because he deleted all his videos.
Right.
From the
That's
past.
okay.
Right.
But just be careful because he knows martial arts. He knows how to put a woman down.
Like I said,
be careful.
You know, he might want to stay behind that fucking keyboard unless he's got good dental insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll cut you with his hat.
Got a sharp hat. Yeah.
And his tacones.
I think Mrs. Pirate is right. The worst thing you can do to a narcissist or a paranoid
feed the trolls. I get it.
No, you just ignore them. That's the worst thing you can do. It drives them crazy.
Zero engagement. You don't give them positive feedback. You don't give them negative feedback. You just let them go. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just kind of old school. I'm kind of old school, foo. You know, when I operate under tenets of just simple, basic fairness. KC has done nothing to this guy. He doesn't even speak his name. For years, he's refused to even refer to him by his name. He doesn't engage in any kind of ad hominem attacks. He's never attacked his theories or his theses. He's done absolutely nothing to warrant aggression from this guy. And KC's my friend, and I take offense to it. And I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do, but my blood pressure's through the fucking roof right now.
Yeah,
like I said,
I'm with you.
Thank you, love.
I wanted to say something too, but I did it just for I didn't say anything for the reasons that you just stated too. I didn't want to get Casey involved in something that he may not even know what's even going on because
somebody brought it to his attention earlier. And in true Casey fashion, he just sloughed it off. He's like, I saw it, I know what it's about, and I don't want nothing to do with it. And that's all good and proper. That's because Casey's a better man to me. That's exactly what and the same thing what my wife says, Mrs. Pirate, and she's a better person to me. She's like, you just need to let it go. Just pretend it doesn't happen. It's like a petulant child. You just ignore the bad behavior and they'll fucking go away. Yeah, she said that's what he wants. She just made a good point. She's like, this is exactly what he wants. He's a lonely, bored guy. He doesn't have any following or anybody. Nobody wants to engage him in any kind of meaningful conversations, be it humorous or otherwise. So he's desirous of attention. So he's picked out somebody who has who's very kind, not very kind, who's well thought of. and he knows KC has an abundance of people who watch him. I'm not going to go so far as to say a celebrity, but they kind of view KC as an online friend. And I'm sure that this De Niro is just ate up with envy over that. So all he's reduced to is this sort of attack. And you're right. I guess I'm going to have to consider my wife's sage advice and some of you kind folks here, and maybe just not even engage this guy. But I love it. Some small part of me loves it because I go, yep, I was right about this dude from Jump Street. Because right out of the gate, I had a problem with this fucking guy. He's another one of these fucking clowns that, he poses with his fucking with a weapon in the background. He stages a video so that and it's all made to imply that he's some sort of fucking tough guy or hard guy. I've seen them all my life, man. Fucking posers. And that's fine, if they want to be a little clown and be the little fucking dancing monkey to get a little attention, that's fine. But when you start insulting my friends or taking shots at them, it makes me want to unleash the dogs of war. But I want to win. I want to win, so I need to be methodical and thoughtful about this. And maybe I'll take my wife's advice and just let this fucking guy go. Let him just fade into obscurity.
You just let CSI take care of this, man. Just let him do it.
Honestly, I think Mrs. Pirate has the worst thing you can do to a narcissist is ignore him. That's the knockout punch. That's the atom bomb to their psyche. Is just ignore them. That is the worst. You can beat them up. All you're going to do is have to be around them more. With lawsuits.
I think you're right, Food.
All these things. Right. They want you in their life, and that's why they do this. They torture you like that.
I'm ashamed I even brought it up because it seems like maybe I've fallen in and given him something that he wants, but I don't know.
No, I will say this: narcissists know how to push your buttons, and that's why they do it.
Well, I'll say this too: what goes around comes around in this fucking world, and the world's not as big as people think it is. And you'd be real fucking surprised that you can't always just hide behind a fucking computer screen and keyboard, because sometimes cosmic karma in the world will step in. And sometimes you pay exactly. So I don't know. We'll fucking see.
Boomerang. That's what it is. It's a fucking boomerang, because that's how we know it's a boomerang, and that's how I know it'll come back because Earth is flat. A boomerang can only come back in a flat Earth plane. So it's gonna hit him right in the face.
Yeah. You just never know. He might bump into the wrong person in Vegas at some point.
Let me ask you guys this. You're all rather smart. Ladies and gentlemen, rather smart. Riddle me this. If he is this obsessed with KC, if KC lives rent-free in his head to this extent, would I be wrong in saying that he's probably listening right now? No, it just dawned on me. I think this fucking pile of human excrement, this 5'7" pile of dog shit, is probably listening right now. Because if he's that fucking awestruck by KC, if he's that much of a fanboy that he took the time to take a picture of a guy and his wife in a fucking movie theater and then post a complaint that somehow or another they didn't run up to him and make chit chat. This fucking guy's a sicko, man. I don't know if KC needs to consider getting a restraining order or whatever, but I can tell you, I think it's very logical that he's probably listening right now. It's in keeping with the way a coward. It's in keeping with the way a coward acts, because he won't come in here and just use his name. He'll come in here as fucking Big Wheel W23 or something. But I'm almost positive this fucking human hemorrhoid is listening to us right now.
Sure.
Hey.
All he wants to do is wrap his lips.
Hey, KC's back. How you doing, KC? We're having a great time.
So I was purposely not talking about this today because all this is just an attempt to try and get back into the community and create drama to try and drum up some kind of ability to be able to have. Yeah, he's searching for hits, for views. And I'm not gonna give him the opportunity or the time of the day to do that. So the funny part is that
I apologize. I have failed you, and I'd be lying if I didn't say I knew that was your wishes. And I said, "Fuck KC. I'm doing what I want right now."
So here's the truth. The truth is that I honestly did not see him at all last night. But as I've mentioned on several occasions to you guys,
that's even fucking better.
As I've mentioned to you guys in the past, when I get into big crowds of people, I shut down a little bit because of the ADD. And he mentioned something about looking at my toes or my shoes or something like that. I had a kernel in one of my flip-flops that I was trying to get out at one point because I was wearing flip-flops and I got a piece of corn in there and stepped on it, and it was stuck to my flip-flop and I couldn't get it out with my feet. So I was like shuffling my feet around as we were waiting for my mother-in-law to get out of the restroom, and I actually didn't even look anywhere. The one thing, because I actually did see the picture, but the one thing I thought was really funny was he said he's talked about being 2 feet away. And the interesting thing,
why didn't he come to you and say hi?
The interesting thing is that if you look at that photo very carefully, there's portions of the picture that are in frame that are very clear, and other portions of the picture that are very fuzzy. And that usually happens when you're zooming in from a big distance away. And so I'm telling you right now, it was not 2 feet. I don't know what the hell he's smoking, but anyways, you know what? I don't need to give him the time of the day. I just, I shrug it off and just be like, oh, well, sorry he feels that way. I'm sorry I didn't recognize him out of a crowd of people. He was.
You're a good and decent man, Casey, and I'm proud to be your friend. You make me want to be a better man. It's not going to happen. It's never going to fucking happen, but at least you make me want to be a better man.
But why? I don't understand. Why? Now what? Why? If he saw you, why didn't he come say, "Hey, KC"? I don't know.
Well,
if you saw me.
You know why? Let me tell you. You know why? You know why?
That's what I'm saying. This is drama. This is drama.
You know why?
Yeah, he's trying
number
to get
one,
views.
you know why, and number two, what I think is more concerning than anything here about this whole process is that I told the whole world where I was going to be when I was going to be there, and that's not the movie theater he goes to on a regular basis.
Right.
Exactly. That's what bitches do. If he was a real man, he'd come up
there
and
was
talk
only
to you.
there was only one movie showing of the movie that I was going to. So knowing when I was going to be there there was no way you could have mistaken when I was going to be there. There was only one showing that day. One showing, that was it. There was only one place I could have been at one specific time if you knew what movie I was going to go watch.
Gotcha.
There's so many thoughts I want to share with this guy. So many things I want to share with him, and I know I can't. And I feel like I'm ready to blow a gasket right now because Mrs. Pirate's like, "You're going to let him win." She's like, "If you do this, he wins."
Yeah,
and I'm like, that's wrong because you're like, heads you win, tails I lose. I'm like, this motherfucker needs to get what he's got coming to him.
So there's it was a setup. It's a setup, and it's to create drama on purpose, to try and get back into the community, to make a name for himself. And I'm just gonna turn the other cheek.
Attention seeking. Attention. I told her
I'm gonna turn the other cheek, and
better than none at all.
There's no need to even give it another thought and just move on. It's a waste of it's a waste of air. It's a waste of air.
We know for sure that his main goal is to wrap his lips around your lipstick, and until that happens, he's never gonna let up. He's never gonna stop, and so that's that. And it's never gonna happen. So, poor guy. He's gonna go through life crying.
The interesting thing here that I'm more interested in right now is that I can't believe pita chips and hummus is winning after 113 votes. This is the topic right here that we really should be talking about. Pita chips and hummus is beating out Ritz with Cheese Whiz, peanut butter on a celery stick, which, by the way, my grandma's coming on here in just a little bit, and when she gets on here, she's going to be shocked because she used to feed that to. I think my mom did. I know my mom fed it to us. I'm pretty sure she did. Is she on here? She just arrived.
Yep.
There's
Misty.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hold on a second, Mom. Are you listening right now? Are you listening?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hold on? Can you hold on 1 second here while I need to do something really fast. I need to play something. Before we continue on here, so give me just about 30 seconds. Hold on, there's gonna be a silence here for a minute.
Put on sidewalk up, make it loud. And the Romeo Fox.
You're in charge.
Shall we dance?
Introducing my grandmother, The one and only chopper rider, Mrs. T. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I had to do a little intro there for Grandma. Grandma T. I'm saying Mrs. T. Grandma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, there she is. There
Can you
she
hear
is.
me?
I can hear you. That is awesome. This is so much better because normally when I call you on my phone, you can't hear me, and now you can hear me. So this is great. I love it.
Okay, see, she's very, very faint.
She's
Do you
using
have
my
the ability
AirPod.
Do you have the ability to turn her up?
I
can hear Misty.
If
I can hear Misty, but I can't hear Granny T.
that's going to be a you thing.
Let me, you might.
Yeah.
Okay, talk louder.
Hello?
She's wearing one of my AirPods. She's never done that before.
Okay, that's fine.
We each have one in, so we can both talk to you.
Yeah.
But I can give her the right one if that's better. You hear me?
I can hear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, let us swap. Put this one in. Try that way. This way. Try again. Is that any better?
I think it's about the same, but it's okay. I can work with it.
Okay. It's not the same for him, but it's worse for me.
It's,
it's worse for you?
Okay, well,
we'll
yeah,
go back.
yeah, go back.
We'll be quiet. We'll be quiet so we can hear her.
That's much better for me.
Whoa, she came in strong that time.
Oh yeah, we can hear now.
Yeah,
much better.
You came in real strong that time.
But it's going to be really hard for Mom because I've got the volume full blast.
Okay.
Because it's way too loud for her.
It's too loud for her.
So
Okay, well you can turn down the volume and it doesn't change anything for her input.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can lower the volume for her so that she's not we're not killing anything left. So she can still have her hearing what's left. Yeah.
If you want to help him hear, put your hand like this. Nope. Watch. Watch. Where's it? Don't touch.
Casey, you absolutely have to save time to tell her about the misunderstanding between her riding a chopper and riding on choppers.
Okay, so
you have to tell her that today.
Earlier, Grandma, when I was doing an introduction for you today, because I even put it in the title for the live stream today, I put in there that I had a special guest today, Grandma T, coming on. And so when I was introducing you earlier this morning, I was talking about what a great grandma you are and some of the really cool and amazing things you've done. For example, like riding a chopper, and somehow everybody got confused that you flew helicopters. And so, I guess maybe if that's where you want to start off on telling your story on what kind of chopper you used to ride, I think that maybe that'll set a little bit of a tone for, the kind of cool person you are.
Say chopper, I'm not sure. I guess you mean when I rode the motorcycle.
Yeah, the motorcycle. What kind of motorcycle was it?
It was an Indian chief, great big monster.
An Indian chief, and were the handlebars kind of in the normal position?
That's a badass motorcycle.
Or when the handlebars in a normal position, or were they up high, or?
They were in the normal position. I had to reach out to hold on to them.
Okay, I think that's maybe where the story in the past has gotten confused. When you say reach out to get to them, a lot of people I think assume that you were riding like, what'd you guys call it, monkey style? Where the
ape hangers.
Ape hangers, but it sounds to me like you had just regular
Indian.
Yeah.
That's a very, very beautiful motorcycle.
Well, Grandma, you're talking to a room full of people here, and I'm sure you've got plenty of stories to tell. But I guess really one of the things I kind of wanted to start off with talking to you about was, kind of history, your history of being alive and seeing the economy around you and some of the different things that you've seen over time, some of the good times, some of the bad times. What do you recall about some of those? I've already mentioned to everybody that you're a school teacher by trade, and so they know that. What were some of the things, or some of the identifying things that you remember from the past that were significant to you, that told you that bad times were coming? Mom, your
home situation was breaking.
she's we can barely hear her, Mom. If you can get her to speak, kind of, it would almost be better if she could just speak
If
on
she
this.
speaks right
It would almost be better if she.
now, is this better?
What's that?
Is this better?
A little bit.
Let me try. Okay.
There we go. Perfect. That's
Now,
perfect. Yeah, that was.
Yeah. Okay. Misty has her hand by my ear, holding it where I can hear, where you can hear. Is it better though?
A little bit, yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Well, I don't think it's worth it if you can't hear me.
I can hear you now. It's much better. Go for it.
Okay. So the first thing I noticed is the kids are having trouble. I was talking to a parent one day and I asked her to do something. It was very simple. I said, when you're getting your kids ready for school, ask them, for some was having trouble with colors. I said, just ask him if he'd like to wear the red one or the blue one or the green. He says, I'm not the teacher, you are. You teaching. I'm not doing that. And so I thought, unless the home cooperates with the school, we're in trouble. So we were in trouble, and we are in trouble. And we've gone downhill from there.
When was this? So when did you first start seeing this happen? And so you're saying when people gave up on wanting to teach their kids is one of the times that you felt where you started seeing things go downhill. Was that for a short period of time or something that just kind of lasted? There was like you feel like there was a point in time where our country just kind of started going downhill, and that's when it hit for you. When people gave up on teaching their kids, or are you saying it happens in cycles?
I'm just saying that was an example of what they were not cooperating with the schools. Parents were not cooperating with each other. They weren't wanting to help their kids or the school. It was just the home situation developed first, and then it went to the schools and every place else, in my opinion.
So you saw a breakdown in society. You identified like a breakdown in society as being part of the first signals for where people just they're kind of getting rid of responsibility, and so it's a breakdown in I guess education in people.
Society.
In society, it's a breakdown in society
And
because due to a lack of education. Yeah, and responsibility. Okay. But again, one more time, were these in cycles? Did you see these in cycles, or did you see that as a constant?
No, I think it was a slow progression.
It was
started, and then it just went from there downhill.
Okay, so it's been constant though, and but it's been getting progressively worse. What was your last?
In my opinion, yes.
What was your last year teaching?
85.
85. So during the Reagan administration.
It was 90.
90?
Because I took early retirement, but I did teach after that.
Okay, so at the end of the Clinton administration, going into the Bush administration. Okay. And what year did you first start teaching?
In 1965.
65? Okay. So about 25 years of teaching?
25 years of teaching, and then part-time and subbing after that. Not subbing, but part-time working with the school district where they needed me.
And when I was growing up, you were teaching kindergarten. Was it always kindergarten?
Yes, except for the summers. The summer I taught summer schools, first, second, third grades, but I did not like it. Went back to kindergarten.
Yeah. Well, that's great because there's a bunch of kindergartens and kindergartner adults in here. So maybe you can teach us a little something.
He's talking about me.
Talking about all of us.
The most important thing was to make. I felt the most important thing was to make learning fun.
Yeah.
So the kids didn't feel like they had to do this or had to do that, but they wanted to do it because it was a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
Of course, learning was a side of that.
So
Did you mention the fact
good.
Oxygen, so talking is hard for
Yeah, so I did not. Grandma's on oxygen. So she does have a little bit of difficulty time talking. Grandma, if you get tired talking at some point or another, you can just tell us that you want to stop. I'm sure you'll tell us anyways, but what do you remember the most?
I just can't always finish.
That's fine. When did you first? I don't want to give away your age. that's not right. But what do you remember of the after effects? What do you remember the after effects of the Great Depression? What kind of things do you remember as being significant to you that are drastically different than where we're at today?
Well, we were not a throwaway society. If something broke, you fixed it. And if anything didn't work right, you wondered why it didn't, and you checked it out. Today, if something doesn't work right, they throw it away and get another one. That's very different from the Depression days.
You know what I learned?
I think the big thing.
One of the things I remember the most, because we lived with you for a little while here and there, and I spent a lot of time with you. One of the things I remember the most is repurposing meals. Is kind of like food doesn't go to waste as much when living with Grandma, and actually when living with Mom too. I don't want to exclude my mom from that, but more now so than ever, I feel like we just throw food away when food gets trashed. It just goes in the nobody wants to eat leftovers, and I remember leftovers.
We ate a lot of leftovers.
Yeah, every day there was
leftovers were meals.
Yeah. Absolutely. And if you didn't finish the night before, it was dinner, it was food the next day. Every time. Or maybe later. Yeah.
No microwave to warm it up. You had to warm it up on the stove.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember what my favorite dish is that you make?
No.
Grandma, do you remember my favorite dish that you make?
No, what was it?
You don't remember? It's 3 ingredients.
I know Tim likes grits.
3 ingredients, and it's my favorite thing that you make.
That sounds easy.
Mm-hmm.
Grandma's favorite kind of cooking is easy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I only did easy things.
Yeah.
I don't know if Misty told you or not, but I'm losing some of my recall too along the way, so I can't answer that question.
That's all right. How about peas, peanuts, and mayo?
Oh my, yes.
Only it wasn't supposed to be mayo.
Oh, not mayo.
Sour cream.
I'm sorry, sour cream, not mayo. Sorry, sour cream. Yeah. What did you call that dish? I don't remember what it was called. Pea salad.
Pea and peanut salad.
Pea and peanut salad.
Pea and peanut salad.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Peas, peanuts, and sour cream.
And we didn't cook them. You just took the peas out of the freezer, put them in a colander, ran hot water over them for about 30 seconds, and called it good.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't want you to break a tooth.
Yep.
And that wasn't just any peanuts. It was supposed to be the red skin, little round ones.
Mm.
If you use the regular whole peanuts, not whole, but without the little brown shell, they get soggy. But the Spanish peanuts do not get so soggy. They're better.
Grandma, I have a lot of Spanish speakers in here today. How well do you remember your Spanish these days?
Not at all.
Oh,
But she
that's too
lived
bad.
in Mexico.
Yeah, that's too bad.
How long?
I was gonna have you say
How
something
long
in
did you live in
Spanish.
Mexico?
Buenos dias.
You probably understand more than you.
Bueno.
Yeah. You probably understand it more than you do remember speaking. You probably could speak it if you just heard somebody talking to you in it.
Well, when they talk to me, they talk so fast I can't answer.
Well, does anybody in here have
That's
any?
true with a lot of things.
Yeah. Does anybody in
That's
here?
true even in English. If they talk too fast, I can't understand them. Not just Spanish, English too.
Yeah.
Especially Chinese.
Does anybody in here have any questions for my grandma? They can be embarrassing. They can be.
Well, since you asked, I'd like to I don't know your grandma, but I'd just like to say thank you for dedicating her time and educating. I'd just like to say thank you.
You're very welcome. I enjoyed teaching very much.
You should tell them about Uncle Max and how you guys had fun and the tricks you would play on each other.
It's all quiet. Did you hear me?
Yeah, we did. We heard you.
Oh, okay, good.
I suggested she tell a certain story that's very funny.
Misty wants me to tell you a story about how naive I was as a kid. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. We lived on what we called the farm. It was just a couple of acres. And my parents would go down and get day-old calves and bring them home, and we would feed them. And first it was milk bottles and all that stuff, till they got to a certain age and big size. And then my folks would sell them. Anyway, they got this nice calf, and I was out feeding one day, and my older brother, who knew everything, and I think he's a good guy, he said, if you lift that calf every day, when it gets to be a cow, you'll be able to lift it. I said, oh, really? And he said, yep. So every day as I went out and fed the calf, I would lift it. And I lifted it, and I lifted it, and it got bigger, and I couldn't get my arms around it well. And I lifted it until I saw stars, and I thought, oh, man. I leaned up against a tree because I wanted to get over my dizziness. And my mom saw me out the kitchen window, and when I went in the house, she said, what were you doing? I said, resting. And she says, why? She says, you can't lift that calf another day. No more of that. I said, then I won't be able to lift the cow. And she said, nope, no more. So that was just because my big brother told me I could, I was going to do it. And Uncle Jim polished the floor, the carpet, turned it. Uncle Jim polishing the carpet.
I'm just going to say I've never met the man, but I think I would have really liked him. That's the kind of guy I'd like to hang out with. I'm all about that guy.
That was my brother Max. You never met him?
No, we've never met him.
Oh, too bad. He was a good guy.
No, but I can't help but feel like I know him.
Yeah.
I've never met him, but there's something just tells me I feel like I know the guy. Anybody who could try to talk his little sister and picking up a calf every day and telling her that she'll be able to pick it up as it grows, I like the way that guy operates. I can't help but think that he and I would have been great friends.
Yes, he was great friends with everybody. People liked him.
Well, Grandma, it's really nice
Casey.
of you. Yes, sir.
Does Grammy T have any pro tips? And I'm sorry if I heard this incorrectly, and I'm not trying to say anything about her age, but does she have any tips on getting through times when money isn't abundant? If you understand what I'm asking, like depression style or when things are hard, does she have some tips for us.
Case, let me just set a little background here. My mom and dad moved from their home. My dad sold his business. They moved from their home, and they had 4 little kids when they went back to college in Los Angeles. We moved from Northern California. And 4 little kids. We lived on campus in a Quonset hut. She's got stories you wouldn't believe.
It was a rough time, but times are better now. Lots better. And the kids were little, running around all over. We had one friend that offered to, I took classes when my husband was taking classes. And when we both had them on the same day and the same time, this gal offered to babysit for us, and she did it for half the price, 25 cents an hour, to babysit 4 kids while I ran to class. Then after class, I'd go back. So that was a hard time. Good times, I can't believe with ease how people spend money. And right now it's a little tight and it's rough, but I'm sure we'll get through it.
What
she's still pinching pennies.
Yeah, what one particular, like, since we're a little bit on a financial kind of background on what it is that we talk about around here, what one financial trick did you find was the best trick that you ever experienced? Like, is savings one of the best things that you've ever found, or what kind of thing would you find was the most helpful for you in your lifetime in rough times to save money?
Well, at first, we tithe 10% of our income, whatever it was. And it was really rough because I thought, oh man, I could spend that for groceries. But I loved the Lord, and He said, I want your money. So we tithe. And then after that, down and looked at the bills.
Mom, she cut out at bills. She cut out at bills, Mom.
Just once in a while.
Oh, no. You cut out on your story there. You would sit down after tithing and you would look at your bills, and then that's where you left off at.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we would pay, if we would pay every bill that had to be paid. And if there were some that were not really necessary, we'd say we could only pay part this month, we'll pay you next month. So we had to kind of stagger some of our payments. But the gas and lights and electricity, water, those were always paid because that was important in order to live. Just for the kids.
So cutting out on bills that are repeating bills that perhaps maybe aren't necessary, or trying to cut out some of the unnecessary things that you don't need.
Well, yeah, that was a no-brainer.
Yeah.
The things we didn't need, we didn't get.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have them already.
And we often would wait until, right. We often would wait until like the night before Christmas and go to all the clearance stores to get presents for our kids. They were getting rid of Christmas stuff for, half price or 75% off, and we'd pick up what we could for the kids to have some kind of a Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the story today.
No.
And they weren't particular about name brands. Name brands meant nothing. If it was a sweater or a shirt, you were glad for it, thankful.
Madam,
question?
Madam T, this is I'm one of Casey's friends. I'm just wondering, how do you feel about a guy if he's really attractive but he has an eye patch? What are your thoughts on eye patches?
I never thought much about it. I mean, if you need an eye patch, you need an eye patch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, would you find that kind of guy particularly interesting, intriguing, maybe even handsome, one might say, or would you think him like more villainous or scary and repugnant?
Well, it just depends on the guy. The patch has nothing to do with it.
Well, let's just assume for today. Let's just assume for today he's devastatingly handsome. Let's just say he was incredible in every way except for the patch. Would you find him attractive?
If his personality was good and his heart was good and he treated me well, the patch would make no difference.
Oh, thank you so much. That's all. You made my day. Thank you so much. That's all. That's all. That's my only question. That's all I had.
What about a man without teeth? Only two tooth
that can
at the top.
That can be remedied.
Okay.
That can be remedied. My husband had false teeth.
Wow. Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
These guys are characters, Grandma. They're hoots, let me tell you.
We appreciate you coming to visit with us so much today. We for over 3 years now, there's 200 or 300 of us who come every single day and hang out all day long while KC helps us understand some of the subtle things about this project we're working on. And we fill the hours with just foolishness. And sometimes it gets boring hearing the same old things back and forth. So it's always a treat when Casey's mother and now you have agreed to spend some of your time with us. So let me thank you for going out of your way today and putting up with us. Thank you so much for coming in.
You're very welcome.
Are you excited about voting in a couple months from now?
Yes, I'd like to have some debates before that so I can reevaluate some of these things I've been hearing.
Yes.
It's terrible.
She has questions.
I don't know how much you'll
like that.
say about politics.
I like that. She has questions.
We're headed the wrong direction. Our country was founded on Christian principles, and they've gotten so far away from all of that. They want to put God out of everything. And we're just going really downhill, in my opinion. So I'm hoping that the election will change things.
I'm trying to think what else I should ask you. What do you think about the teacher's pension in California? Is it decent?
Mine is. I'm very thankful for it. Yes.
Okay. I just want to let you know
Keeps
that
me going.
I don't know if you know this or not, and I'm not sure if this is still the case. I'd have to check some of the numbers to see if they're still the same. But the California Teachers Union, some of the pension money from there is actually invested in AMC. I'm not sure if you were aware of that.
I was not aware of that, but I don't have a problem with that.
Yep. Grandma, I do actually have
the teachers union or the the teachers union or the retired teachers?
It's actually, that is a great question. Give me 1 second here, and I will pull it up and tell you. If somebody else could ask her question while I look it up real quick here, I'll see if it's still listed here.
Is there any way you could see your way clear to loaning me $20 until payday? I'm good for it.
Just come and get
I'll send you my. All right, Venmo. That's going to be a problem for me because I don't leave my house, but I'll have KC send you my Venmo, and.
Grandma, the California State Teachers Retirement System has 258,162 shares as of the 14th of this month.
CalPERS.
Yeah, the retirement system, yes. Teachers union is different.
Yep, I said it wrong the first time.
Very liberal.
But there's also the California Public Employees Retirement System used to own shares in AMC. I think it looks like, and they no longer hold a position anymore. So it's just the California State Teachers Retirement System now.
Well, they look into things very thoroughly before they invest. So if they did that, that's good. And I have some invested too.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're good.
Your grandson talks about it.
Grandma, I don't know if this is going to be a possibility, but do you have and I know rock may mean something different to you than it means to me, but from your younger years, if you ever listened to rock and roll, what was your favorite rock and roll song from your childhood?
Are you kidding?
Not rock and roll, just song.
Just a song.
Not rock and roll. Oh,
No,
a song?
no, yeah, no.
Oh,
A rock and roll song. Is there any rock and roll songs that you remember from your childhood that you would have that you liked?
Casey, there weren't rock and roll songs in the 30s.
Okay, I don't know what to call it then. What was
her
hip?
So what was her favorite song?
What was hip back then? What was popular? Yeah, what was popular for you?
I thought it was interesting when they had Around the Clock.
Rock around the clock.
Yes.
But she liked things like NOLA and Blue. What was Blue something?
I heard her say rock around the clock. I heard it.
Ask her if she liked Rock and Robin.
Did you like Rock and Robin? Well, she can hear you.
Don't know that.
Rock around the clock was one that you do remember though, right?
Yep.
Bill Haley and his Comets. Does that sound right?
Well, I have no idea. I didn't pay any attention to who.
Okay. All right.
I just like the word.
Well, we'll play that. I'm going to play that Monday morning in honor of you mentioning that as a song that you remember from the past.
I like Sentimental Journey. And one of the big songs that was popular was, I just lost the name.
All the war songs.
I'll tell you when I think of it. It'll come to me later.
All right. You can send me a text.
I'll do that.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on Elvis?
On Elvis?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was quite a singer. He did have a good voice. He had a lot of gyrations that went along with it.
Gyrations. I like that.
Shut up, Yucca. Shut your mouth, Yucca.
Gyrations. Did you think he was a looker?
Well, he was above average, probably, but not the real handsome guy.
Who was a real looker? Who was a real looker back then?
No, we didn't go to movies, so I don't know.
Uncle Jim liked movies. Uncle Jim, what was popular in the movies when you were a kid? When you were a kid, what movies did you think were popular? You couldn't go, probably.
All of the Disney movies. First one I ever went to was Singing in the Rain.
Singing in the Rain was the first. Singing in the Rain was the first movie he ever went to.
Yeah, Uncle Jim is a couple
musical.
years younger. My mom's younger brother.
Yeah.
You know Uncle Jim. You know who he is.
Yeah. What was do you remember your first movie, Grandma? What was your first movie that you saw?
Wait a minute. Swinging on a Star. The name of that other song that I couldn't think of.
Oh, Swinging on a Star. Oh, that's a good song.
Yeah. Yes, it is. It's a very good song. And what was the question you just asked me?
What was the first movie you ever saw?
First movie? Oh, well, we didn't go to movies, so I don't remember the first one.
Why didn't you go to movies?
We were taught that they were sinful, and so my parents didn't let us go. And when I was a teenager, and the kids that I was running with said, "Let's go see the newsreel," and I said, "What?" they were going to the theater to see the news. And I debated whether I should go or not. And I decided I could do that. So I went and saw the newsreel with them. That was my first experience in the theater.
Well, that's very cool.
I was a late teenager.
What was your first thought when you saw it? Was it exciting or?
But this is very different.
Big TV.
This is, you know,
Well, you didn't have TVs then.
big screen. See, you could hear. You knew what was going on in the world. A lot different than listening to the radio.
Yeah. We've come a long ways, haven't we?
Very long.
What's
Very.
the one thing that stands out in your mind more than anything that we have now that you thought you would never see? Something that like just perplexes you completely. You like, how in the world did we ever get here? Do this, have that.
We went to visit my cousins, and they had this great big piece of furniture. And I said, "What is for TV? When they come out, we can watch TV." And I said, "What's TV?" And they said, "Well, where you can watch movies and stuff in your house." And I said, "That'll never happen. There's no way." And they said, "Yeah, it'll come on radio." I couldn't believe it.
So TVs were literally the for you, it was a game
Cutting
changer.
edge.
It was cutting edge. Like having your own movie theater in your house was like, it was trend setting. Out of all the things in your entire life, that was the one thing you're just like, my goodness, this is amazing. How many TVs do you have now?
2.
Okay, well, that's good.
She was pretty excited about microwave ovens too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't wait to get a microwave. That was years after the TV.
Yeah.
How old were you when you started to drive? We were talking to Yucca about his
16.
daughter driving. How old were you?
Tractor?
16.
Even the tractor?
When I mentioned we lived what we called the ranch, and my dad taught me to drive out there. He let me drive across the fields and park the car
wonderful.
at night, and so I was able to do that. So when I was 16, I got my driver's license so I could drive on the road.
He did the same thing for all the grandkids. He'd let us drive when we were about 6 years old, sitting on his lap. Then as we got older, pretty soon when we were like 10, he'd just hand you the keys. They go warm up the car for work.
Mm-hmm.
What was your first car? If you don't mind, if you can remember. If you don't remember, it's no big deal. I'm just curious what kind of car you had your first one.
I don't remember, but I know it was a Chevy because my dad was a Chevy guy.
Oh, okay.
And her husband was a Ford guy.
And it was an old Chevy. I mean, in these days.
I'm assuming it had to be a Chevy truck, right?
No.
No?
Truck.
Oh.
This car. No.
Okay.
It was standard shift, though. It was standard because they didn't make an automatic. That's right.
Yep. Right.
Better believe it.
We all learned on the standard, except my younger sister. Automatics were out by then. She never had to learn to drive a shift car. She was so thankful. Well, is that enough, Casey?
One more thing before we go. I just want one more thing because this is going down in history in the history books here as the moment that I got to ask my grandma questions that got recorded for history. What one piece of advice would you give or lend to somebody that you would want the rest of the future to know, to remember you by?
About anything?
Anything you want. It's up to you. What one piece of thing what would you want people to know is most important to you, or one piece of advice that you think is really good that you would want people to know to define you?
Well, for me personally, here, Casey, it would be being a Christian, loving the Lord and serving Him. That's what my life is worth. Nothing without Him.
Mm-hmm.
He's everything to me. And he has been so good to me over the years, and I thank him for that. And that is what made my life worthwhile. So that, to me, is important.
There you have
Most
it.
important. And I said, you asked me another question a while ago about finances and stuff, and I would say, it's also important, although we didn't do it because we couldn't at the time. But when you're able to put just a small amount away into savings every time you get a check, very small amount will add up. And that's important.
Thank you, Grandma. Appreciate
As
it.
soon as we were able, we did that. Yeah. You're welcome.
And I hate to.
Have a good day, you and all your guys.
I hate to trouble you for one more thing. One more thing. If I gave you 4 options, which one of these would you choose? Club crackers with cream cheese, peanut butter on a celery stick, Ritz with cheese whiz, or pita chips with hummus? Which one would you pick?
Peanut butter and a celery stick.
I knew it. I knew it. I had you. I knew it. I said. I had it called out. I knew it from the get go, Grandma. You didn't fail, so appreciate it. Thank you.
That's the test.
You passed.
I passed that test. I didn't pass the one.
You passed all tests.
No, with flying colors, straight A's.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grandma. Appreciate it.
Have a wonderful day.
It was good talking to you. You have a wonderful day too. Mom, thank you.
You're very welcome. Nice to talk to you. Nice to hear your voice.
I love you, Grandma.
Bye-bye. Love you too, honey, very much.
All right, have a good day. Bye.
You too. I love you too.
I love you too, Mom.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
That's awesome.
You guys.
Yeah.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Yeah, you tell her in a minute. I thought you were gone. I was trying to play it when you walked out. You're lucky I didn't play the other one.
I gotta right. I gotta find the place to. Bye.
You're. I love you, Mom. Take care. You're cutting out a little bit, but you're welcome to stay.
Yeah, she's gone.
Let's see here.
That was fun. That was different, and it was very, very entertaining.
Yeah, she's getting up there in age. She's up there, so I don't want to say what it is exactly, but she's up there. And I don't know. I feel like the crazy thing about Grandma Turnbow is that T. That's what the T stands for, is Turnbow. Grandma T is every single time I go to visit, I go like this. This is it. This is the last time I'll have a chance to see her, and so I try to treat every single time like it's like the last time. And the lady just keeps on ticking.
That's wise. That's very wise of you.
She keeps on ticking. And so I'm afraid. I'm afraid every time I go, I'm like, this is. Oh no, she'll keep. She'll make it.
Be pissing on your grave. Yeah.
So I just don't know. I don't know how much longer she's got. But every single time I go, I go, this is the last time. I won't have another chance. And there's always more. She's surprises me. So good on her. It's a sentiment to the good food, I guess, and leftovers that she's eaten her entire life.
I want to go on record before any more time elapses to make it official. I want the clerk of courts to let the record reflect that Granny T rode a motorcycle. Pay attention here, Tech we love. She rode a motorcycle. All right, then. So
we forgot to ask her if she wore a helmet. Oh, well.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, she was on the death machine. She was one of the death machine riders.
Yep.
And so I'm just going to say this: I couldn't help. There's nothing that Granny T would gain by coming to my course, And this is a woman now. She's probably already possesses all those skills that coming up hard like that and living the real. So
yeah, it's there's a couple different things she's told me about in her teaching kindergarten. I wish we could have covered them all here, but it was interesting to me about how she felt the difference in the change in society where families gave up on teaching at home. Yeah, that's kind of it was an interesting perspective on her part about that was kind of where everything started falling apart, I guess, because teaching really is it's like the center of everything, right? I mean, if there's no teaching going on and people just have to blindly find their way through the world, then it's not easy, and people fail usually.
It's amazing because her life has encompassed so much. You think about it, from the Great Depression. I mean, it was just, I don't think the average person really fully understands how bad it was during those years, all the way through this time of abundance, this modern day age of abundance that we live in now. She has seen all of that, and that's an incredible. I said that's a lot of wisdom. A lot of wisdom.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I'd say I'd go through numbers, but I mean, we only got 20 minutes left here, and I just don't even really see why. We obviously did break $5 really close here at the end of the day. We went down to as low as $4.98. As it stands right now, we're at $5.01 and $5. We look like they're gonna try and barcode us out. We might get a little bit of a push right at the very end, like we have been lately, and that may recover a little bit of this. But we do have now a level of resistance at 5.03, so we might see this. This might be the 5.01 week here, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think back in 2021 or 2021, it was 5.02, I think, was the low. Hold on a second. I've got it in my notes. I don't know why I'm trying to guess. Hold on a second here. Oh, I don't have notes back that far. Dang it.
I just can't get over the fact that she wrote an Indian chief. If you have to be a motorcycle lover to understand how very, very cool that is. I mean, the motorcycle itself is legendary. And just I close my eyes and I look back and I think about her as a young woman on that motorcycle, and it's just a wonderful picture that I see. So very cool.
I understand now.
Those machines were pure. You need to look and take a look at when you get a moment. You're bored.
Hold on.
Just do a search and search up, say, 1932 Indian chief or something like that. She didn't mention what year it was. Those things were kickstart only. Most of them were single strokes, which made them thumpers. So they were almost impossible to start. You had to set the timing, all that sort of stuff. But they were beautiful. I mean, the people today like what they call it, punk, steampunk and all of that. So I know there's been a resurgence in popularity for things of that era. But that motorcycle, in particular, the Indian Chief, they still make one to this day. It's like making a Mustang, Ford's Mustang. They make them year after year after year. But the ones from that era were something special.
There you go. It looks like an engine on a frame.
There it is. That's beautiful. I'm telling you, that's a work of art.
Look at that bicycle thing with a mean engine.
Man. Yeah. Fire engine red. Yep. Solo seat. Man, if that doesn't do it for you, I don't know what would. Yeah. But I can just see her on that with a pair of maybe aviator goggles. Very rarely did anybody wear helmets back then. Maybe she might have had some sort of a leather hat, probably a pair of riding gloves. And I can just see her ripping down a dirt road with the dust flying off the back of that thing while she grins from ear to ear. I'll bet you she was something to see.
I heard. Let's not make it creepy now.
I'm not making it creepy. I'm making it about the motorcycle, man.
I didn't think it was creepy.
No,
I'm laughing.
I'm not making it creepy at all. I'm talking. That's it right there. And I think the beautiful part about it was when you said, "Grandma, what kind of motorcycle was it?" She knew immediately.
Yeah.
Because she knew. She said it was an Indian Chief. And in that moment, she achieved legendary status in my mind. Well, there's a girl on one in the tunnel of death. Yeah. Those are twins. I misspoke. I said they were single engine thumpers, but I was wrong. Those are twins. Indian Motorcycle Corporation went bankrupt. That's a gorgeous one right there. Went bankrupt and they shut down for a long time. And then they had a resurgence. I want to say in the late 70s, early 80s, they opened back up for business. But the old ones, the old ones are highly collectible. They're rare, and the prices go up on them exponentially every year. That's it right there. What a beautiful machine.
All y'all saying some sweet things in here. Y'all are gonna make me a blush over here. I love you guys too. I'm glad I had an opportunity to be able to share her with you guys, because I didn't know if, whenever I call her on my phone, she has a hard time hearing me. I'm really surprised, for whatever reason, that the Discord thing seemed to work and we were able to communicate just fine and without me having to yell into the phone or something. So that actually is kind of cool, because now maybe if I can somehow manage to get her onto Discord, perhaps maybe I can actually have a way to talk to her without having an issue. But because my phone sucks. But
well, I hope you know how truly blessed you are. I'm 58 years old. My dad died at 52. I think my dad's been dead for 30 years. Both Sandy's parents have been gone for years. All of my grandparents are gone. And you still have your grandmother around. I'm telling you, man, you got it knocked. That is an incredible gift.
Luck in their smart choices.
Fate. Their fate. Yeah. Their people live their lives, and fate. That's just the way it happens.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Earlier, I just want to mention real quickly here. Earlier, we had 4.32 million shares returned on AMC for the day. It's now 6.46 million shares. So if they end up doing another 10 or 11 million shares returned today, that's going to end up being about 22 million shares returned in a 2-day span. And that to me is a pretty hefty signal that somebody's expecting price to run here pretty darn soon. So it seems to me like they're trying to get out of as many positions as possible before that happens. And so that means obviously utilization is going to go down. But I do expect that when price starts to go back up, that we will see more shorting going into that, because that's typically what ends up happening is they need to short into price going upwards to prevent it from continuing to drive upwards. So we should see more shares loaned. And we see these cycles, right? We see these cycles of share lending and share returning, and then more lending and more returning. And each time one of those cycles goes by, we tend to see more loans than the previous time showing up on the books. So you have a peak of loaned shares followed by a return. This particular peak here didn't actually make it up and over, but there was another peak here, and then another borrowing of shares, and then a return. So I would expect this to skyrocket back up to a value that's much, much higher. I wouldn't expect too much more lower than this unless they're really expecting a big move in price. But that is typically how it works. Let's see here. Pam and Paul worldwide, thank you. I didn't realize that about the. I knew the California retirement. I already closed the darn screen out here. Hold on a second.
I didn't realize they were separate. I thought it was all under CalPERS, the California Public Employees Retirements. I think that's what CalPERS stands for. I thought it was all one entity. I found it interesting to learn that the teachers were different, separate.
Where was it here? Yeah, California State Teachers Retirement System, and that the filing date was actually on 2 days ago. So I'm not sure how many shares they updated by, but they do own 258,162 shares, and I would say that's a pretty good chunk of shares. So, Interestingly enough, one of the senators from that state happens to be one of the best traders in the entire market. So if her constituents would happen to do well from passed on information, perhaps maybe that's why they're investing into it. AMC Hawkeye says, Nancy Pelosi, you got it. That's the one. Let's see here. I think I'm going to end the poll. And sure enough, it looks like they're going to barcode us out to 501. I was so close to picking 508 for a closing price for the day-to-day, but I just knew 501 was going to be the answer, more than likely. It could be 499. We'll see. I mean, there's still 10 minutes left to go here, so $5 would be perfect if they nailed it right on the dot, because then it screws, I think, both the calls and the puts. Maybe, I think. We should.
Greetings, exalted one.
Maybe we
Censored content.
Good afternoon, censored content. And Brandon, good afternoon. Pro Jeweler, good afternoon. Maize and Blue 2, good afternoon.
Casey, you fucked it all up, though. You were supposed to play Grand E.T.'s walk-on song.
I did.
The Ride of the Valkyries with the helicopter. Oh,
I
did
did.
you?
Yeah,
oh,
you just
okay.
didn't hear it because I muted myself.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I have to mute myself to hear that. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You get a pass then.
No, that's why I told her. I said, give me just a second while I play something in about 30 seconds. And so then I played it.
Oh, I didn't. I missed that. Okay.
Yeah.
Good,
and I even shouted out an announcement.
Everybody else got to
as it was
enjoy
playing.
it.
Yeah. So she got the grand entrance. Yeah. I can't believe I'm so shocked by this pita chips and hummus. It's so shocking to me. Why are you guys want all like healthy food on me
I
or
think
something?
it's rigged. Yeah, I don't know. There's some sort. Maybe they all got together on DMs and had a collusion.
Yeah,
probably.
That's what it feels like.
Real Rugged sent something to Yucca, and Yucca sent something to Papa Mac, and they did a little daisy chain and said, "Look, let's all go for this nasty ass hummus."
I'd like to talk to you about good things to eat, like Swiss cheese on a crisp Ritz cracker.
It wasn't Papa Mac in the hummus, I can tell you that.
Cracker.
I've been saying chimichurri. Nobody listens.
I heard you.
I heard you.
You said it after the poll was already submitted, though, so it was unfortunate. Yeah. The club cracker with cream cheese, the peanut butter and celery stick, and the Ritz with cheese whiz. It's kind of a tough one for me on that one because I really do like club crackers, but I don't think I've ever had it with cream cheese, so I think I would like that. But I know peanut butter and celery on a celery stick is a good thing, so I would probably just go with what I know, which is the least voted for thing here as of right now. And I knew my mom and my grandma would probably pick that out of the. Pretty sure my mom would pick that out of the group. I don't know. I'd have to ask. She might do the pita chips and hummus.
I would mix it up, and I'd say celery with cheese whiz.
Oh, okay, sure, I could see that. Yeah. Is there a particular flavor or just the original Kraft Velveeta? Whatever it is.
I'll mix it up even more. Celery with Ritz cracker.
Yeah, that I can't see.
1796 Patriot. I didn't see your text till I just kind of glanced back over my shoulder there, and I had no idea that Caterpillar's making a truck. I'm going to look into that right away. I did see somebody posted they had a Lamborghini that they put a diesel engine in, and that kind of spoke to me. All these other guys were putting electric engines in these Lamborghinis, and somebody finally got their shit straightened out. And they put a nice Cummins diesel in one, twin turbo. So thanks for the tip on the Caterpillar truck, Patriot. I'll look out for that.
Well, it's that time of the day here, guys. I think we got to call it an end here. I'm going to head out of the back of the big tramp. I'll be back in here in just a few minutes after I get done with the outro. That's actually pretty good. I like that. Yeah, that's not bad. That's actually pretty decent.
That's a beautiful outro, man.
Yeah, I like that.
I hate it.
Keep that up.
Canadian guys do cool stuff.
Yeah. All right, see you guys in a few. Well, guys, unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend ahead of you. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, there is some great AMC movies out, and that's what we're here to do, is help support the company. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
Minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. Auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.